spending time, speaking and getting our voice out there. So there's a lot of benefits. And one of the other things of being a part of the inner circle is they get actually opportunities to go on other events, including being a part of the film division that Donna runs, and potentially being on one of the films. So, I'll let Donna talk more about that because that's her area of expertise. But, there's just a lot of information and development and community. I think it's the biggest thing, community that we're building. Because, Donna, as you know, working as a speaker, it's not always, sometimes you have those great moments where you're on stage and you absolutely love it. And then there's some days you're like, what am I doing?
Right.
So.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. And one of the fun things is that in this inner circle, we get to meet weekly. We get to build the community. We have training sessions, which are all recorded and put into our trainers' vault. So if you're interested, we have lots and lots of different materials, different things that we can share to really grow, inspire, and really help expand and share with people around the world. And then, of course, we have guest speakers that come and teach us and share with us their techniques in the inner circle. How fun is that, Jeremy?
Yeah, and we've had some world-class speakers come on, like Dr. Susie Carter. We've had Dr. Kim Redman. We've had Dr. Lisa Brewer. We've had some really great from subjects from how to build the energy on the stage to maximizing your profits in your business, to using artificial intelligence to maximize your the amount of work that you can do. So there's a lot of different topics, and not everybody can come every week, because they're running their business, but that's what the archives are for.
Yes.
And then there's also a workshop on how to get on a TEDx stage. There's just a lot of great information on there. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to share a short clip here of one of our favorite speakers here. He just happened to have been on a TEDx stage. And this presentation is so masterfully crafted. These are some of the things that I look for. So I'm just going to go ahead and share it. Some of you guys might recognize him as the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune. So here we go.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions-orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. you're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.
Wow, that was just some great stuff. Every time I see that clip of Mo on his TEDx talk, it just really inspires me because it really makes you think about how we can uplift people in journalism. So, and that's really what the Los Angeles Tribune is all about, is bringing that positive and uplifting education and helping people every day have a better day, so to speak. And that's really one of the reasons why I've been around the Los Angeles Tribune for, now 6 years. So, but I hope you're really enjoying today because we got great speakers all day. I'm really excited about this speaker. She spoke on other events that I've hosted. And so I'm excited to bring her up on the stage here in just a second. So our next speaker is Cynthia Clark. And so she is based out of Sedona. She and I were just talking yesterday and saying, I haven't been to Sedona in many years. And she says, you got to come and visit. But Cynthia is based out of Sedona, of course, and she is an author and a consciousness researcher specializing in hand analysis. Her work explores how conscious, subconscious, and higher minds are reflected in physical patterning and personal evolution. And so one of the things that we're gonna bring her up on stage about her talk, just so you know, we might pop in and out with some of the speakers just to ask questions, because I'm sure a lot of those questions the audience is having as well. So, but let's bring up Cynthia on the stage. She's going to be speaking about what if consciousness could be observed through physical patterning. Cynthia, welcome to the virtual stage here on the Los Angeles Tribune. How are you doing today?
Oh, thank you so much. I am doing really well, and I'm excited to be here. It's a beautiful day here in Sedona, and I love talking about consciousness and hands. And yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Well, we're gonna let's take it away, and I'm excited about you and your talk and what you're gonna teach us today.
Perfect. Right. So I want to just talk about the concept of what if consciousness could be observed through physical patterning, and what if that patterning was literally on your body, and that part of your body is your hands. So I was at a crossroads 17 years ago when I was going through a life change. I had sold my restaurant and I was in between jobs. I didn't know what I was going to do with the rest of my life. So I went to the library and I ended up picking up a book on palmistry, of all things. And that book completely changed my life. I had this really profound deja vu experience. So I don't know if you've ever had deja vu, but when it happens, it can be really interesting and dramatic. And that's exactly what happened to me. I felt like I had studied that book before. I felt like I knew everything about it. I felt like there was something waking up within me that I wasn't aware of. And I got a really clear message that day, and I'm not sure who it was from, whether it was my higher self or an angel or a spirit guide, I'm not sure. But the message was very clear, and it came in and it said, you need to study this again. And so that led me down the road to studying hands. And so I started testing it out on people, and I didn't know anything about it, but I ended up just testing a few things out here and there. And what happened was the response was overwhelmingly positive. And I realized, hey, there's something to this. And this is not some hokey thing that, a lot of people don't even think about. So that was 17 years ago, and I've never looked back since. So I'm super grateful to have discovered this amazing thing called our hands, because it is really the roadmap to your consciousness. And you can see all kinds of things reflecting through your hands. So I want to invite everybody who is watching to go ahead and just look at your own hands and look at the texture. Is your skin soft, or is it more of a thicker skin? Texture has to do with your sensitivity. People with thinner skin in their hands are more sensitive. Also, look at the color. If you bend those fingers back, what color is showing up in your hands? So color relates to emotions. And you can see, well, if there's some redness showing up, that means that you are looking for more control in your life. If you're seeing yellow, that means maybe you worry a little bit. So color can change, by the way. Your hands change over time. So the science of palmistry, by the way, goes back over 5,000 years. It's one of the oldest sciences in the world. And we know that the Gutenberg Press, the third book ever printed, was a palmistry book. We know that it was taught in universities in the 1400s. We know that Aristotle taught it to Alexander the Great. And he used to read his generals' hands. And we know that it was also banned in the 1500s, 1559, in Italy, and the punishment was death. Can you imagine being killed for reading hands? And of course, I like to ask the question of why would they do that? Why would they ban it and then kill you if you were caught reading hands? Especially for something so ancient, 5,000-year-old science. So modern palmistry, we call chirology, by the way. So that's the scientific term for hand analysis, is really so much more than most people might imagine. And so today I'm going to be taking you through some exploration of your hands, and we're going to discover some things together. I definitely encourage you to look at your own hands as we go through this. So how do the hands relate to consciousness? Well, there's actually a connection between your hands and your brain. So the lines in your hands and the fingerprints actually form 5 months before birth. And the lines do change, though, by the way. So that represents your free will and how you interact with the world. But the fingerprints, they don't change. So when we think of this connection, the brain and the hands are developing at the same time while you're in the womb, there's definitely a connection. The lines in the hand actually mimic the neural pathways of the brain. So you can look at your hands and you can go, wow, my mind is right here. And it's really very interesting. We also know that the brain has a connection to the hands more than any other part of your body. A full 1/3 of your brain is connected to your hands. So that's way more than any other part of your body. So I'd like for you to think of this as a two-way street. It's a two-way street to connecting your consciousness and also communicating to your consciousness through your hands. And you can totally track changes over time. You can see how your hands are not static, especially the lines, especially the minor lines. But first up, I want to just have you take a look at the conscious mind. So the conscious mind is located in what we call the headline. Okay, so if you take a look at your own hands, the headline is going to be the one that goes across the middle part of your hand. And it starts just over here above the thumb. So take a look at that line and then ask yourself, is this line straight or does it curve? Okay, so the straighter that line is, the more logical your mind works. Okay, so if it's just going straight across, if it curves and it comes down here towards what we call Luna, that is more of an intuitive thinker. Okay, so that's the first thing I want you to ask yourself. Second thing I want you to look at is, does this line go, is it long or is it short? Right? So if it's long, it's actually going to come all the way across the hand and it's going to end somewhere under that little finger. So if you have a long headline, that means that your consciousness is working overtime. We call that the octopus brain. It's somebody who has their tentacles going all over the place and they want to think a lot, right? They want to think about a lot of things and they reiterate stuff over and over again. If you have a shorter headline, that would be ending somewhere under the middle finger. Okay, so if you have a short headline, that means you're going to be very decisive and you're not going to think about it ever again. So when we look at an average headline, that's going to end somewhere under the ring finger. Okay, so most people's headlines will end there. And so this can show you how you think. And when you understand how you think, you can work with that information to guide you in your life. So I actually read for a lady one time, and she had a writer's fork in her headline, which means that you're going to have a tiny little fork at the end of this headline, and it's just going to split a little bit, right? So if you have that, that means that you have a gift of writing. And so this lady that I read for, she had this in her hands. She was looking to change her career, expand her career. She ended up writing a book. And she was so happy to tell me about it later because she's like, if you hadn't told me about my writer's fork, I don't know if I would have done it or if I would have even realized that gift I had within myself. So I know that knowing some of these things can really be super helpful for people who are willing to open the doorway to understanding a little bit more about themselves. You can also see things in the headline. For example, do you worry? Are you somebody who worries too much? Well, that's going to reflect in the headline as chaining or what we call islands. So instead of the line just going straight and being clear and strong, it's going to look like little bubbles forming on the line. So if you have little bubbles, that represents trouble. Okay, so this can show up on any line, by the way. It's not necessarily just the headline. But if you have these little bubbles, that's going to show where you're worrying. And do these change? Yeah, for sure. I've tracked people over many years, and you can see the evolution in the hands. So we want to understand what is going on so that we can make better decisions in our lives and we can actually alter the reflection that's going to show back at us. Okay, so that's the conscious mind. Now, what about the subconscious, right? Because 95% of our mind is actually run by the subconscious. So the subconscious actually shows up in the hand shape. Okay, so I wrote a book about this, by the way, called Stories in Your Hands. And it turns out that we have these different archetypes, and they are formed in the 16 basic hand shapes. And then we also have 6 secondary elements that can show up. So your hand shape forms by the time you're about 5 or 6 years old. So when you think about it, when you're a baby, when you're just born, you are completely in your subconscious mind. And they've actually measured this in the brain states. So children are in the delta and theta brain states all the way up until age 6. And the hand shape is also forming at that time. So when you think about it, it means that our personality is forming at that time. Our subconscious is absorbing everything in our environment. This is why little kids put everything in their mouths, right? When you think about that, why do they do that? It's because they are learning and they're trying to figure out this physical body, right? So the hand shape is going to reflect this subconscious patterning. So I'm going to invite everybody again to look at their hands, and we are going to start off. And you probably don't have one of these, but when I read for people, I actually do measure this, and it is calipers. So we actually take the middle finger, we measure the middle finger in relationship to the palm. Okay, so I want you just to look at that and ask yourself, is the palm or is that finger 3/4 or less the length of the palm? Okay, so you can have either short fingers or long fingers. Okay, so if you have short fingers and then we measure the length of the palm, so going from the base of the middle finger to what we call the rascets, which is the bracelet line at the base of the palm, you measure that relative to the width. Okay, so the width, we go from the edge of the thumb all the way across to the edge of the hand. So if you have a square palm, you can either have a square palm or a rectangular palm. Okay, so those are the two measurements I want you guys to look at. So if you have short fingers and a rectangular palm, that's what we call a fire hand. Okay, so fire hands are going to be they're passionate and they're visionary. That means your mind wants to create. They're super creative types. So we also have short fingers and a square palm, right? So typically that would be a thick hand too, by the way. So if we have that configuration, that's an earth hand. So if you have an earth hand, you're going to be more focused on stability and legacy. You're very practical. You're a doer type, but in a very practical, physical way. If you have long fingers and a rectangular palm, so you can think of like the piano player's fingers, very delicate, very thin, typically. The water types are going to be more emotional. And they need to pay attention to their emotional realm. They're intuitive. They're the empaths. They're the ones who are absorbing everything around them. They're the feelers. And then if you have the long fingers and a square palm, that is what we call the air hand. That's going to be more analytical. So if you're an analytical type, you need to express your ideas. You need to share your thoughts. And you need to express yourself through your logical, conscious mind. Okay, so ultimately, we want to work with our hand shape and our subconscious in order to really come into balance. I always tell people, do whatever your hands are telling you that you are, be that type. Okay, so if you're fire, be fire. If you're air, be air. You don't want to try and be something that you're not, because that's where you're going to run into trouble and you're not going to be fulfilled, and you're also going to be going against your nature. So always be your type, but you want to be your type in balance, right? So you can look at your fire, if you have a fire hand like me, it's like, well, how am I being creative? Or am I spreading myself too thin? Am I going, fire hands have a tendency to jump all over the place sometimes. So, we need to bring it in more like a candle, right? So these are just some of the things I want you to think about. Okay, so I read for a couple one time and they were having trouble relating to each other. And we ended up looking at their hands and their hand shapes. And it turned out they were compatible, but they were out of balance in this compatibility. So I ended up working with each one, and that it ended up helping their relationship. It helped them to understand each other in so many deeper ways. So that's just one application of understanding the subconscious mind. So we also have our superconscious, right? And our superconscious is located in the fingerprints. And the fingerprints form 5 months before birth. They never change. They are going to reflect your higher self. Okay, so what I want to do with you right now, we have a couple more minutes, is we're going to do a little practice. We're going to connect with our higher selves. So we're going to do a process that's holding a mudra, right? Mudras are hand positions. And I want you just to hold your thumb and your index fingers together. Okay, so this is the famous mudra that you've probably seen in Buddha statues and things like that. So go ahead and just hold that. And what I want you to do is we're going to repeat this after me. Higher self, please anchor and balance my elements and DNA to return back to harmony in all timelines and all dimensions now. I connect to the earth below my feet and the higher density consciousness as I welcome and allow my higher self to co-create with me. I welcome healing and activation of my highest timeline and highest potential now. Thank you, and so it is. All right, and I just want you to notice how that feels when you do that, but this is how you can communicate with your higher self and your higher consciousness. So I hope everybody had some fun.
So, Cynthia, when we do the alignment with our fingers, isn't that kind of getting the electrical system in the body flowing correctly so it can connect to your higher self? I was just curious.
Yes, definitely. The mudras, they've been around for thousands of years, just like palm reading. And so, working and manipulating with the hands connects right back into the brain. And so you can totally make that connection and you can work with it. I call these the palm portals too. Each finger holds a different portal. And you can also see how well you are communicating with your higher self or how much you're actually receiving. There's a line in the hand called the Mercury line. And that's the line that comes from your little finger. And it's a diagonal line that comes down the hand. If that line is nice and clear, that means that you are hearing your higher self and you're communicating with your higher self. Unfortunately, a lot of people have some stress in that line.
Yes.
Very interesting.
What I'm curious about, Cynthia, and I know you've read my hands before, and I'm always so fascinated with the information that our body comes and that our body gives us. What I'm curious about are in leadership, because many of us are in leadership positions. Are there certain markers or things in the hands, or are there even certain hand positions we can do as leaders to channel through energy that we might need for presentations?
Absolutely. Leadership does show up in the hands in multiple ways. Number one, it could be in the fingerprints, so it could be a purpose. Okay, so when I read for your fingerprints, I would read all 10 of your fingerprints and we would determine if that's actually a life purpose for you. There's also a marker underneath what we call the Jupiter finger. You might have a star that's located here. Okay, so it looks like a little asterisk type symbol underneath. It's like 3 intersecting lines under the Jupiter finger. Mm-hmm. If you have that, that is what we call the marker of the leader or the high achiever. Another would be to look at the Jupiter finger itself. This is called your leadership finger. So if you have a long Jupiter finger relative to your Apollo finger, that is another indication that you should be in charge. And so those are just a couple of ways to check.
Mhm. So how can this information help someone who might be a CEO running a company? Or I often think of like high-level attorneys who might be in a partnership that have, offices in all 50 states, the top of the people in their professions. How can knowing some of this information assist them in common decision making?
Yeah, I actually read for a billionaire one time.
What
Because I
market
used
would I know you?
I used to live in Aspen, Colorado. That was a 7-year chapter of my life. And I had this low-key billionaire walk in one day where I was reading, and and I didn't know who he was, by the way. And he came in and he's just like, "Oh, I need to get my hands read." I'm like, "Okay."
I just
I
stumbled
didn't.
in.
Yeah, he just wandered in and needed a reading, so I gave him one. He wanted to know his life purpose. So that was the question that he had, and that's actually one that a lot of people ask me, because that's the soul imprint, that's the superconscious that goes beyond the personality. So anyway, about, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes into the reading, he stopped me for just a minute and he's like, "Okay, I need to just let you know that, after we're done with this reading, I'm going to tell you who I am." Which was really, it suddenly made me kind of nervous. Like, "Oh no, who is this guy?"
It's a test.
And yeah, I was kind of nervous about it. But the second thing he said was, "What I want you to know is that this is extremely relevant and pertinent, and it is dead accurate." And so for a billionaire to say something like that, and then afterwards he told me who he was, he said, "This is amazing information. Thank you so much for this reading. I'm going to take this information and I'm going to use it in my decision making so that I'll be more in alignment."
Wow. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Well, it just shows you how the lives that you've changed and helped with your work. So
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm grateful.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Cynthia, for being here with us today. It's been a pleasure. And every time I have to say that you share, I'm always thankful that I get to listen because I always learn something new. Because now I'm looking at my hands going, what color are they today?
I know I'm doing the same thing. I'm looking at my hand.
Good. Good. I'm glad.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. I really appreciate it.
I always find it fascinating. I always do. There's messages everywhere as long as we are conscious enough to look and to ask.
Yeah, I've always said and felt, based on our studies that both of us have had, and Cynthia and these speakers have had, I would say the universe is always talking to you. It just you got to slow your mind and heart down, to a point where you can hear it. So,
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's part of what we're doing and learning about here today on the Speaker's Inner Circle. We are all about consciousness today and creating that awareness. So, Jeremy, what do we have next?
Oh, wow. So there's just some great information, great nuggets. Our next speaker is fabulous as well. She and I have talked on the phone a few times, watched her, and she's been a part of our group, and great energy, always comes in with a smile. And so let me tell you a little bit about our next speaker. And this is going to be a little bit of a different presentation than we've been doing today so far, but it's going to be more in alignment with what the Los Angeles Tribune typically does, which is an interview. So, but let me tell you about Carrie Bouquet. And she is a coach, a subconscious transformation practitioner who helps women consciously evolve from successful corporate careers into self-led authority in their own business by uncovering and rewiring subconscious patterns that shape how they lead, decide, and show up. Her talk, or her subject today, is From Corporate Success to Self-Led Authority, the Conscious Identity Shift no one talks about. So let's bring up Carrie on the.
Ooh, I'm excited for this. Welcome, Carrie.
Hey there. So great to be here. So excited. It's been a great series of conversations and presentations. So excited.
Absolutely. We're just building the energy here, just building the energy and building the community, which is, to me, exciting.
Well, it's such a great community.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. Donna's just, she's just elated. So she's,
I am, because you're going to be talking about a couple of my favorite topics. So women, corporate leadership. So.
I think I just want to kick it off with a question about, when we're looking at switching from corporate, which a lot of us have been a part of, and especially for women, going from a corporate structure into a self-led authority. When you think about that, what led you to begin focusing on this particular transition within our community?
Well, thank you so much for that question. As is so often the case with coaches and practitioners and consultants, we're often helping where we once struggled. And for me, I came off a 20-year successful career in aerospace. And let me tell you, I had so much confidence that my skills and my passion would carry me to ultimate success in my business. And so I had a lot of early momentum and it felt really good. But then it got eroded. It got eroded by old habits and old perspectives that no longer fit the environment that I was in as a business owner. And so trying to solve that problem, I read the books, I listened to the podcasts, I bought the courses, I did it all. I did all the things on the outside that were supposed to make me successful. And yet I still struggled. And what I found that the real traction came when I turned inward and I started doing the inner work. And it was really looking at the programs and patterns and shifting the programs and patterns that were underneath it all, that were driving the behaviors, that I had tangible change. And really, it was life altering to my business and my life. And now I get the great opportunity to help other women do that inner work so that they can thrive in business and life. And it's just so exciting.
Love it. Love it. Love it. So, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm curious, Carrie. A lot of people transitioned, especially since the pandemic, from the employee style world or the corporate world into entrepreneurship. But one of the vast mistakes I think a lot of people make is they don't necessarily shift or change their mindset, and they still act like an employee running a business or trying to be in a business or maybe in a partnership with a different organization. What are some of those patterns? How do they show up?
Well, I mean, you nailed it. I mean, that is one of the biggest things, is holding on to that employee mindset. And, these business owners, they're going in and they're like, I'm starting my own business. I am going to be my own boss. But then they're doing behaviors like looking to others for external validation. They're ticking the boxes. They're waiting for someone else to tell them what's next. What's the next move? And that's all employee mindset. And that gets them in trouble because they are their own boss. They have to make the decisions. They have to lead themselves. And that's where the inner authority is so pivotal and so crucial to being a success in business.
And I think that's really about taking initiative, right? I mean, one of those things in a corporate world, you're looking for whoever the leader is in your particular small part of the organization.
Yeah.
And so I've always trained people when I was in corporate that you still have to act like an entrepreneur. And so, which is hard because when you stand out like that, then, the corporation kind of says, no, get back in line.
Yeah, there's a lot of box putting in corporate, and it works for corporate. But once you get out of that environment, you need to be able to stand in your authority, stand in your autonomy, and make those decisions that are so critical that possibly you used to defer to someone higher up. Now you're at the top. And now it's your decision. And if you're running the old programs and patterns of the employee mindset, you're going to spin your wheels because you're waiting for someone else.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true there. What advice would you have for a company or an organization? Say it's not a typical corporate structure, but you might have various agreements or partnerships, but yet a lot of the ones that are to be like an independent contractor are trying to operate out of an employee mode. What advice would you give to the company?
To the company, that's so interesting. I think there's behaviors that come from the boss and the leadership as much from the person who is stuck in employee mindset. Like they reinforce one another. So as leadership, you have to really name it and say, hey, you are independent here. Your success comes from your independent decision making. And not only say it, but live into it and expect that kind of behavior. So, in most business settings, whether they're corporate or smaller or they're alternative, you do have ways of assessing performance. And if you measure performance on the independent thinking, then you're going to reinforce that particular behavior that you want rather than an employee mindset.
So you're almost like self-assessing yourself through your own evaluation, but also maybe through your clients. You're getting that type of evaluation, like a 360 feedback type of thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Very, very cool. Yeah, so I've seen some of those patterns, and I think any of us have stepped out in entrepreneurship. You start to see those patterns where you're starting to wait a second. There's nobody here to ask permission from.
And wouldn't it be so nice if there was? I mean, sometimes it's just like this decision is just too hard. Can't someone else make it? But that's part of our power, right? Is when we do make that decision.
So,
go ahead, Jeremy.
Oh, I was just going to say, when we're looking at these patterns, Donna's already asked you for some advice on this, but like, what are some things that you can catch? Like, I've caught this on myself as well. So when they start going into that employee pattern, what are some of the techniques that they can do to like, wait a second, stop?
Yeah. Folks who are listening may be saying, okay, maybe there's something to this. Maybe there's something underneath the behaviors that's driving the behaviors. And the way you uncover that is you get curious. Curiosity is such a powerful tool. And when you start to go to do an activity, start to ask yourself, why am I doing this activity? Am I doing it because I'm afraid of something? Am I doing it to prove myself? And also ask yourself, what am I not doing in this moment? What am I not doing that I know I should be doing? And why am I not doing that thing? Is it because I'm waiting for permission from someone else? These are important questions to start raising the awareness. And as you raise awareness, you can say, oh, I am actually doing this. So there's an acceptance there. And you have awareness and acceptance, then you can move into action, which is where meaningful change happens.
That is actually so good right there. Absolutely there. I'm going to go out here on a little bit of a limb, so to speak. In something that you had said earlier, when you said, the leader needs to look at themselves and the people need to look at themselves, in the world of metaphysics, there's this energy that if it's inside of me and I'm seeing it outside of me, or if I see something outside of me, it's also within me. You think if the leader would sit down and shift or make some of these pattern breaks and changes, what they would see or the behavior from the outside of the other person also shift and change? Or is it really that symbiotic, or do you think or see it differently?
Well, I think that's all about radical responsibility, right? When you're trying to affect change in someone else, it starts with you, right? And so when you're asking someone else to lead, when you're asking someone else to look inward, you lead by example and you take the time to reflect inward and to look at what's driving your behaviors. So absolutely, that's a huge part of leadership, is that self-reflection and that inner work.
Because I know one of our people that come within the Los Angeles Tribune, Dr. Joe Vitale, he talks about some things like this often with the Ho'oponopono prayer.
Hmm.
And if you go back to the research, this person actually just sat in the prayer and changed an entire hospital, and
Wow.
everybody got to be released because they were healed from the prayer that was being done. So that energy affected. So
Mhm,
I'm just
mhm.
curious how much of this is really just all tied together.
Well, we're all one, right? It's all an illusion that we're separate. So absolutely. And that example is so powerful. Um, we it's a give and a take. The barriers are, as I said, just an illusion. And we all know that we're in these conversations, that there's nothing separate from us at the quantum level, right? And so I think you make a really great point there.
Well, I think that centers around the conversation of consciousness too. When we talk about we're all one, which a lot of people resist. But when you think about it, if we're part of this great consciousness, then doesn't that mean that we're not alone? And as we're making decisions in our lives and changing our lives, as you're suggesting, going from corporate into self-led authority, that there's a great consciousness that we're tapped into. That's in its essence guiding us. So.
And I want to nuance that, right? There's a great consciousness that we can be tapped into.
Yeah.
There's a level that we are automatically, but there's the next level when we consciously choose it. And I think a lot of newer business owners, once they get past that early momentum and they start to struggle a little bit, they kind of turtle. They not in the way that I'm suggesting in terms of doing the inner work, but kind of like cocoon themselves against the world, like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. And instead of reaching out for support, whether it's from humanly support or from the consciousness level, and actually tuning into that to get the support they need, they turtle. And that can be a big roadblock as well.
Oh yeah, they're also trying to do everything.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things where I'm the designer, I'm this, I'm that, I'm human resources.
Part of that's by necessity, let's be honest.
Well, it is, of course, in the beginning, but I'd like to see that conversation when you're on your own human resources department, you complain to yourself. So conversations.
I'd like to file a complaint, please.
I'd like to file. Yep, that would be or an incident report. So wonderful conversation. I mean, when you really think about it. You think about it when somebody's doing this work. I mean, you're really helping. Are you specifically just helping women? Is that primarily what you're doing? But
well, so I have Wildly Whole Woman, and Wildly Whole Woman is about helping women. The mission is to help women build this community, this global community of women rooted in inner authority and embodied power. Now, that's where I specialize, and that's my mission. But that does not mean that this does not apply across the board to business owners who've had, male or female, who've had successful careers in corporate, right? The work that I do specializes in women, but is applicable across the board.
Of course.
What I'm curious about that, because you do specialize working with women, are the issues exactly the same, or are they different than men to how they approach transitioning from the corporate to the entrepreneurial world?
I do think there's some significant differences. I think part of what I see as a trend is, for example, the certifications. I see a lot of women in business going for more certifications, more accreditations to build their credibility versus the men who will be like, dude, I got it. There's a little bit of that. So I see women who already, they've had 10, 15, 20 years successful career in corporate saying, oh, well, I'm not enough yet. I don't have enough credibility in this area yet. So they spend their time on the education rather than the doing. So that's an example of where I would say there's a little bit of a difference. Another example would be visibility. I see a lot of women who are hiding. And I believe there is more of a social pressure that leads them to that hiding. They're in terms of their fear of judgment, fear of where, or this sense of where they're meant to be, rather than speaking out and speaking up. They're meant to stay quiet, and that's a hard one to hear, and that's a hard one to say, but is a very much part of the academic structure that boys and girls grow up in, and there's a difference there.
You know, you reminded me of an example that I had in my head. And when men go out on a speaking stage and say they have this idea for a new program, they will just go out and sell it to see who will sign up for it and then create the program. Whereas a woman would say, no, I have to create the program, test it, try it, and then go on stage to sell it. Is that like something that you also see the difference?
100%. That level of perfectionism is also a way of hiding. It ties right into the hiding that I was talking about. It's safety. It's safety in making it good enough, right? It's an internal program, one of the 4 core programs of not being enough. So they have to do all this extra stuff to make it perfect or make it ready. And that actually is a major disadvantage when you're looking at whether it's in corporate or in the business world as an entrepreneur, like speed to market, right? If you are spinning your wheels, making it perfect and spending months and months, and that guy over there, he just, he did it in a weekend, went out on stage and started selling it and learning as he's doing it. You get your momentum from the action, you get your lessons from the implementation. And there's definitely an advantage that you have from taking messy action, if you will.
And I think that some of that has to do with, too, there's the way, correct me if I'm wrong, I could be absolutely wrong, the more of the compassion, the way of thinking that what a woman will think about, being more nurturing, but also because they've been silenced through our culture in a lot of ways, and especially in corporate America. The female executives that I know have had to work 3 times as hard as the other people, and so people get a little upset with that subject, but the reality is it's true. And
then you take it to the next level when you take minority women or other minorities who have been silenced even more. So there's this like degree of silencing.
Yeah, I've witnessed that in my own career. I've seen female executives that were paid less than the people, their peers, their male peers, and somehow they found out, and that's not a good feeling. So
yeah.
And
well,
so
a little side tip, a side note here. This is the first year in like 20 years. I don't know the exact number. First year, the pay gap between men and women has increased rather than gotten smaller.
Well, good. Well, good, not good. You're saying it's gotten worse?
The gap has gotten bigger. It's expanded again.
Oh, I was thinking like it got better, but no. Wow.
This is the first time in many, many years that it got worse.
Wow.
So we've got some work to do.
We definitely do. And that's why we have.
And more women in business will be more women who can own their authority, stand in their power in their business as business owners and business leaders. More power to the entire world.
Yeah. Well, and I think too, the work you're doing is helping women stand up and find their own, some people will say their purpose or their soul purpose or whatever, but I think it's really just help them find their inner power.
Yeah. And, it's finding their inner power, their inner authority, in terms of wildly whole woman, when they discover the truth of who they are, they remember the truth of who they are. Within that is that wild spark that's uniquely theirs. And what I'm helping them do is to breathe life into that wild spark so that it can shine and become this bright, beautiful flame that lights up the world.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, Carrie, I think it's wonderful what you're doing, and in the message that you're giving, and the women that you're working with. Keep up the amazing work, and thank you so much for sharing your wisdom here with us today.
Absolutely. It's been so wonderful having this conversation with the both of you. Thank you so much for hosting and just leading such a great event.
Thank you. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Carrie. And as I'm trying to navigate here.
Well, Donna, as usual, great conversation. Really makes you think. I mean, I think when we're thinking about consciousness, we have to really start thinking outside of our own box, so to speak. And when we do that, then it allows us to grow. And what a reward that is, both spiritually and just in general everyday life. So
yes, absolutely. Absolutely there. And I know what we're going to do here is we are going to just take a quick commercial break, Jeremy. And then when we come back, you and I are going to be talking a little bit about our next speaker, which I am so excited to have.
absolutely.
The world is full of information, but information alone doesn't change the world. Stories do. For generations, media measured itself by circulation, demographics, and yesterday's definitions of influence. But the world has changed. Today, the most powerful currency in media is inspiration. At the Los Angeles Tribune, storytelling is not just journalism, it's art. We are a Grammy-nominated storytelling company, shaping narratives that reach across industries, cultures, and generations. Through documentary films, podcasts, audiobooks, virtual summits, global journals, and stages that bring leaders together, we share stories that uplift, empower, and move people forward. We blend the legacy of a historic newspaper brand with the creative power of modern media. Because the future of media isn't just about reporting what happened, it's about inspiring what's possible. We are the Los Angeles Tribune, a Grammy-nominated storytelling company, challenging the status quo of media.
All right, there we have it. It's always challenging the status quo of media. I love that. And I'm happy that I am so in alignment with that, because if we're going to make change or affect change in the world, it starts here, and it starts with what we're doing right here today, Jeremy.
Yeah. And honestly, I think the topics that we're having just help shift us as well. But that's what I'm just excited to see all of our people from the Speakers Inner Circle be here and be a part of this event and speaking on this event. So yeah, I love what we're doing here at the Tribune.
I do as well. And the Speakers Inner Circle, it is a community of like-minded people who are coming together, that we're learning, we're building a community. We get sneak peeks at new things coming within the Tribune, but also putting together and being out on different speaking platforms to share the message. So Jeremy, share with us a little bit about why it's important to share our message and really put your information out there, and how it facilitates in changing the status quo to educate, inspire, uplift. What kind of world can we really create?
Well, I really feel like getting our messages out there is to speak from your heart, because what is one of the things that a lot of us, like Carrie was suggesting, we've held back. And so when we provide spaces for speakers or people that are going out there and want to educate and uplift, we're giving them a voice to be able to speak from their heart and really help uplift the consciousness of this planet. And at first, when I first started out as a speaker, too many years that I want to count ago, I really thought it was about, I had this huge mission, and that's great. Like you mentioned, big goals earlier. We all have those. But I just feel like when we give other people a voice, just like we have a voice, we give permission to people to stand in their inner authority, as Carrie was just speaking about, and really share that message with the world. And that, to me, changes the world, because when we're all speaking from the heart, from our own inner authority, I mean, you can't beat that. That means we have permission to live our lives in an authentic way. So that's really what we're doing here at the Inner Circle.
Yes, we are. And if somebody wanted to know a little bit more information about the Inner Circle, where would we send them?
You would go to latinnercircle.com, and pretty easy, just latinnercircle.com. And it's going to spell out exactly what we're doing there and talk about even some of the projects that we do here at the Los Angeles Tribune. Like, one of my favorite ones to talk about is Pillars of Power, as well as Return of the Lioness, and the book publishing that we've done, the Grammy nomination that we just got this year. I mean, there's just, that's a part of being the Inner Circle and being a part of a group that is really trying to change things in a positive way here every day for our everyday lives. So, so latinnercircle.com.
I love it. I shared it here in our chat just a moment ago here. I'll put it in here as well. One of the things that I absolutely love about the Inner Circle is how it integrates into all of the other avenues within the Los Angeles Tribune, whether it be podcasting, book publishing, maybe it might be movies, which is, my favorite topic there. And, there are so many different things that we have and that we do within the Los Angeles Tribune. Maybe it's media, maybe it's marketing and branding and putting your message out there, showcasing on all of our many different platforms that we have. And everything that we do is designed to share with you in that. And so just a real quick, I'm so excited for the Pillars of Power, Jeremy. I'm going to tell you that. And we have some of the best in the personal development, the best in the speaking world in this movie. We have Dr. Joe Vitale, Reverend Michael Beckwith, Marie Diamond, John Asseroff, Ken Honda, Sharon Lecter, so many amazing people who have gone before us, that as when we look at Pillars of Power, the hidden secret behind achieving greatness, what did it really take for them to be and to go out on top? And then to take that and share that, not even through the movie, but also within the people in the community of the Inner Circle.
Well, I'm excited about it. We've been working on it for a while, and and I'm just excited to see all the work finally come to fruition, I guess is the best way to put it. So
yes, absolutely. So check us out, latinnercircle.com. Membership is open. If you want to be involved within the Los Angeles Tribune and learn more about some of these things, this is a great place to start. Now, Jeremy, I know we have another amazing speaker with us today.
Yeah, she's one of our keynotes today. So
she is.
Yeah. So I'm excited. She and I have developed quite the friendship over the last few months, and loved her energy. I met her in San Diego back in November when we were filming Return of the Lioness. And so I just saw her and I thought, wow, love her energy. So I'm excited to introduce Dr. Kim Redman, who is the founder of Creatrix Go Quantum. And she has 1 foot in science and 1 foot in spirit, which I totally agree with. She's got a lot of just great information to share. Dr. Kim is a living bridge. She works with conscious entrepreneurs who want to create legacy, mission, wielding the expert model TM to break our timeline therapy to create concrete ceilings and launch them nationally and internationally into crazy success. Dr. Kim is a North American expert in NLP, timeline therapy, hypnosis, and results coaching. We're going to be actually interviewing her today on consciousness, impact, and power. So let's bring up Dr. Kim here on the stage. And hello, Dr. Kim. How are you today?
I'm fabulous, Jeremy. Hi, Donna.
Hello.
I'm so excited that we get to hang out for the next little bit. And as always, I just want to say thank you. You are both doing such extraordinary work that is needed. It's needed so badly right now. And you guys are leading from the heart. So I'm honored to be on the train.
Love it.
Thank
Love
you.
it. And I just, Tiffany's gurring in the comments. I'm not sure why she's doing that, but it's
Oh, well, little known secret. We have filmed For the Rise of the Lioness, The Power of Feminine Leadership. And yes, Dr. Kim Redmond is one of our stars and guest experts in that. So all of those little gurrs are just lionesses roaring for her.
okay. I just wanted to know about the inside. I thought it was
now you know the inside
bit.
scoop. That's what happens. That's what happens when you get a bunch of women together.
They gur. Okay, I got
There's a lot of gurring.
Love it. So there's so much to talk about in this subject.
I know, and you've had such amazing people on already. And I was thinking, I know we're going to chat about some things, but I was hoping maybe can we clear up a couple of myths, like right on the front end of this, because I think it would be super helpful because you have so many amazing speakers. I'm going to say, because it's one of the things that, my inbox will fill with, my technique versus my technique. And I'm here to tell you they all work. Mm-hmm. All the techniques work. And because we are this system, this holographic, multidimensional system, people get plugged into either, they're doing their physical technique, or they're doing their emotional technique, or they're doing their mental consciousness techniques, or their spiritual practices. And I want to celebrate them all and add in today's world where the frequency is speeding up. I think that becomes a question for us. Well, how do we speed up this impact? And the impact is when we start to synthesize and then synergize techniques from each of those boxes. Because by the time we have patterns that are running in our life, they're in our neurology. They're not just in our etheric aura or in our etheric levels. So I think when we can find places, and this was the research that came out while I was doing my PhD that created quantum leadership, which was mapping what the ancient wisdoms and mystery schools, what behaviors and core competencies they did for leadership, and how do we install them faster. And one of the nuances was actually adding in a neuroscience twist to speed it up so that we can do now in 12 hours or in 3 months what used to take 3 years or 10 years in the traditional ancient wisdom schools. So I'm hoping that that's going to open everyone's paradigm a little bit to explore if they're really comfortable spiritually, maybe they add in one of the other boxes for that.
I think that's a very interesting topic because, I have found a lot of that where people say, this is the way I do it, this is the way I do it. And it's almost like there's an energy when you feel it that they're trying to, it's like there's something that triggered them, when you were talking about your technique or whatever that was. And so I think it's almost like a spiritual competition in a sense. And I think that when you added another tool in your tool belt, it's not saying that the way you're doing it is incorrect. Like you mentioned, we're celebrating. You're just saying this may be a different perspective that you can add to your tool belt, so to speak.
Right. So we're adding a little nitrous oxide into the fuel. We're adding a faster focus that's cleaner, that's gentler when we're working across them all. And you and I, Jeremy, we've had just the best conversations over the last 6 months.
Yeah.
And I really, really, feel when we're speaking about these things, so many of us have so many modalities. We have so many different spiritual techniques or psychological techniques. And the reality is we're still wearing a body. We are spirit, we have a body. And I think when I had cancer, cervical cancer, and was transmuting it, the shamans were very clear that I needed to start in the physical and work my way back out in reverse. When I broke C2, which I do not recommend to anyone, and was transmuting that, everyone was very clear I needed to start in the physical and work my way out. So I think if we can get to a place where we're saying, okay, how much time do I have? How much energy do I have? What is the fastest way for me to get to a certain resolution in my life where now I'm making it about thriving instead of transmuting the wounding? So I think when it comes to consciousness, sometimes we're having the wrong conversation. We're making it about the transmutation of the wounding instead of the thriving, the agency, the inner authority, the things that come after the wounding. I mean, we can clear up severe trauma in 10 to 12 hours and see it on a dry CAT scan. That annoys a lot of people. Other people go, yay, let me put that in my tool belt.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting because when you think about what's going on in the world right now, one of the things I feel is like it's like a consciousness is expanding.
Yes.
And right now, what's happening is it's like almost like, I realize people get, you can see what I'm doing on the camera, but it's almost like it's hitting their box, so to speak, and it's hitting their box. And as a result, the box is, it's a glass house, so to speak, and so it's going to shatter because it's based on not the essence of wholeness. And I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Right. Well, I think one of the ways that I see this coming up, and I hear a lot of this in discussion, is when we begin to talk about how this raise in consciousness, how the speed at which this is happening, how that smacking against the box is knocking on their certainty. And it was Dr. Virginia Satir who said people prefer the certainty of misery rather than the uncertainty of healing. I paraphrase here. And so for us, I think, how do we do our best to empower people into greater certainty as they're moving forward? Because you're right. The first thing that happens when we open our spirituality is spiritual ego. I didn't make this train. I'm just on it. So, that just is what it is, where mine is better or mine is better. And what I like to do is address it from a high performance psychology point of view of, by when do we need to be where? And from everything that's out there, what are the fastest ways to get where we're going? Carrie said something that I just want to tag on to. Research has shown all over the globe that we have this seed of what we would call the coming out as either unworthy or powerless or not good enough or unlovable. And that in part came out of my PhD research. And so if we have this universal that's happening for us, I think for me, that clears away any spiritual ego, that clears away any competition, and it brings it back to human. What for you as a human is going to work fastest, gentlest, without catharsis, and allow us to plug into our ikigai, as they say in Japan, our purpose, our reason for being. Because the faster I can plug into that, the faster I can grow my self-esteem. So, you and I have spoken about this before. There's this triad of time, money, and energy. And when we're working with consciousness, we come back to the awareness that we need all three, or it turns into a poverty triangle. If we have money and no time, or we have time but no money, or any combination and no energy whatsoever, then we can't hold space in the mission. And for all of us who are seeking to serve, it's not only growing that we need to do, we have to do that jump of the self-esteem, because our self-esteem is attached to our ability to stay empowered and hold space out in the world.
Yeah. Well, and do you think too, like when we're talking about self-esteem and things that even, Carrie or other speakers have spoken about, I've always felt that as I'm going throughout my day, so to speak, and things trigger my self-esteem, and I don't think anybody's escapes that. It's just it's part of the human condition.
Not if they're wearing a body.
Not if they're wearing a body, and and so we haven't reached that level of enlightenment yet. That to me, those insecurities, those are moments to say, "Ooh, I get to jump deeper inside of myself. I get to look at that."
Yes.
To me, it's exciting.
Yes, and I think that in consciousness, power, and mystical training, that is one of the stages. The recognition that the triggers or the times when we get really emotional, we want to project on someone else, that's spirit, higher self, the universe, the divine, whatever we're calling it, saying to you, this thing is standing in the way of you plugging into a higher frequency. Right. So it's this massive opportunity to just, and we say, here's, name it, claim it, own it, and take a time out while you're doing it to just, step back and go here's a quick technique. How old was I the first time I felt this way? What was going on? And who was with me? And that's the root of the trigger. And the context in where we get triggered is something completely different. But the root of the trigger, that is higher self saying, if we're going to plug into these transpersonal chakras, these areas of divine streaming down into our cells, molecules, and electrons, we need that channel to be clear. So as we're growing, consciously, intentionally growing, our triggers come up.
Wow.
They have to, because how else would we know to clear them?
It's like beach balls underwater. Eventually they have to pop up, and
Exactly.
then you have to look at it.
Exactly.
We're constantly spending most of our lives and trying to our entire body over the swimming pool. Stay down, don't come up. And then one comes up, you don't really have a choice.
I love that. And it's true, because our unconscious minds and higher selves are both symbolic and holographic, and they're so wise. So when we are ready never being a feeling, meaning that we are old enough and wise enough and resourced enough to rewrite that story attached to the trigger. The trigger comes up. And now we say what we always say. Well, you can spend 6 years clearing it, or you can spend a few moments with the neuroscience and spirituality combined, or you can spend 10 to 12 hours and do a whole just up level on your nervous system and all the triggers of this frequency. And I just want to be clear, we're not done. Because when we climb up another spiral, there'll be different triggers.
Yeah. No, I've always, that you bring up a very good point there, because I've always felt that even when what some people call the ascended masters, when they get to that level, they're going up they've got other paths or ascension, whatever we want to call it. And so it's not the soul is constantly expanding and growing. Right. And to say it doesn't is to limit its experience.
And then why would we take on a body and come to Earth anyway?
Right. This fun experience, I love it.
We get to have chocolate and smell spring and grass and orgasms and all of these incredible things that go with the physical body, and the joy and the love that come from those experiences. I want to remind everyone, and I'm sure all your spiritual advocates are aware of this, it doesn't just go from up to down or down to up. It's a two-way stream, creating what looks like a DNA helix from as it is above, so it is below, and as it is below, so it is above. So as we are transmuting this, I want to speak about, for just a moment, the concept of social and cultural karma for a moment, without getting heavy, There are two pieces to karma, which is kind of like a bank account. Every time we do something intentionally loving, awesome things go into the bank account. And every time we are more small-minded or meaner, there is a withdrawal. You can think of it very, very simply that way. But there's two pieces of karma. The karma of intention, like we did it intentionally. And then the karma when we didn't act and knew we should. So when we're speaking about the highest connections, chakra 7, 8, 9, the transpersonal chakras that come out of the body and the frequencies that are there, when we don't act as an individual, we have a cultural bank account too, a societal bank account. And every time one of us takes the journey along this incredible path, we transmute some of the societal karma. And that's what allows the frequency of society to grow, to come out of its polarity into its unity for us. And I think it's such an extraordinary opportunity right now because there is so much divisiveness.
Yeah. Do you think that sometimes the divisiveness, to me, on a consciousness level, not necessarily the physical level, to me sometimes like I was saying earlier with triggers, but to me the divisiveness is my opportunity to stay in balance. And
Yes.
so it may still be happening out there, and but what ends up happening is I get too pulled into an opinion, and I'm not going to say we can't form opinions, but to me,
Sure.
on a soulful level, I don't want to get so drawn into it that my energy gets pulled, because what I've felt like is sometimes my energy ends up over here.
Right. And that's the initiates and the mystical initiates' number one question that we get asked by our teachers. Where is your energy other than with you? So I think you raised this beautiful point that just because clickbait exists doesn't mean we have to click on it.
Mm-hmm.
Just because there's hate and terror being preached doesn't mean we have to add our energy to it. And I want to be clear, I'm not talking about hiding under a rock, not staying informed on current events. However, you can read headlines. You don't have to watch stories that are going to pull you emotionally and psychologically into that sphere, because keeping your own energy neutral, it becomes like food. What are you feeding yourself? Mm-hmm. And what are you allowing into your system, physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually? So if it's not going to source that, I'm going to spend a very small amount of time engaging with it.
Yeah. I think you said something really powerful there. And when I think about it, I've actually, and I teach my students this, but more importantly, I'll scroll through my timeline on purpose just to see my triggers. And then I'll breathe, so to speak, and go, look at it, because it just helps you. If I could stay more aligned, I'm more empowered.
Right. The second that, for a lot of us, there's all of us wearing a body, there's chemistry involved in our emotions. And very often we have the sensation of the neurotransmitters that are around anger or rage or betrayal. If we're running that story, it can make us feel powerful in the short term. However, what happens, and this is why I say we need to add in the neuroscience, what fires together wires together. So if you start to say to yourself, how many people did I tell that story to? How many times did I run that story that I was hard done by? We're actually hardwiring a loop of low frequency, because when we're in those loops, our prefrontal cortex is not firing. We're in the old brain. We're out of awareness. We're out of consciousness. So if we're going to be working on consciousness, we need to stay conscious and have our prefrontal cortex in there.
That raises up other questions when you think about it, because when we are thinking about, what's that some people say in spirituality, they call that the I am presence when you say
yes.
And there's a speaker out there that's talking about how how he healed himself. And one of the things he says is not to say, I am this, or I am this, because it really starts to solidify that in your energy. I didn't think about it from the neuroscience side, but from the energy side, we always say, I am broke, or I am, I am sick. And so,
and this is where the neuro-linguistic programming, I have the blessing of when the Standards and Ethics Committee came out for North America, that I was their special advisor for this industry running in 40 countries. And I'm here to tell you that the power of your words are spells. So you could have the symptoms of a disease, but you never say you have the disease. And Dr. Joe Dispenza says this really, really well. So I'm just going to cap up, because I know you and I can do this for hours for this and have a blast. It's not the word of the thing that you are pulling yourself to. It's the frequency of the thing. And that the frequency of the thing is determined by how your heart feels. Are you in gratitude for already having it? And this goes back to prayer, back with the Gnostics and the Essenes and the Gospels of Yeshua and the people who walked with Jesus. That the prayer wasn't the desperation prayer, because if you think about consciousness like water that pushes against it and causes ripples, and it says to the universe, you do not exist anywhere, as opposed to working from this quantum perspective that the ancients taught, that says everything already exists. I don't need to create it. I need to be in gratitude for it and that it exists. So my prayers are, thank you for having heard me and aligning myself to receiving this. And it's a different perspective on saying, if I want something in my life, I need to move me to it. And the faster we get a grip on that when it comes to consciousness work, the faster our lives change. Otherwise it becomes this excuse for, I tried that and it didn't work. Well, it's not because of the empty words. It's about, what did you do to move your life and your thinking and your feeling into the frequency of the thing that you're seeking.
Well, I think too, doesn't it require sometimes, because people will say to me all the time, well, I worked on that 10 years ago or 6 months ago. But I always say, what goes around comes around, because you'll revisit that over and over and over again. That's the blessing of the universe, because it brings it back to you until you no longer need that and the frequency changes.
Amen to that, Jeremy. And you know what? And I always like to say to people, and I've said that, I'm sure you've said that. Why, with the hand, didn't we do that earlier? Well, the reality is we didn't need to do that earlier because we weren't at that point of the frequency jump. Yeah. So if you're in motion, the things you need to transmute in that space for the frequency are the things that come up. It's not abstract. And yes, the universe is kind. We get an opportunity to go round and round and round until we go, oh, look, wait, it's me. I'm the thing.
I went off the hamster wheel.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's one of those things. But to me, that's what makes it exciting. And I know it doesn't feel like that in the moment, because you and I have both been in these spaces where in the moment you're like, this isn't all that fun. But when you look back on it, you're like, wow, I had to go through that in order to experience this. But you don't notice that at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I love about this is, in the process of that is where the transmutation of lower ego happens. In the process of that is where momentum happens. In the momentum, we get wisdom. You have to be in motion because the universe is. And energy in motion produces a sensation of emotion. So if we are not in motion, it's like attempting to ride a bike while it's still. All that happens is we fall over.
That is a new analogy. I haven't heard one. I always say 1 foot on the brake and 1 foot on the gas. You ain't going nowhere.
Truth.
I love that. It's really, and to me, I don't know about you, but to me, spirituality or self-help and the basic principle is easy.
Yes.
But because of the way we've been programmed, that makes it challenging.
Yes. And the way we've been programmed is do it to me.
Yeah. Yep.
And of course, that doesn't happen. The programming says this is being done to me, as opposed to I am here to actually engage in the journey. And the journey is not fun to the lower ego. And the lower ego, I mean, this is from Carl Jung's work all the way up to now. You know, the lower ego is going to fight to say, I'm right and you're wrong, as opposed to what frequency transmutes the entire thing.
Yeah, there's a book out there that not a lot of people know. It's called The Stranger Within by a guy named Marvin Kistler.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks about, and I don't remember the part of the brain, but it's this little piece of skin that connects the two sides of the brain.
Yes, the corpus callosum.
Then they have to sometimes surgically, cut that. And they have actually done experiments where the one side of the body tries to, like when one hand tries to do something, the other side of the body takes the other hand and tries to stop it, because it's so at odds or divisive in a sense.
Yes.
Struggle. Then that just demonstrates physically the
Yes.
inner struggle that's going on within us. So
I think my experience of working with, hundreds of thousands of people all over the world at this point, over the last number of years, either as an initiate or as North America's master trainer, is the patterns are not that many. And I think this is something that people need to hear. You're not broken. There's nothing wrong with you. The patterns are not that many. The thing is, the patterns are based on emotion. So they have many different contexts within them. So people will think, oh, this happened at work, so it's one pattern. And this happened in a relationship, and it's a different pattern. It's not. And your unconscious mind and higher self know exactly where those went into place. And exactly, and you and I have done some joyous work together, playing back and forth with all of the different techniques. Minutes to hours.
Yeah.
And it's done. And it's done, so that we can move on to the next thing. And for me, when we're working with consciousness, I think we're in a place in society, all the research is showing right now, it's not about being trauma informed. It happened. Now what? What's next? Where's our next evolution? Where's our next focus point? And as the poster child who have been through all the trauma, I'm not in any way devaluing that. I'm saying that is merely a pit stop on the highway to transmutation. And I think we need to put our focus in a different place.
Yeah, and that's one of the natural laws. So we can transmute. Energy never goes anywhere, but we can transmute it from one state to the next.
Right.
So
exactly.
that's what I personally believe that's what the ancient alchemists were trying to do. They were trying to show us that you are the gold.
Yes. Carolyn Myss speaks about this so elegantly in her books, Anatomy of Spirit and Sacred Contracts. She says that our triggers, our lower frequency, our blame, our projection is the lead that we're looking to find the source of, so that we can transmute it into the gold. Mm-hmm. And it has a 10-time output, which means however much energy we have locked into that, I'm going to invite everyone, come transform it, because it's a 10-time release on the other side.
Well, yeah, everybody come, because let's play.
Yes. And could we do that? Could we play instead of it being, the hard work? Can we play?
Yeah. One of the things I do, Dr. Kim, and I just wanted to get your thoughts about this, is giving our circle around us permission to do things. Like I call it the self-awareness game. I said, you have permission to tell me when I have a blind spot, as Tiffany was talking about earlier.
Yes.
Because it's something I'm not seeing, because and if I start to get offended, you say, hold on a second, you gave us permission.
Right.
Because it's a way for us to play
Yes.
and make it, gamify it in a sense. And I'm a old corporate trainer, so I have to gamify things.
No, I love that, because the spiritual construct says we cannot come into awareness without a mirror. Number one. So the mirror must be present. And I love that you're gamifying it, because the reality is we don't know what we don't know. We always have blind spots. And here is the blessing of true mentors and really experienced spiritual guidance. They're worth their weight in gold.
Yeah.
Because you need somebody that's on the train with you, but is 2 or 3 cars ahead of you on the same train, to go, by the way, when you cross that second car, there's a big old hole there and you want to walk around it. And that's how we rise together. There's always somebody I'm reaching to above while I'm pulling someone up with me. I think we need to rise together. And mentors, community. What I love about the LA Tribune and our inner speaker circle is we're forming this community. Because if you walk in and you're flipping your hair, I am the best, then you're not open to receiving what that blind spot is.
Yeah.
And what I love is every single speaker that you've had on, I've learned something from, because that's my mindset going in. Show me what I don't know. Show me how I can do what I'm doing better. An eternal curiosity, I think, an excitement where we are becoming more childlike in our sense of wonder and awe are some of the biggest gifts that we can give ourselves.
Yeah. Well, it does say the one that inherits the kingdom is childlike. And so it's because let's have fun with it and enjoy it.
And sometimes I think fun is the F word in North America. We can say the F word, but fun, So I love this. I love that we're coming into an awareness that leadership requires consciousness. Consciousness requires a transmutation and transformation of our self-esteem, because why we are here is impact. We're here to be in service with the greatest amount of impact that we can make while we are walking around on this life path in these bodies. And the faster we can transmute that with consciousness, the faster we can live the life that we were born to be in service for.
Yeah. Wow. Good stuff, Dr. Kim. Good stuff. We've just, what a great conversation. And thank you so much for being here, and also supporting the inner circle like everybody else, and just the amount of collaboration and creativity that you bring to the table. Really do appreciate it.
Thank you so much. It's a true pleasure. You guys are doing amazing work. And if you're watching this and you haven't heard yet how to get involved, because these are two of the most amazing humans I have ever met doing the work out there on the planet today. And along with Mo, I cannot say enough about the whole organization.
And you have a gift that you were going to talk about. Am I correct?
I did. I totally forgot. Yes. So good thing. Thanks, Jeremy. There's a link, and the link is to our award-winning Transformations with Joy. And what that is working with the sacred geometries and grounding, centering, and shielding to change the brain frequencies. And then two short meditations. The goal was that back in the day, it was a CD and you could pop it in the car for all of the initiates and chill out for 13 minutes or 18 minutes during lunch and pop your frequency back up. And I have to tell you, this was done at the Top Recording Studio in Toronto. Bono was in there just before us. Disney was recording the day of. And the music that is included was donated to us by an incredible artist who has won 3 Juno Awards, and those are the Canadian Grammys. So the quality of what's there is amazing. So just click on it, fill out a short form so we know where to send it, and it's yours.
Yeah, and it's creatrixgoquantum.com/healing, correct?
Yes.
So make sure. Yeah, okay. Make
Absolutely. And let me know, like, please, like, send an email over, or send an Instagram, send something, a smoke signal. Let us know how you liked it.
I love it. Smoke signals. I was backstage. I was listening to you the entire time, Dr. Kim, and it was amazing. So thank you so much for sharing all of the wisdom here. And we're going to post that link here for you in just a second, so people know where to get that free gift.
Awesome.
And while we're doing that, I know you are in with the Rise of the Lioness, the Power of Feminine Leadership. We're getting ready to cast for our second movie series of that. And it's the Rise of the Lioness, but it's the women who transform the world. So share with us a little bit, maybe some of your excitement about this.
Yes, absolutely. First of all, I can't even contain my excitement about this. This project of speaking to how women lead differently, how the healing of the feminine archetype, not in competition with the divine male, but in combination and synthesis with the divine male, is where we are going to actually heal and transform the planet. That it's coming from love and collaboration. It's not coming from competition. And I just can't wait to see what you edit out of all of that extraordinary footage.
We have such amazing content from a lot of amazing women. It's going to be so much fun putting it together.
I can't wait to see it, truly.
So, well, thank you so much again for being here with us today, and for sharing your message. It was truly, truly our honor and privilege.
Thank you so much.
You guys are amazing.
Well, Jeremy, here we are.
Wow, rocking and rolling here.
Yes,
rocking and rolling. So.
What I'm going to do here really quickly as we are transitioning to our next speaker here, we have one of our co-hosts joining us here. I saw her pop in the green room. We're going to bring her up, and we're going to add to the stage here, Miss Misty Kerrigan.
Good afternoon, everybody, and good evening or good morning, wherever you are in the world.
And so Misty with the Inner Circle, she does come in from time to time. She is one of our trainers that we do have with us. So share with us a little bit about your insights about the Inner Circle.
Oh my gosh. You know, being a psychologist, especially from behavioral change point of view and what really helps humans dream, change, and sustain, the number one thing in studies that always comes up is someone believing in you.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine in the studies it shows you, one person believing in you can change the trajectory of your whole life. Now, what if you had a community that believed in you? What will that do? Like 10x it, 12, like 100x it, right? So one of the things about this Inner Circle is it's a community of individuals who aren't trying to make it to the finish line first, but who are trying to make it to each milestone together. And to me, I think that's some of the most beautiful things in the world. Coming from a nonprofit and entering a business world, that was the hardest for me. It seemed like in business, I wouldn't say most people, but there was a lot of cutthroat, and there was a lot of, let me step on you to get to where I need to go. And for me, that was disheartening because I really loved the nonprofit idea of the world of we all could succeed. And actually, Donna, it wasn't until I met you that I even learned of such a term as heart-centered leadership.
Yes.
You taught me that. And you taught me that even in the business world, there are people out there who believe in abundance for all and who really want everyone to succeed. And they want to do it together. And I think you're going to get in different circles, no pun intended, and you're going to be around different tribes. And you need different tribes, right? You need the ones that push you, and you need the ones that competition isn't bad. I don't want to go on record saying competition is bad. I do want to go on record saying, though, that I think everyone deserves a supportive community that pushes you outside your comfort zone so that you could be even more successful than you dreamt of being.
Absolutely true.
Love it.
Absolutely true. While we're all here, I'm going to bring up our next speaker. And it's also another one of our amazing cast members in The Rise of the Lioness. But more importantly, she's also a part of the Speaker's Inner Circle. And Morgan Lynn, she is a somatic soul mentor, a trauma-informed coach, and a creator of her Sovereign Way. So what she really does, and I'm excited for this, Misty and Jeremy, she guides empaths and intuitives back into the body, voice, and power, blending embodiment with intuitive wisdom. So let's welcome to the stage here, Miss Morgan Lynn. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to be here.
What I'm really excited about this is getting back into our body, because so many of us are just out in the world. We're not even aware of it. And that is like the opposite of consciousness. So I'm so excited for you to be sharing with us today.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's my jam lately. I'm really enjoying this whole conversation. Today's been amazing. I relate to almost every single person that's been talking. So I'm happy to take this conversation even further.
Wonderful. Beautiful.
Yeah, so let's begin. Oh my gosh. So I would like to begin with a little bit of a story. We're going to go way back into the archives for this one. 24 years ago, I was standing in the middle of my bedroom having yet another conversation with my husband at the time. He was upset with me that I had the jankiest, most adorable little meditation space over in the corner of the bedroom. And for some reason, that little meditation space was offending him. And probably because I was feeling really good about my new path. I was brand new into meditation, but on some level, I think it threatened him for some reason. So he gave me an ultimatum. He said, it's either me or that. And being the people pleaser that he knew me to be, he probably expected me to choose him, but I didn't. It was in that moment I decided to leave. I decided to pack up everything that I owned, and I never looked back. And it was because of that moment that I dedicated myself to this path of conscious exploration and healing and sovereignty. And now I get to work with people that essentially have given every drop of themselves. They've poured themselves empty into other people's cups. And so who I get to be for them is I help them remember who they are before the world told them who they had to be. Now, specifically, I'm going to speak to the ladies in the group. I'm going to speak to the women of the world. We live in a society where we are taught practically from birth that our value is based on making sure everyone is happy. We're the nurturers, we're the caregivers. We've been given this very small container of a role that as long as everyone around us is happy, we're valuable. We did it, we succeeded, we did our job. A lot of us got programmed that way through our trauma. We were taught this, we were shown as children, as we navigated unsure, unstable, and unsafe situations, that if I make mommy smile, then she's happy with me. If I help daddy with his thing that he's doing, then I'm a good kid, I'm a good girl, I'm a good boy. So we ended up in the child's mind creating this transactional love system. And we related it to that's how I belong. As long as I'm creating something for these people and I make them smile, then I belong. And we know biologically we're all wired to want to belong. This is where we find our safety. So as children, we're navigating these really unsure spaces of how can I make everyone happy around me. So we grow into a young adult, we adapt, we refine, we get really, really good at that game. We get really good at it, so much so that it becomes almost an archetype. And we've heard some of these archetypal labels like people pleaser, rescuer, peacekeeper, fixer, right? Caregiver, all these spaces. We get so good at it that it starts looking like our personality. And it's not that it's inherently right or wrong or good or bad. These archetypal patterns that we live in, it's not a bad thing. We're not after that. What I'm after here today with you is to determine what part of that archetype is harming you. Nothing is inherently bad. Nothing is inherently wrong. We're just looking for where it's not working. So I want to give it a name. Let's just call it what it is. Self-abandonment. This is the anti-embodiment. This is why I love speaking about it. So self-abandonment is the subtle, small betrayals of when we leave our body to make other people happy. It's like a million tiny cuts that slowly erode our self-worth. Every time we leave and choose someone's comfort over our well-being, even subconsciously, we're not always aware that we're doing it this way, we are slowly eroding our self-worth. That creates a dependency on we have to be productive, we can't let them down, we have to keep up the performance. And then there's a reward system. That's where we, again, get to belong. This is, if I do this, then I get this. This self-abandonment is literally leaving the body, establishing safety across the room, but we have to empty our body to do that. Our consciousness leaves. This is not some people talk about self-abandonment in a way of, oh, I broke my boundaries, or I said no, or I said yes when I meant no. Like, yes, those are also, but I'm specifically talking about the energetics of your soul's awareness, your spirit, whatever we want to call that, that energetic part of you goes across the room to take care of the intended possible threat that is across the room. When we speak about being hypervigilant or scanning our environment, we get into the fawn response. That's self-abandonment. And the issue with that is it keeps us in a sympathetic overwhelm, which heightens our fight or flight. We get stuck in that heightened cortisol adrenaline system. And then we end up working towards burnout. I can attest, I do not wish that upon anyone. So don't do it. But then the worst part of this is because of that reward system, we also have no boundaries. We can't say no. We can't, if our value is based on making everyone happy, then we cannot disappoint them by saying no. And so we've created, unaware, we have created this trap where we're stuck in this performance. I want you to take a big breath around everything because it's a lot of information. What I know now about that ultimatum so many years ago is that it was a beautiful choice point, but it wasn't a choice point between him or my path. That's what he presented it as. It was a choice point between, am I going to leave myself, take down that meditation space so that he's happy, or am I going to stay home? That was the choice point. That was the thing that really landed in my body when he gave that ultimatum. So anyone who's maybe relating to this, Dr. Kim spoke about it earlier so beautifully, so eloquently. I want to reiterate that you are not weak. If you notice self-abandonment, it does not mean you are broken. And it certainly does not mean you are without power. What it's indicating is that your nervous system is protecting you from that potential threat that is perceived in the child's mind. Remember, the child formulated that belief that, oh no, if I disappoint them, I will be bad. So we are working from the mindset of a child. But that adaptation, that was brilliant because you did it. You're here, you survived, you got through that situation, right? And as all things, as we move and grow and shift and expand, we get to notice what's no longer working and we work towards the upgrade. And so that's what today's conversation is for me. We're moving from a let's celebrate that you did whatever you had to do to get through that. And we're going to celebrate that. Yes, you did it. You're here. Now let's move and upgrade. And the upgrade is learning to listen and trust and anchor in our own body. Because if self-abandonment is the part that is keeping us trapped in these patterns of overwhelm, fight or flight, fawn, then the antidote would be embodiment. Okay. Yeah, take a breath around that. I like to pause and breathe because I tend to channel a lot of my messages, so I just want to take a moment. The thing I want to say about it, though, is that took a while for you to get into that pattern, right? Those small little moments of choosing other people's comfort over your own embodiment. So when you start reflecting and coming back to self, it's going to take some time, small incremental steps to come back to self. So I want to just kind of level your expectations. This is not an overnight success thing, right? When we betray ourselves, we lose trust in ourselves. And it's through consistency that we build that trust back. And so what we're going to do is we're going to notice the pattern and we're going to insert a disruption over and over and over again. So here's the tool. The desired goal is to orient your attention to self-abandonment. I will always stand on this soapbox. If you want to make changes in your life, you have to see the things that aren't working. If you can't see it, you can't shift it. So in that, it means you're going to see it. You're going to see all the ways that you self-abandon. You're going to see all the ways you betray yourself. So my invitation is that you be very gentle on yourself about it. But the first stage is awareness. We're going to walk into this with curiosity. We're going to witness the self-abandonment. And we're going to go, yeah, I don't like that, but I'm not going to judge that. Okay? You want to see it, but not shame it. And that's actually really hard for humans. We're stuck in a program of the punishment cycle of, oh, I'm not perfect, so I need to punish this. But I'm going to ask that you don't do that. Like, just don't do that. Just go ahead and make a rule that you don't be mean to yourself about it. Okay? You're walking in with your very unique triggers. You feel unsafe in your own ways. You have patterns of security that you formed. So they're all unique unto you. The process of noticing them is the same, but you have to notice your individuality in it. These are your patterns. You'll start noticing it's always this person that triggers me, or it's this kind of event, or it's when I'm overly tired and I hear a certain topic of conversation. Like, you'll start noticing the way you navigate in those patterns, and then you're going to notice that self-abandonment. When do you leave your body out of that discomfort? The disruption is what I call the sovereign pause. And I want to make it even easier for you to remember. My husband does honeybee work, and so I want to drop in just something really cute. Buzz like a bee. When you notice you're leaving, right? Raising our frequency feels like buzzing. I want you to buzz like a bee. I want you to remember these 3 steps. Number 1 is body. When you notice that abandonment, what does your body feel like? What are you feeling in the physicality? Attuning your attention over to these sensations that you have going on so that you can orient back to self. Where's the tension? Where's the expansion? Where do I feel heavy and sick at my stomach? And, oh no, I just got a rush of energy in my head and now my head is hurting. The second stage is emotion. How do you feel emotionally? I feel sad. I feel contraction, and it's making me feel desperate or panicky, or this anxiety is coming in my body. How do you feel emotionally? And then the third stage is your energetic field. How's your battery? One of the things that's terribly detrimental to self-abandonment is it ends up being an energetic leak. We end up pouring into other people at the cost of our own energetic field. So we're literally pouring everything we have into other people. And so you're going to want to know those 3 stages, because every time you check in with that BEE, you're coming back to self. Every time you ask, how am I doing? How am I doing? How am I doing? You're noticing that you're leaving and you're disrupting it and coming back. So even just that simple step of asking how my body, emotions, and energetics are doing, you're disrupting your self-abandonment pattern. You're orienting your awareness to self, orienting versus orienting to the threat. Okay? Because that's literally what self-abandonment is you're orienting to the problem, and I got to go fix it so that I'm safe. Yeah. So BEE leads. Here's what's so wonderful about this. Just as this domino effect of self-abandonment creates havoc in your life, as we reverse that and come back, it creates a domino effect of beauty and vitality. You begin to, when you know how you feel, you begin to know the choices that actually work for you. When you step into those choices, your vitality begins to amplify. When that happens, your intuition comes online and it begins to enhance. Because now you have this like openness within your field. Self-worth grows. When self-worth is in, trusting yourself more becomes easy. And then there's something very interesting in the relationship of self-worth and boundaries. When you have self-worth, you just have boundaries. They're effortless. And so something really beautiful begins to occur in that. I have this really beautiful vision, this future vision of what a woman that no longer abandons herself is. When a woman stops abandoning herself, something really remarkable happens. She stops shrinking and stops apologizing for simply existing. Her voice becomes clear. You can hear the depth in her wisdom. Her laughter becomes louder. She doesn't apologize if you're offended by her existence. And then she asks for what she needs. She literally lights up the room with her bubble, with her light, with her laughter. And this is something that I want you to really hear, is that this woman, that woman isn't someone new. That woman that you get to become isn't someone new. She gets to be remembered. Because she's the girl that got left behind. She's you at 6, 7, 8 years old, laughing unabashedly, living in pure joy, exploring life on all levels. This world has a way of taking us away from that part of us. Life is life. It's hard. We grow up, we adapt, we do what we have to do to get through it. But somewhere in there, we abandon that part that knows exactly who we are. And so by doing this space of embodiment, you are creating space for her. That's who you're calling back. That's who you're bringing in. So I do have a gift for you before I get into the closing. If you would like to better understand how you self-abandon, again, because it's so unique, it's unto each person. We're all in our own individual expression of self. If you'd like clarity on your patterns, I have a quiz. It's really easy. It's about 9 questions, super simple. It's called the Embodied Pathway Quiz. You can take it at takeherquiz.com. This quiz helps you discover your personal self-abandonment pattern and then the archetype of that. So people pleaser or disappearer or contortionist, like gives you the archetype of how you self-abandon. And then the specific way that your nervous system learned to protect you. And in it, there's also some simple practices and strategies that can help drop you back into that journey back to self, dropping you back into that embodiment. And yeah, what I want to say in closing is, however you got out of whatever you were in, that's where I get emotional. Whatever you had to do to survive was brilliant. It was brilliant. You got through that. You made it. You're here. And yet, at the same time, survival was never meant to be your whole story. You got through it. Yay. And so today, hopefully, you've learned something really powerful, is that the moment you pause and listen to your body and attune yourself to your emotions and honor your energetic system, that's the moment you begin to return to self. One sovereign pause at a time. Simple disruptions that allow you to course correct. If you're headed one way towards self-abandonment, disrupt it and come back to self. Because the embodied woman no longer leaves herself to belong. We no longer have to attune ourselves to the threat to feel like we belong in our communities and our families. The embodied woman belongs to herself first. I'm so grateful to be able to share this space with you all. Remember to take the quiz, takeherquiz.com. Yeah, thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Wonderful. Makes you really start to think. And
Yeah.
I think you mentioned something that is the kind of a theme here too. When we're making different choices, there's a pause, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it allows for the moment to have more of a, so like the child mind is almost always going to be an automatic safety attunement, but the pause allows for the adult mind to come online and go, well, wait a minute, that's my perceived danger, but I don't know that I'm in danger anymore. So it allows for just a couple of seconds of a moment to reorient yourself in the direction you want to go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Well, I have a quick question, it's like from psychology, because I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
You have a saying, and there's lots of sayings out there: just do it, be bold, be brave, and they sense more towards masculinity and just doing it. But your saying is be daring.
Mm.
Where did that come from? Because it already sets you psychologically. It doesn't feel heavy. It feels more exciting. And I don't know if you did that purposely, or how did you come up with that?
That's such a beautiful question. I don't know how I did that, but as I'm hearing you talk about it, yeah, because I feel like there are so many examples in the world that are more masculine energy, and that's okay. Nothing's wrong with that, but we're also inundated with that, the pressure of the force, of the work, of the push. I like the daring. I often say, my favorite sentence is, I wonder what that means. I wonder what this is. And it feels more playful and joyful in there. And so the be daring, I think, also comes from just a little bit of my Aries of like, don't tell me I can't. So there's probably a little spiciness in there as well. But yeah, I like the playfulness of language.
I think you nail it really well, because the first thing in our brain, we talk to ourselves.
Yeah.
And then we talk to the outside world. But so we can nail that language thing right when we're doing it in real time to ourselves, we're going to be unstoppable. So it was beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. So appreciate this space.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And the themes of today, you just went right. It's just always interesting how these events just kind of flow together.
Yeah. I was noticing that. I'm like, yep, I know that. I talk about that. That's so good. We're just going to keep this rig rolling.
Yeah, it's always very beautiful.
Yeah.
Very beautiful. Well, wonderful. Well, Donna, what do
Yes.
you think? What are your thoughts?
I thought it was truly exceptional. And it gives a lot of things to think about, especially coming from that trauma space and how to really make some shifts and changes. And then I think it might have been Dr. Kim that was just before you that was talking about, we say the F word all the time, but the F word really is fun because we can't say it. And then
Yeah.
it's like, where do we get into that stage that we can be in a negative language pattern and not feel like we could say the word, we need to go have fun?
Right.
Yeah.
And what is the trauma behind that? I'm going to ask you that question, Morgan. Was it just a shift and change in consciousness, or is there really trauma bonding with people wanting to have fun? Or why did we get shamed for wanting to have fun?
I think if I speak about it on the flip side of that coin, we have a kind of dominating program in our society that says no pain, no gain. So it's already setting us up for thinking we have to work really hard for our results. Again, going into that masculinity of the force and the push. So fun on that flip side looks frivolous and childlike, but it's not important anymore. We need to get to work and we need to blah, 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 right? So it shames that part of us, and it makes all the work really hard. Like, I'm always after the easiest way through. And easy is also very valuable, but we have this like pre-agreement that easy doesn't mean valuable. So I like the play on language to be able to I want to disrupt language as well, as much as I want to disrupt my patterns. Let's ask those questions. Why can't it be fun? Why does it have to be hard? Why can't this be easy? So yeah, let's shift the consciousness or even around the way we relate to our language with each other.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think that starts to make those mind shifts, those as Dr. Kim was talking about, the neuroscience
Yeah.
in our minds. So
exactly. Let's question it. I don't know. Let's be daring about our language. Why do we have to keep saying the same things over and over again and expecting different results?
Love it.
I'm definitely going to take I wonder. I love that. I wonder.
I wonder what that means.
It makes it more fun.
There's no attachment to it. Like, oh my gosh, I wonder what's happening right now. I wonder what that means. Like, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, Donna, first of all, I just have to point out, Misty, is that the famous office that, AKA my room?
Absolutely is your room. It's like a transformer.
Wow. Well, we've had a great conversation, Misty. I'm so excited you're on here with us, and it's just going to be when you come on, it just automatically gets better. Not that Donna and I don't have a good time. So, well, Misty, we got about a couple minutes here. What are your thoughts on unconsciousness, especially when?
Oh my gosh, Jimmy, I really wanted to ask you, because we have deep conversations. What is embodiment? Like, I love that Morgan really had the section on not so much trying to get more information, but really trying to just she said it back home.
Yeah.
And that struck a chord, Morgan, if you're still listening, that back home sort of thing, that embodiment. I thought that was such a beautiful word.
I love that word because it really makes you start to think about all these ideas that you think that you're not, which you really are. And then when you start to embody who you really are, then your whole life dynamics, start to change. Morgan, I might just use that next time I speak on a stage, embodiment. I might just,
Well, we were learning that one of the highest forms of vibration is authenticity.
Yeah.
And embodiment itself, closer to authenticity, is even a higher vibration. So I thought that was impressive.
Well, I think too, when you think about that, like everybody's been talking about today, a lot of times we're trying to put these masks on and make us feel like that we're something that we're not. And when we are authentic with who we are, they're looking for other people to be vulnerable. Oh, I like that, Morgan. It's perfect. In the comments here, embodiment cultivates authenticity.
Oh, nailed.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Absolutely. So it's
Ken Honda also talks about that, even with the joy of, because he does a lot about money. Don't get me wrong. However, the wealth isn't just money, right? It's that embodiment of self and love and joy is the flip side of the wealth that comes with riches and attainment and success. Foundation.
When you think about it, you embody abundance, where you're thinking about, wealth or whatever that wealth is. And, a lot of times we embody a poverty mindset. So,
Morgan's got my brain firing on all its cylinders, Morgan.
We got us all thinking, well, this whole day is just making me stop and think. And that's one of the reasons why I love doing events like this, because I get to learn and, just as much as I do get to teach. So, and I think that's what we've been talking about. So, well, Misty, we have another speaker coming on. So I know you're excited, because I am excited. So I'm also excited. I'm getting to bring her to the stage because I've known her for a little while. So let me just, bring her up on stage, but let's introduce her really quick. Barry Presley is an energy leadership coach, author, and performance specialist who studied human performance with the inventor of Gatorade. And I think that's just incredible. She trains leaders to install unshakable certainty and lead with fire when it matters most. And Misty, she works with leaders of organizations. So, I mean, that's right up your alley.
Oh, it's my favorite.
So she's going to be speaking about the invisible force behind every result you've ever gotten. So let's bring up Barry to the virtual stage. Hi, Barry. How are you?
Morning, Barry. I am so excited, Barry. That title alone.
Love it. Thank you. Yeah, so happy to be here. Thank you so much. What a great intro, and what great speakers today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. So we're excited. I'm gonna let you have the virtual stage, and then take over from here.
All right. Thank you, everybody. All right. So you have to run 4 more miles. That's what I heard, to the start line. That's what I heard. And that's what the taxi driver told us when he dropped us off to go to the New York City Marathon day. And my heart sunk, because I had trained for this New York Marathon 26.2 miles. I didn't train for 30 miles. So my heart sunk. I felt deflated. And there was a group of us, and we were all like, what are we going to do? We've got to run 30 miles today. And so we were just kind of crying, laughing. What are we going to do? So let me give you a little backstory. So one August, hot and muggy in Florida, I got notice that I was going to have a lottery pick in the New York City Marathon. And I was excited, and I was terrified. I had never run 26 miles. I had run 13. And I thought, well, how am I going to be able to really do this, even though I had wanted to do it? And so, it's Florida in the summertime. My base at the time was maybe 9 miles a week, because in the summer it's hot. You go running in the morning, you go running in the evening, you kind of taper down. It's just so hot and humid. And so maybe 12 miles a week. And so now I was on a venture to add 12 weeks to the marathon, to go from 9 miles a week to 26 miles. So off I go to train. And as the race got near, I went to the Big Apple. My whole entire family went. Everybody was so excited. And they might have been more excited to go to New York City than to watch me in the marathon, but that's okay, because we all had such a great time. But on the plane, Some other friends of mine were running also. They met people. And so we said, okay, we'll take this car service in the morning to the marathon, to Staten Island, where the start line was. And so we're waiting. And like 30 minutes goes by. And we're like, all right, they're not coming. We've got to take a cab. So we hop in the cab. But all of a sudden, 5 of us hop in a cab and we're wearing running shorts. We're getting ready to run. And we have $5. We figure out we have $5 each to our name stuffed in our little pocket. So that means we have $25 total to our name. And we told the cab driver, we're like, look, and he's like, I gotcha. So we start driving. He was amazing. He took us to this tunnel and it was closed. And that ferry, he said, take the ferry across. We get out of the car, we go to the ferry, and that's just left. We go back and someone's trying to steal our cab, some other runners, and he's like, nope, these are my people. So finally, he drops us off and says, you have to run 4 miles to the start line. And that's how we were so devastated. And I got out of the car, and I think most people in there, we didn't know what to do. So we had a choice. We get out of the cab in New York City and make a decision. We had to decide. We had the talent, we had the training. So what were we going to do? We had to make a decision to harness the right kind of energy to run the race that we were now running, not the race that we planned for. So through my years of sales and as a registered nurse and medical sales rep in life, energy is the invisible force that is behind every result you've ever gotten. We had to decide that it wasn't strategy, talent. That day we had done everything right. So at that point we had to say, okay, we're going to do this. So we all decided we can do this. And we trot off to our 4-mile warm-up for the New York Marathon. So when you're showing up like that and making that decision, you can decide if that pressure is going to affect you or not. And pressure isn't failure. It's just an indicator. It's like data to let you know what level of consciousness you're operating from in that moment. So like Jeremy said in my bio, I did have a great honor of working an opportunity to work with Dr. Cade, who invented Gatorade. And what fascinated me most about that wasn't the sports drink, because I didn't even like Gatorade at the time. And I have a funny story about him later. It was that we were studying how humans perform at a high level. CEOs, astronauts, professional athletes, amateur athletes. We saw it all, and it was fascinating to me how these elite leaders and athletes show up, high performers show up. It's not just because they think differently. It's because they have a clear identity. Their energy is aligned, and then their actions just flow naturally. And so because of that work is the work that I've been able to do with energy leadership. Now, how many of you find yourself that you've hit a goal, and then all of a sudden you're in the middle of your success and you're exhausted, or yet better yet, you don't even feel anything. And so that is when your certainty in yourself or something has cracked, and that's an energy leak. So most leaders don't realize that a lack of certainty or that crack in their certainty and their energy is a silent drain on their impact. And so when leaders can rediscover and refine that certainty in them and their ability to lead with certainty, then they don't have to perform. They can just lead from their true essence. And that is what the energy leadership system reveals. So energy leadership is a system that's made up of 7 levels of energy leadership, and it helps leaders create the skills, habits, and behaviors to lead at that high elite level, like the astronauts, the CEOs that we studied with Dr. Cade. And so I'll give you a brief overview. There's 2 types of energy for leadership. There's the catabolic, the destructive kind, and the anabolic, the building kind. So there's 7 levels, and just go over them briefly. Level 1 is victim. I lose. Woe is me. I never get promoted. Nothing good happens to me. Everybody wins on the scratch off on the lottery except for me. I mean, it can be anything, and these principles apply to anything. It's to your home life and your business and your relationships at home and your business ones. So that's level 1. Level 2 is conflict. It's the leader that is the bully mentality. I win, you must lose. And most organizations lead from this aspect, from this level. And they can be highly successful, but the organizations have very stressed out. They'll just leave carnage everywhere they go. It's a short-term success, but it's bully mentality, a bull in a china cabinet kind of way to lead. And then you get to 3, and that's like, I win and I'm okay. It's toleration. I'm okay if you win. You're going to do whatever you can to still get ahead. And if that person comes along for the ride, that's okay. So level 4 is when we start to see certainty enter back into the leadership level. That's going to be the most engaging, empowering for organizations and leaders. And it can be for one business owner or for many. And again, this can go for the mom that's running the household. So level 4 is being of service. I win only when you win. So I'm going to do whatever I can to make you win, and then I'm going to win. Level 5 is where we want organizations to be, because it's I win when you win. It's a true win-win, though. There's no compromising there. It's a true win-win. But this is where the energy really shifts, because these leaders are great problem solvers. They don't even really see problems. They just turn any challenge into an opportunity. And that is when people start to follow, and organizations really start clicking on all cylinders. Teams really start gelling here. And level 6 is partnership and synergy. So level 6, you're attracting these opportunities. You're becoming magnetic, and people really trust in your leadership at levels 5 and 6. And then 7 is, the world is an illusion, basically. It's like when you get those great intuitive hits. So we want companies to operate at 5 and 6. At these lower levels, this is where doubt, frustration, guilt, worry comes in. 1 and 2, they're wrought with that. And the anabolic side, on levels 4, 5, 6, and higher, that's where we have curiosity, opportunity, innovation. I mean, it's amazing the difference. And so that's what I do. I teach these leaders the skills and habits to stay at the highest levels of energy most of the waking day. And when they do that, their businesses transform, and their lives transform as well, because they can take these principles and apply them to their home life. A lot of times, when I work with a lot of sales reps, they can't transform. They can't go from their sales role to home life. Those decision-making skills are very, very different. So this helps them across the board. And I did write a book about that, Crush Your Quota, Not Your Life, where I teach these sales reps these same very skills. So when we look at organizations like this, I had a client once that a client hired me because he had a big organization, big company, and his company had completely stalled. Meetings were quiet. He had a great executive team, very talented team. He had a great brand, very strong brand. And they had built about 107 franchises at this point. But now nothing was happening. No one was talking in these meetings, no innovation, everything just stalled. So he called and said, Barry, I know numbers, you know people. So we worked together. So within a few months of working with him, his leadership certainty returned. And what happened was, originally he was walking, because it stalled, he was walking into these board meetings so frustrated. At one point he said he was frustrated. I said, well, you don't even have to tell people you're so frustrated, because the energy is there. That energy is behind, is the invisible force behind every room that you walk into, and it will shape your results going forward. So he was walking in frustrated. So people stopped talking because they felt marginalized and they were afraid to speak up. And these are highly talented executive teams. And that's how big this energy leadership can be, affect your business positively. So what happens next is we start working together, and then within a few months, he had certainty in himself, but he had lost certainty in his team completely, and that's what happened. But he regained that certainty in his team. And so his business partner even said, what are you doing? This is the best our company's been in 5 years. And this was only a few months in. It was really, truly remarkable because he had so much judgment. He was leading from such a low level of energy. And so what happens? They went from 107 to over 900 franchises, and they sold the company for close to $1 billion. And it's not the number of franchises that is really important here, but it's that his leadership certainty returned, and then he was able to lead from a place where innovation happened, creativity happened. People wanted to follow him and grow this company. He sold that company, and now he's got 4 more franchises that he started. So it's truly a love that story. So around 20 miles into the New York Marathon, you go into Central Park, and it gets very narrow. So remember now, I'm running into Central Park, and I go I'm at the 20 mile mark. It gets very narrow. So I'm like, oh my gosh, now these spectators, because there's 2 million spectators across the whole marathon. These spectators are within arm's length. I mean, I can reach out and touch them. They're so close. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to look exhausted. I don't want to walk. I want to keep running. I wanted to run the whole thing. But now I've got these people staring at me, and I'm sure I looked exhausted. I didn't want to make any exhausted faces. So I'm running. But what happened was I got into the Central Park, and I had this wave of energy, excitement, exhilaration. I'm like, oh my gosh, I am truly going to do this, even with the 4 mile warm up I got to do. And then, so I go 2 miles, just, excited, exhilarated, taking it all in. And then I'm like, hit a wall again. I'm like, oh my gosh, I have run my 26 miles and I have 4 more to go. So I, again, had a choice. I can say, I can harness that energy, the right kind of energy. And this goes for sports too. So these principles don't just go for businesses. So they go for athletes. So I'm like, okay, I can do this, and I'm going to just enjoy the process, and I'm going to run the race that I am now in, enjoy this moment, even if it meant I knew I had 4 more miles to run and people were just on top of me. So I did that and made that choice. And that is what we all can do. We have the choice. The beautiful thing about energy leadership is that you get to decide, where you're going to show up from. what level, what part of your being you're going to show up from. I have an assessment that I use on all my clients. The client I told you about, he takes it, you take it immediately, and it shows you where you operate from under normal circumstances and then under stress, so that you really can, in those high pressure, high stake moments, you have the choice to make to stay at that level. And when you do that and the pressure comes on, you don't drop as far and fast as you do if you're starting at a lower level. So I crossed the finish line and we all get together. And so what I want to say is that choice I made is the choice. It is the choice that I continue to make when the pressure's on. And I say that when the pressure's on, because that's when we feel it. When everything's clicking and going, we know that, you're in the flow, everything's right. It's when the things happen. You miss your kid's soccer game, you're late for dinner, you have a report that has to be done by midnight, or you're trying to close a big deal. That's when our level of consciousness comes into play. And energy leadership allows you to learn those habits and skills to lead from a higher level of consciousness. And when you do that, then you can decide and you can choose harnessing the highest level of energy, which is, of course, the invisible force behind every result you've ever gotten. And when you do that, you can lead with fire. Thank you.
That was incredible.
Let me take myself off of mute. So first of all, I just have to back up for a quick. 20 miles? 20 miles?
26 miles for the marathon. I got to run 30.2 that day instead of 26.2.
I'm just happy I can walk 12,000 steps for the day. But that's incredible when you really think. What I kept on thinking about when you were speaking too is this energy leadership, because you and I have talked about this before, but the energy of the leader amplifies in the energy of the organization. Mm-hmm. And as the leader changes, the organization changes, and then they start attracting in opportunities.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. I mean, it does start at the top, and a lot of times organizations start in the middle somewhere, right? Instead of, I've seen that time and time. I mean, even when I was a sales rep and I had gotten certified in coaching, they sent me to coach these leaders, and I asked the VP, "Aren't you coming to go through this?" And he's like, "No, I'm good." I'm like, okay, this isn't going to work. And it didn't work, right? Because it starts with that top person, like you're saying, that bleeds down into the organization.
Yeah, I found that as so much when I was leading training departments, and I remember certain organizations I would report directly to the C-suite, and I would tell them, you can't continue to do things the way you're doing it, and it starts with you. But you would see this C-suite leader constantly, belittle their employees, and as a result, you saw the organization with several lawsuits against it, and I just. They didn't. What we're talking about here just wasn't registering up here. So, well, more importantly, it wasn't registering here. So, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, that's great.
What do you? I'm sorry, Misty. I just totally took over and didn't even.
No, I agree. I mean, I've trained corporate too, and I know what you're talking about in that sense of do as we say, not as we do, or be the worker bee, but don't expect nothing from me, sort of thing, right? I would love to ask a question though about zone, because I know you're big on zone mastery and that books and studies on it. Where can one start? Because I know a lot of people tune into these because they're sort of in that pressure place of I know I don't want to be here anymore, but I know I want to be somewhere next, or what that next chapter is, or that next thing. How can you take your work on zone mastery and the mental game, as you were talking about today, and give us some tips on what do we do if we're at a crossroads?
Well, now having heard some of this presentation or either, I mean, when people get at that crossroads, so let me see if I'm clear on your question. So are you talking about real time? Like you can just pause and say, okay, I don't need to get into whatever they're trying to get into, but you can pause and take a breath for sure. We hear that, and that does really work. And say, okay, what energy am I bringing to this space?
I love that.
This fight with your spouse, or there are the sales reps that would show up at their front door and they would take a minute to get clear because they knew that they had to switch that energy of, especially if they had a bad work trip, right, before they went into the house. So you can ask yourself in any given situation where you feel that pressure, all right, what energy am I really showing up as in that moment? So, but
I love that. And paraphrasing though, it sounds like presence to stay into zone. Zone is that next level, but to stay in it, you have to be present of it. And you got to be present when you're not in it.
Yes. Yeah. You have to be present when you're not in it. Yes, you do. But it's hard to, right? When things are happening, you got this happening. I mean, I have aging parents. And so anybody that has aging parents right now knows that it is a real test of staying present in each situation. And that is a skill that's learnable. It's a learnable skill, and habits that you have into. But yeah, it is presence, but it's also, a lot of people say bad attitude or good attitude. I mean, when somebody shows up in a bad mood, and that's, those lower levels of energy. So when you learn to recognize that, then you can start, it's not manipulating them, but you can't work with somebody that's in that low level of energy. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's, somebody at home or in business. You've got to get them at least to the, like, a neutral glass half full level before you can make any progress, because they're not hearing you and you're not able to be heard. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely.
Do you think that sometimes it takes a while? Because, there could be a situation where I've ran across where leaders are the glass is half empty, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And then you get to flip flip the script, so to speak. But now their organization is infected with this idea. And so, I'm just going to use nursing as an example, because I'm thinking about Nurse Blake. I don't know if anybody knows who he is. It's a YouTuber that makes jokes about hospitals and hospital presidents that give pizza parties. Basically, we're going to do a pizza party because we need to raise morale. And the nurses are like, how about I get more people to help me do my job instead of a pizza party? And it's really, they're gotten the right idea. I want to raise morale, but they still haven't gotten the fact that they're not looking at the holistic issue overall. So I think what you're saying is we have to get them to start thinking at things energetically in a holistic view. And they're trying to put a Band-Aid on a real problem. Oh yeah. I mean, because they're leading from that, basically that level 2, the lack. I'm going to give you a pizza and you're going to like it and you're going to be happy. Right.
Why don't you appreciate it?
Yeah.
You're not appreciating what I'm trying to do for you.
Right. So it does start with them. Now there are middle managers that can be trained on this, and then at least their immediate teams will flourish. Right. But there are those top leaders, especially in hospitals and with nursing. I mean, okay, we're going to bring you donuts. We're going to give you bagels, and you're going to be happy. Good job. It's so demeaning, right? That's the people that feel marginalized, right? You're like, okay, you have resentment and everything.
So true.
Yeah, and I think self-awareness is one of the key things. Well,
yeah.
Well, Barry, thank you so much. Wonderful presentation, and really appreciated everything you brought to the table. And it coincides with everything that we're speaking about today, as far as consciousness and conscious leadership. So,
thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
Great story, and congratulations on finishing the 30 miles.
Absolutely. Now I'm going to be
Thank you.
I'm going to be talking about that the next time I'm on stage. I'm going to be like, so you know.
The marathon before the marathon.
Yeah,
Right?
I can train you here.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. Well, Misty, great conversations as always. You know, it's and there's Donna. There's the mind whisperer. Love it. Yeah, great conversation. So
It was a lot of fun backstage and listening to the conversation because, you know, Barry shared a lot of truths that we operate by.
And I love that the high performance is not just sports. You know, like she said that a couple times, that in all levels of your life, relationships, a job, a career, or you know, the high performance is a skill that anyone can get to in any area of their life.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. And with the right amount of training and all of the different pieces and the mindset and all of that, everything that we do, even if you're going out on stages to speak and to run some of the schedules that we run, you still have to have that endurance and you have to get to the finish line. And then sometimes, like she was saying, the race before the race, there is a race before the race actually starts. There's always an intro before the intro. So everything that all of these speakers have been sharing, you can apply into every real life situation.
well, and it's that holistic view that we were talking about, right? So you know, you're not just thinking about one aspect of your life, you're thinking about all aspects of your life and all dynamics. So it's just I think oftentimes we just look at one little area, you know, like my health or you know, or my, you know, spiritual side, but you know, your business and your relationships to your family and everything else is all a part of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Jeremy, I know, and Misty, I am so excited to bring on our next speaker, our next presenter, because I got to know her a little bit not too long ago in a different conversation. And what I absolutely love about her is we have some commonalities in my first career to what she does today. So I'm really excited to hear her. So we're going to be bringing up here to the stage Eunicia Parrott. She is an accomplished wealth strategist focused on adding millions to the bottom line of discerning entrepreneurs that have outgrown their financial system. Misty, I don't know. Can you use a few extra millions?
I'll take a couple. Thank you. I appreciate the offer.
Just a few.
Yes to that.
Right. Yes. She is also the founder of Excelestra, where clients experience the difference of working with the best. So welcome and hello, Miss Eunicia.
Hello, Donna.
How
Hello,
are you
Misty,
today?
Jeremy.
Yes.
Hello,
I'm
Eunicia.
doing well. I am excited to be here with you guys today, ladies and gents.
Love it. Well, thank you so much for being here. We're excited about having you.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
So let's just kind of jump into what you do, because you're talking about you know, elevate financial freedom by stepping into the void, right? So
Yes.
So what inspired your personal evolution from corporate finance consulting into founding your organization, your group?
Well, jumping from corporate into becoming an entrepreneur was a task in itself. It was something that took many years. It felt like I was retooling myself, even though I had spent so many years in finance. And what inspired me most about launching Excelstra and even the companies that came before Excelstra was really the realization that high achievers often lack a lot of financial strategy. They also lack the ability to truly have unbiased support. They have the financial advisors, they have the CPAs, they have the attorneys, and yet nobody's really triangulating and coordinating those efforts. And more importantly, what we also found, and it really started with our financial platform, my husband and mine and our families, there was no ability to truly kind of weave in the idea of how do we minimize taxes, for example, in the present year as well as in the future. Oftentimes there are so many different silos depending on who on the financial spectrum you speak with or we spoke with at that point in time. And what we realized was that without that cross collaboration, we were basically leaving a lot of money on the side. So we're celebrating success on one end because we were doing well. And on the other side, when I realized that there was so much opportunity to refine what we were doing in order to truly achieve or enhance, if you will, utopia or what was already beautiful, that opportunity was high.
Wow. Wow. You know, my first career, I was in the financial planning world and I shared that with you. But most of the time, everyone stayed in corporate. But yet you went from the corporate into the entrepreneurial world, having your own practice. Now,
Yes.
I'm prefacing this next question here a little bit, Unicia, because we're here today with the Inner Circle Speaker Summit, and our theme is around consciousness. So my question here is how do you see that conscious evolution applying to the way people approach wealth today?
It's a great question. And the reality is that when we're thinking about the approach from a consciousness perspective, we have to take a step back and we have to think about how do we move from simple financial activity, as simple or as complex as that might be, to intentional financial architecture. And that actually dovetails into a lot more than just numbers and dollars and cents and balance sheets and bookkeeping and taxes and whatever it might be on the investment side. It is how intentional are we with what is it that our money is even here to do for us, for future generations. And even when we're thinking about the short versus the long term, we need to start thinking about shifting from how do we make decisions in a reactive manner versus being proactive. And that doesn't come without really being intentional, without feeling what feels right. I can tell you that oftentimes when individuals come our way, they've already worked with so many different teams. And one of the things that we hear over and over again is they feel that there's something missing. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's missing from a financial standpoint. It's missing because without that intentionality behind the architecture, the void that ends up being created continues to magnify and become bigger and bigger simply because we're heading in the direction, but we don't really know what is the direction that we're heading into for ourselves, for the future generations, and in many cases, even for the company. What is it that we want the company to do? Oftentimes we don't pause to ask ourselves, how does everything again cross collaborate? Now it's on this side, on our side, right, on the individual side, between the personal finances and even the business finances, an example. And without again being proactive, recognizing that at the end of the day, money is a tool to enable meaningful life outcomes, we miss the idea of that conscious evolution of how do we make our wealth be meaningful and truly deeply seated in what we do every single day.
So I know you call your business, it's called Excelstra, and you describe it as the quarterback of a client's financial ecosystem. What does that mean by being the quarterback?
Being the quarterback means that we not only facilitate the broader design of that plan, of that framework, of the methodology that we need to sit behind the money, whether it be on the personal business and even frankly transcending, or for corporate executives, how does that all come together? Being a financial quarterback also means that we make sure that no stones go unturned. Because when we're dealing with CPAs, for example, or we're dealing with financial advisors or even attorneys, what ends up happening, and Donna knows this better than a lot of individuals, nobody really is incentivized to talk to anybody else. And it's not because they're coming at it from a place of they don't want to. Is number one, they don't have the training. Number two, they're that's not how they're getting compensated. That is not the model that they're following. And so what we bring to bear as being the quarterback is the opportunity to ensure that the client's broader team is collaborating, to also ensure that they're okay and they're actually having fun. I use fun in a very strategic way, playing together in this sandbox that is called the client's financial sandbox. One of the things that we know is that a lot of individuals, when they tend to step into their this is their somebody's area and this is somebody else's, and please nobody cross, and don't ever ask any questions that might potentially be challenging in any way to somebody else's strategy, it becomes, individuals have a tendency to get on the offensive side. And so we don't want anybody to get on the offensive or defensive. We just want them to play the game. So that's the other big thing that we do, is we make sure that everybody plays in the game. And frankly, the reality is that not everybody loves to know that there's somebody that's coordinating, because a lot of what we hear is attorneys, for example, they'll say, oh, that's exactly what we do for the clients, and yet they don't really want anybody else in the meeting with the client. And there's that's a whole nother discussion itself. And then the other thing that we do when it comes to being the client's quarterback is really figuring out what is it that ultimately we're trying to get to in the long run, right? It kind of goes back to that strategy to figure out how do we ensure that it all comes together, even at the family level, because we do see that there are a lot of families where it's hard, even amongst husband and wife or partners, to have the tough financial conversations. And because we know that money is one of the things that actually is one of the major causes for divorce, what we've seen is that when we can respect the perspective that each of the spouses or each of the partners brings to the discussion, now we're able to actually transcend past that. And the ripples that we've seen are both on a personal as well as on the business side. So it's just beautiful all the way around.
So I think you're facilitating people getting heard in the conversation here when we're talking about a couple or a married couple. And so they get to have their points so that they can make a joint decision together.
Yes, as a matter of fact, a great example, Jeremy, a few years back when we were working with a husband and wife, they came to us, and the wife in confidence said, listen, we're on the brink of divorce, and here's why. Here are the struggles that I have. And what we found in conversations was, number one, they were each viewing money and building wealth differently. They each had different values and different things that were important to them. Number two, the husband, through his own values, wanting to make sure that he is safe and okay to continue to run the business without a lot of friction, was basically hoarding money. He had hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings account, and the wife on this other side was thinking that they were broke. Everything, don't get me wrong, everything had been paid for, the house, the cars, the business, everything. And the business was producing at a very nice revenue level on a year-to-year basis. However, that friction, because what made the husband feel comfortable was not what resonated with the wife, and the fact that they weren't even talking, it got to the point where the friction was just so high that they considered divorce over money. And so when we started working together, the beautiful thing that came as a result of that is the wife said, listen, I want to help you with the business. We have an opportunity to truly add value to so many individuals that were in a local market in Atlanta. Let's do that together. And she came in and acted as a partner to the business, and the business continued to grow and flourish. And no, they did not get divorced.
I love that. But you've really highlighted something, and especially for me, because I hear from a lot of people, if they have someone that they're working with, let's say an advisor or a lawyer or an accountant, right? That everyone thinks that, oh, I have a person, so I'm safe. But I think what you're kind of highlighting is maybe that person is not understanding me as much as they're the expert because they have their own system, not the expert of Misty per se.
100% Misty.
What would you say might be some of the hidden problems we don't even know if we just rely on one person to take care of what we think is our future and money, when maybe they're not even thinking about our future, but they are taking care of our money?
100%. And I will use an example that actually came from someone that I spoke with, one of our esteemed podcast guests, an attorney in her own right, had done amazing, basically built an empire of in manufacturing, but through acquisition, through organic growth, etc. And at the very end of the podcast episode, one of the things that she said was, the question was, what do you wish you would have had more of? And the response was, she wished that she would have had an unbiased third-party advisor or team of advisors that would have basically had checks and balances in place to calibrate for the guidance that everybody on the team had been giving her. And so to decipher that to, for example, the financial services industry, one of the things that a lot of individuals don't know is that how the financial services runs in terms of how individuals and experts get compensated. Oftentimes, it's either based on percentage fees, or it is based off of how the financial products are structured. Now, financial products are many of them, right? So we're not talking about anything specific. Yet, oftentimes, there are opportunities where if we look at, in my words, how can we cut out the excess? Meaning the cost, the fees, all of the hidden things that the clients don't know. Listen, the financial products are still going to deliver huge value. That value, though, when we're looking at it on an actual scale, it becomes significantly more if we're tuning at it into it from the perspective of how can we make it more meaningful? How can we make it way more in the long run because we've taken out the excess? When we take out the excess, I'll give you an example. With one very specific financial product design, we can show a median to low level household. We're not even talking about the kind of clients that we typically work with.
Yeah.
It's typical household, the family that's struggling to make sure that they're gonna get something to their children, that they're going to be doing better in the future. And when we change the paradigm and we take out some of that excess, easily $250,000, just like that. So you take that and you juxtapose it against talking to business owners that are already in the 3, 5, 10, 15, $20 million that are now relying on the same type of guidance that typical financial advisors approach financial vehicles and strategies with and through, forgetting to look at the cost. Because listen, the cost is directly also associated to compensation. So we're calling some really, really big things here. And these are things that most individuals don't want to talk about. So while I appreciate that everybody has a financial advisor, CPA, et cetera, what my guidance to individuals is listen, our job is not to come in and displace your financial team at all. Just like I said earlier, what we're looking for the individuals that are open, willing, and able to think outside of the box, and more importantly, think about how do we play in the client's financial sandbox, everybody together. And we know very quickly when our clients, we work with clients directly, typically the business owners or the executives or the heads of households, of course, their families and their partners. What we know is that once we start working with a client, their team will show exactly who they are. And one of two things will happen. Thing number one, they'll come to the table and they'll say, I love this. Let's do it, because they'll know that it's in the interest of the client. Maybe they just didn't know about the difference in strategies. Or they will kick, scream, and have what I call the holy knee-jerk reaction, where they go, well, no, hold on a second. And when we look under the covers and we let the numbers tell us what we're looking at, it becomes a very different story. And at that point in time, it's very easy for the client to know, yes, you've worked and it was an amazing human being, an amazing team. However, chances are they've probably outgrown them, and that's okay as well. So we do give the financial team or the financial team members on the client's team always have the option of playing in the sandbox. It's door choice whether they will or they won't.
Well, two of the things that just really stood out to me. One, you keep saying their sandbox, which is beautiful, because sometimes when you go into these organizations, you feel like you're playing with your money in theirs, when your company has really done a great job of highlighting this is your sandbox, your money, and we're here, as Jeremy said, to hear you, and then to make best decisions for the money and for the future and for where you're coming from. And the other second part I heard too is we've seen it in the news. It's almost on a weekly basis. People put family in charge of money, and even family screws people over. So having a space to be able to highlight those that are working with your money where they can't hide, it would save so much pain, I bet, which is all the stories we hear in the news about these people who get lots of money really quick, and they put their family in charge of some of the things, and their own family screwed them over.
Yeah.
What a
It
great
goes right
concept.
back to, it goes right back to that unbiased support. I remember that's why I shared the example of it was somebody else, somebody that achieved huge levels of success in life and in business and in family, and yet, even as an attorney, to wish that there was a way to go back to bring in unbiased support, that's where the secret sauce is. And that's why I love it when financial advisors and CPAs and attorneys that are already working with the client are welcoming and are open and are willing to roll up their sleeves and do the work that needs to be done, versus saying, no, hold on a second, it's not like that. It's like, oh, it's not? Then let's look at the numbers. And when we look at the numbers, they can't come back with anything else.
You said such a beautiful word. You said the word calibrate. And I've not heard that word in the financial sense, but now it makes so much sense to be able to have that unbiased third party help shift some of the things. I bet even some of the small shifts lead to the biggest change.
Huge. Across the board, whether we're talking about minimizing actual tax exposure in that pillar, for us, our clients are typically saving easily 30 to 60% in taxes year over year. 30 to 60% year over year. So if you're looking at physicians, highly compensated professionals, and especially business owners, what would adding a few hundreds of thousands of dollars to your bottom line every year look like? This is not about not paying in taxes. It's about not leaving a tip, taking that money, infusing it back into the business, infusing it back into your organization, actually be able to make more money, change lives, deliver products, services, whatever it is that you're delivering out in the marketplace, and really even infuse the economy. On the investment side, minimum $250,000 in a financial product design. That is, we're not even talking about all of the individuals that I just mentioned. In that case, in most cases, we're looking at millions of dollars. And then when we're talking about exit strategies, you're talking about, yes, even small changes. Here are the changes there. I'm at a conference right now. Actually, I'm out of town. And at this particular conference, there are multiple individuals here that are excited about the work that they're delivering and helping clients exit their businesses. Now, when they help clients exit their businesses, that's amazing. Who's representing the seller? Because most of those individuals are representing themselves. They're representing a firm, or possibly they're representing the buyer.
Yeah.
And on the back end, after the client sells and we do a post-mortem of what could have been, and we see that there would have been the potential to get an additional 1 or 2 or 3 or 10 additional multipliers on that business, that is a lot of money that could have easily been recouped.
Man, that's incredible. And I know a lot of business owners, that would go back to communities and causes.
Yes.
What an impact. Go ahead, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I was just, because I keep on thinking, like, a lot of the things that you're mentioning here, it seems to me there's such an idea about money too, and people have such a poverty consciousness when you think about it. And some of the things you're talking about is open lines of communication, open lines of thinking, and obviously taking risks too. And so, but that's a block in a lot of our mindset, where we're thinking, because one of the things that you help people do is find financial freedom. And that, I think that's a kind of a holistic viewpoint, not just about the money, but it's a financial freedom in all aspects of their life and their investments and the way they approach money.
It absolutely is, Jeremy. And that holistic approach really starts when clients come in our world. They don't even ask. Oftentimes they'll ask, what do we need to do with this money? When will it move? It's like, what do you mean, when will it move? It goes right back to the consciousness. What is it that we even need or want this money to do? How will it fulfill us? How will it fulfill your family? How will it fulfill the business, your employees, the mission, what it is that you stand for? Because only after we understand how is the money going to empower versus strip away our power, not because it's more or less, because it is, money in itself is very powerful. And yet, is it anything? It's just an exchange of value in some way. So consciousness is very important, and that's really where we start with all of our clients.
Absolutely. Well, Unisa, thank you so much. And I know you're at another conference, so enjoy your time there. And
thank you.
Thank you for sharing your wisdom here.
It was such a pleasure.
Thank you, guys. Is there? Do you have a website?
Yes. If folks want to learn more, they can just go to www.excelstra.com. That's excelstra.com, and I'm sure it'll be in the notes as well.
Thank you, Unisa. You have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, guys. You as well.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Misty, as usual, such a great conversation. I know I've said that a couple times, but you know what? It's true. And so, so what are your thoughts?
I love the transparency of how to collaborate with the professionals, but still it's I think sometimes when you're shifting from middle class up to wealth, or even from poverty to middle class, right? You trust experts because they're experts. You're like, oh, they went to school, or my mom said they helped her, right? Or my friend said, they were life-saving. But you don't sometimes take that step back to really think about, what is their intention?
Yeah.
What is their purpose? What is it they're doing? Really having that. I love how she said quarterback. That line of defense and offense that's going to help you, and to use her quote, your sandbox.
Yeah, and I think it really comes down to one of the things I think Dr. Kim was talking about earlier, and what we've just heard themed all day long is that sometimes you look to the people to mentor you in the areas that you're not strong in. And we all have areas of opportunity. So if you want to be a better speaker, you go to somebody that's has been in speaking longer than you, or you want to go to a healer, or somebody that understands and has more financial success. They're a mentor in that area. Somebody in sales, and that's where mentors come into play, because like she was saying earlier, they're a little farther ahead in the train cars than you. Or I used to say they're farther along in the Star Wars trilogy than me. I'm there. You're on episode 1, and I'm, way back here still in the, they're down at Return of the Jedi, so to speak.
Well, the joke would be, you're on 1 and they're on 4. 4 was 1 until it was 4.
Yeah, until it was changed around and they confused us in the 90s.
But even that sense, I want to steal that, because you go from unknown to what I don't know to I know I don't know to I'm learning to apprentice to, as you look right, Jedi Master. So I love the theme today is sort of where people are along their journey of it, and that the mental game seems to be that foundation of everything.
Well, I think even
in money,
even in that little analogy, when you're thinking about that, you think about all the way for the longest time we had these 3 movies. We knew how it went, and then George Lucas comes in and brings the prequels in, and now the whole order has changed again. And so isn't that how life is, though? It changes up all the time, so you never know where you're at, so to speak, except when you understand the theme of what's happening today, when we understand who we are on the inside, and when we transmute those inner dynamics going on. So, yeah. So
that was beautifully said.
I don't know. It just came from somewhere.
I love how we're talking Star Wars.
The nerd comes out of me and just happens. It's just one of those things. So, Misty, one of the things I'm really appreciating is that these are professional speakers. These are people that have been doing their profession for a while, and they're a part of our community here at the Speakers Inner Circle. And so, they're these are the ones that are coming to these meetings and building this community, and now they're here serving you all here today on the 14th of March. So I think that's just an incredible feeling. So, yeah.
But I think that goes back to, and I got to jump on and really talk about that inner circle. Like, these people are with you almost on a weekly basis. Like, you get their essence and their heart, and most equally important, their wisdom.
Yeah.
Even jumping on that one time to get to visit you guys, and getting to spend even that little bit of time with Kim, Dr. Kim, like, that was such an amazing experience. And then today she brought it, right, with understanding some of the things that she's been an expert in for years. It's getting to be in a room when it's almost like should I even be in this room? And then the room helps you kind of spotlight like, oh my gosh, not only should I be here, but I'm wanted.
You know, Misty, one of the things I love about you is you're always dynamic no matter what. As a matter of fact, I'm just thinking about the last time I saw you in person, and you were teaching a diversity class in a bedroom on the top floor in San Diego, and that house in San Diego, and nobody knew where you were at. They just knew that you were brought the energy, just like what you were talking with Dr. Kim. So yeah, so you're like staring at me like I'm crazy.
Well, I was just laughing because I mean, you were also training on the other side of the room.
Oh yeah, I was training on the other side of the room.
Trainers going to train. That's all. Trainers are going to train.
Trainers are going to train.
Pour it my blood is a training.
Well, our next speaker is, I'm excited about him coming on. I haven't had the chance to get to know him as well, but we've chatted on the phone a few times, and he's come to some of the meeting. But it's one of those things where I think he's gonna deliver just like everybody else today. So let me just tell you a little bit about him. So he coaches professionals past thresholds. Ooh, I like that word. When you know you're capable of more, but something isn't lining up. He helps them align to their strategies with their thoughts, so the action becomes clearer, momentum's return, and you achieve real results. So he's going to be talking about beyond the threshold, achieve your next level. So our next speaker is Stephen Shannon. So I'm going to be bringing him up here in a second. So, but he's just, I'm excited about seeing his topic here, Misty, and I think it's just going to be an incredible.
Oh, I'm going to get that number. Stephen, I cannot wait to hear this talk. I think I'm at a threshold, so I'm going to be all ears.
Well, let's just bring him up on stage, and so we'll hear all of his wisdom. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm great. How's you guys tonight?
I love it.
Excited.
Excited to hear your presentation tonight, and so I'm just gonna hand you over the virtual floor, so to speak, and let you show us all the ways.
Yeah, and welcome.
So,
I'm going to get a pen and notebook, so no pressure, Steve. Just bring it.
No, it's okay. We're working with Jeremy. I got Jeremy on here, and he knows how this all goes, so we love it. And again, thanks again for hosting this, Jeremy, and Donna and Misty for coming on. I appreciate everything you guys doing for enabling this and opening the stage for all of us. Wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So I love that you say you're at a threshold, because I feel like you almost want to say, like, aren't we all, right? And I like the word threshold too, as opposed to plateau. A plateau is the top of something. And to me, that means that's where you stop. There's nowhere else to go if you're at the top, right? And we always like to say, when you're done, you're dead. So you always got to keep going. And what did you say just a second ago there, Misty, about being in the room and you almost wonder, am I supposed to be here?
Yeah.
Something I've always been a fan of is, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Because you can't grow anywhere. There's nowhere to go. Again, that's a plateau. That's what we're avoiding. So the threshold to me is just, it's when you get to the point where there's something else. There is another level. You can see yourself there. You can imagine it. You can taste it. You just keep finding this wall. And sometimes you can identify this wall. Sometimes you cannot identify this wall. You might catch yourself with the language of, I just know there's something else, or I know there's more to this. And that's when you're at the point of the threshold. I know for me, thresholds have been a thing. Like, for example, this speaking thing was a threshold. I knew for a long time I wanted to be a speaker, didn't know how, didn't know who I would talk to. And I read the books, I did the coachings, I went to the seminars, I took the notes, I went to the sales meetings, and you'll walk away motivated, but motivation is external. That's something that doesn't stay inside you. Momentum is what you need to build. And that's how you get over the threshold, is by identifying that there is a threshold to cross. And then the more important figuring is how to cross that threshold. And that's where the tools come in. That's where you have to figure out what's in alignment, what's not in alignment. Are the strategies that got you where you are going to get you where you want to go? And your strategies are great. I don't want to say that you have terrible strategies. Don't take it that way. The strategies that got you where you are wonderful strategies. And it's almost like a loop that you can get yourself into, where you're going to keep doing the things that have worked. whether you've started a business or whether you've branched out and decided to become an entrepreneur or take the leap and go do the thing everyone says, oh, I don't know if you can do it, and you get out there.
So, Steven, I just wanted to make sure we just a quick check in, because you talk with a lot of professionals that work hard and invest in development. So, yet they still feel stuck at certain points in their careers. What is actually happening when people reach those moments?
Typically, what we see is that you've reached the top of what your neurology can get you to at this point. We all have strategies for how we do anything and how we do everything, and when you get to the wall, that's like the awareness point. But if we don't gain the skills to get past that, we're just going to keep bumping our head against it. So awareness is a great thing, but without skills, the awareness is just like, oh, okay, that's great. So with professionals, especially, you'll get to where you're doing all the work. You know, you don't have an issue on motivation. It's not a willpower thing. You know, you're showing up 7 days a week. You're the first one to get there. You're the last one to leave. You read the books. And then you still just go, okay, but it just keeps repeating the cycle. And you could probably even name where you get to your point and then it starts back over. And it's just with professionals, especially, you'll get to where you'll see your moment. And what happens is the problem is that the strategies driving what your goal is are not aligned with where your internal focus is. And that's kind of where this will work with our topic today on the Conscious Evolution Expo, because we're consciously going after those goals and we consciously can say what we want, while our unconscious might have a different program or a different strategy on how to get there, or maybe doesn't have the strategy at all.
Mm-hmm. Do you think, because you mentioned talking about motivation, you know, we might have the motivation, but there's this underlying program, so to speak, that's like working. It's almost like what we were talking about earlier. It's like hitting a wall. And so the motivation, your motivation goes from 10 to nothing. And so it's really a subconscious program, in a sense, that's blocking that willpower. So what are kind of some of the things you take somebody on to overcome those inner dynamics? I guess is the best way to put it.
It's a great question. So you first want to start with what wall they're hitting. Some people are hitting a physical wall. Some people it's an emotional wall. Some people it's a mental wall. And that's the first step, is to decide like where they're saying that this block is. Something we say is, if you can name it, that ain't it. You know, again, consciously, you're going to say something, but it's going to be an unconscious root problem or a root strategy that's driving the overall outcome that you're getting. Earlier we were talking about manifestation and stuff, and I love that. And one thing I heard that I love is you don't manifest what you want, you manifest what you are. So that's why you can say all this stuff that you want, and you can think all of it, but if it's not aligned with what your actual goals are and what your actual programs are set to get for you, there's nowhere to get there.
Yeah, and I think. Go ahead, Misty.
No, I was just saying, like, I'm the one. I go to the conferences. I take the notes. I get to read the books. Like it's actually, I love doing that. It's one of my favorite things to do, and then train topics. But I think you've nailed something, and I think a lot of people get discouraged because when you go and you're sitting about a bunch of other people and you're like, yes, I can, and everyone's like, yeah, you're motivated, and then Monday comes and you're right back to Thursday before you hit the conference, right? Before you read the book, before you did that, do you feel, or let me just ask you, where do you feel that, why do some people, I'll be some people, why do we stay in that sort of, why don't we leave that threshold, right? It's almost like I'm going to get excited for another conference. I'm going to go, I'm going to be disappointed. I'm going to get excited. I'm going to get motivated and be disappointed. Like, it's almost like that's the pattern that I see a lot of people in when I go to these things.
That you nailed it. The word right there at the end is exactly it. It's the pattern. And then the pattern goes to the strategy. So strategies run at an unconscious level. And that's something that I think is nice because it lets you take a breath. You know, it kind of frees up a little bit of that weight on your shoulders of it. You know, it's something that is happening, and it's also happening at an unconscious level. So the idea is to be able to switch where it's coming from and where the strategy that drives those patterns are coming from. So the patterns are also comfortable for you. You've had those patterns for your whole life, and those patterns got what you got now, which feels pretty good. You're all right. You're okay with it, you know? And that just goes back to old school, you know, sales 101 comfort zone stuff. Like, you know, nobody wants to get out of the comfort zone, and that pattern, destructive or not, that pattern's going to run. And here's the thing, and let's again take the blame away. All the patterns and the strategies that are running at that unconscious level are meeting a goal. They're meeting a need, and needs are non-negotiable. So this is something that must happen for you at an unconscious level. And however that need was met the very first time that you were able to store a pattern and develop a strategy, you're going to lock that in, and your unconscious is going to run the oldest strategy you have for whatever pattern, for whatever you're doing. And that's why consciously you can go, I've read the books, I've gone to the, because it's always going to be, well, the next one's going to work, right? You wouldn't go if it didn't give you something, you didn't get a little out of it. So it's, well, the next one will be the one, right? Or the next coach is going to be the coach, or the next book's going to be the book. And it's, Carl Jung, he who looks outside learns, he who looks inside grows, or one who looks outside, one who looks inside. And it's where you got to get to that unconscious level and figure out what is the strategy or what is the internal program that's running that's not allowing you to get past that threshold that you're at.
Well, and you nailed it. I do a lot of work with behavioral change for children for many, many years. And one of the things we train others on is we have to know the need. Is it need for control, need for security, because all behavior that's not leading to your desired result is just an unmet need that you keep meeting the wrong way. So I love that you kind of connected into. Oh, and I know mine. I love the need for the growth part. So as soon as I go and I learn and I meet someone, I'm happy, and then I'm back to like, oh, and then I need more growth. Let me just by extending myself out to learn, I'm meeting my need. That's why I have so many stupid degrees. I mean, they're not dumb, but you know what I mean? Like, that's where my pattern gets stuck. Is like, oh, I feel a certain way. Let me go out and get another certificate.
Well, there you go. That's we can have that conversation at a different time. That's a
deep conversation though when you think about it, because I'm just thinking about one of the biggest patterns was I had a savior complex. And so it was a very well-known joke for a long time, who's crashing on Jeremy's couch? Because I was trying to save somebody or prevent them. And I don't want to say all of them, but a good chunk of those people that I was trying to save are still in the same patterns they were in and before us, because who did I need to save? Me.
Yourself. Exactly. And that's so funny that you bring that up, because something I've been seeing key across the whole day has been the Conscious Evolution Expo. I think it's funny. Everyone's similar topics is we're all talking about the stuff that goes on out of our awareness for a sum up term, and that downplays a lot of people's things. So I don't mean to do that. It's true though. We all have things that are happening. And I think that's the important thing to realize is it's all at an unconscious level. It's happening because it's in there. I love what you said there, Missy, like your child, your inner child, stuff like that. And you deal with children and ask them, what's the need? A lot of these needs, a lot of these strategies are developed when we're young, when we're really young. And no young child is designed to run an adult's life. That just doesn't make sense, Yeah. So Dr. Kim, actually, she's been on here. Something I love that she always says is you upgrade the apps in your phone. Why don't you upgrade the apps in here and down in here,
Oh, yeah.
It's so good. And I, give her all the credit for that one. It's a great way to describe it because updates are super important. And just like you said, you keep going to the seminars, you read the books, you're going for the updates. You want the updates. And it's something that's why a coach is good, because the coach is it's so much easier to see what somebody else is facing and to see how to fix. Raise your hands. Anyone can fix somebody else's problem, right? You hear them talking, you go, oh, here, come here, I'll give you 10 things you can do right now, bing, bing, bang, and you're done, right? And then we go to our own problems and we go, oh yeah, so and it just gets to a point where you're just kind of bumping your head against redundantly the wall.
Well, and it's such a funny experience because you realize you start seeing your own. I think relating back to our own lives is interesting because my own dreams were put on hold because I was so busy working on other people's dreams, and then professed that I was a healer. And so then it's kind of interesting when you look at that, and then you start realizing when you make yourself a priority, then magically, I say that jokingly, your dreams start happening.
My grandpa used to always say, do what's best for you. You know, and it's like, even down to the basic levels, like look at when you get on an airplane and they tell you, if you're traveling with infants or children or people who need your aid, put your own mask on first before you, because if you can't breathe, you can't help anybody. You know, you're drowning, you can't swim with somebody. So everyone needs a raft.
So what do we do with Steve? I bet you that you are a phenomenal expert in this. Just distractions. Because we live in such a world now where, like, even I'm gonna tell on myself. The other day I went to check the weather, and then I found myself on TikTok, and I'm like, what am I doing with my phone in my hand? And I'm like, God dang it, I was just gonna see how hot it was. But I automatically went back into patterns and like how we just like in a split second. So I don't think we've ever had more distractions in life than we do at the time we're living in right now.
Absolutely, that's a fact, and that's a great point. You know, and it does go to patterns. And something we say is how you do anything is how you do everything. So that's something that anyone's gonna. So that could be a lot of things. I'm not gonna assign your just places there without having a good conversation with you. I do notice it with myself, seeing strategies like that in the past. It's a way to trick myself into giving myself a break. I would imagine, if I could venture to say, you're probably a high achiever, or probably an overworker, probably a first in, last out, don't know when the bell chimes, because you have headphones in motivating you to keep working. So that's normal. And the distract. So how can I get back on topic here? Your environment will let you know where your focus actually is.
Ooh, I hope that someone types that in. I know we've got people that are typing stuff on the Facebook, but that was huge.
Your environment will let you know where your focus is. So you sit with that for a minute.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Jeremy, I'm turning over you the next question.
Your environment will let you know. I missed the last part.
Where your focus is.
That's so good.
Because that leads into my question.
Oh, well then, perfect. Let's hear it.
And so I'm going to put that in the chat, but I also wanted to because my question was how does somebody know that they're standing on one of their thresholds? And so you kind of answered it in a way. So,
and your language, and it's the thing. It's the person that you get told all the time, and it doesn't matter what stage you're at, but when people are. I remember going all the way back to like serving jobs as the bartender, and the people would go, "Is this your bar?" And it's like, I'm 21. No, like, it's just like when the potential has always been there, right? And they say that you're one of those people. No matter what, you've always had this vision for yourself, and those visions are real. Disney, this is all credit to you. A dream is a wish your heart makes. That comes from your unconscious. Those are real things. So that dream that you've seen in yourself is an actual reality for yourself. It's just a matter of getting there. And I think it's a matter of crossing multiple thresholds. Remember at the beginning, we said when you're done, you're dead. So you got to keep going. You're always going to the next one. It's just what's the next threshold, and who do I become next to get to that next threshold? What's the old saying? If who you are today would get you where you want to be, you'd be there. It's similar to that,
I love that, and I think you kind of nailed something else too. It's that. When you level up, you usually level up with to the next level that the people are at. Like you said, don't be the smartest person in the room. I find this my biggest changes in life have been on the coattails of being lucky enough to run into someone else, or to connect with someone else, or to have a friend who is their trajectory is a little bit faster than mine, but it speeds mine up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They say you're the sum of the 5 people that you hang around the most, and I mean, even just go to, if you play sports, if you go bowling, if you play golf, and I'm not good at either. I do both. I'm not good at either. I do like them. And if you go with somebody who is good, you will play better that day, the same as if you're around great speakers, if you're around a bunch of good thinkers in a room and you're all brainstorming, environment matters quite a bit. So that's a great point.
There's studies that even found that financially, you're the sum of the 5 people you hang around the most.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that even goes back to the old saying. One of my mentors used to tell me in corporate America, she used to say, you have to start dressing the part to the promotion that you want to have. So if you want to be a vice president, then you have to start dressing and acting like a vice president. And I think that goes down to fake until you make it, or fake until you become it.
Well, it does, and it also ties in with the law of attraction thing. And it's, like manifestation. You manifest what you are, not what you want. So that's why you'll hear everyone, "Oh, I read The Secret. I didn't get anything." It's like, okay, that's great. You consciously knew all the right stuff. That's just all an unconscious thing that you got to get the work done.
Or they subscribe to the idea that positive thoughts create, except that it's what you feel inside creates.
Create your thoughts. Exactly. The thoughts are a byproduct. Exactly.
Yeah. And or Dr. Kim was talking earlier about vibration. So frequency.
Yeah.
So it's very powerful. So,
well, frequency. I mean, that even ties right into what we were just saying about you attract what you are. Everything has a frequency. And I actually believe this is Dr. Kim's words, that nothing will drop frequency to come to you. You have to go up to its frequency.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I'm just gonna say, Dr. Kim, we'll take a payment for this promo.
Yeah.
So if somebody's listening right now, feels like they might be at that point, what's a step they could take to begin moving past that threshold?
Great question. Someone earlier mentioned some questions. So magic questions are fun. I like questions that you can ask yourself that can really make a big impact in what you can actually do. Taking action is the most important thing that you can do for any change to happen. Even Carrie said it earlier, messy action is the best thing. And that's so, so true. Confidence comes from doing, not from thinking about. And something that you can do that I would say for just like an at-home exercise, or when you feel like you're stuck, or you feel like you want to do more and you've tried a bunch of things and all the stuff coming to your conscious, you've done all this stuff. I want you to just take a breath, close your eyes, and just ask yourself the one question. Just say, what can I do now?
Now.
What can I do now? And just speak with yourself and all the weird stuff. Get a pen out before you do this, because there's going to get some stuff coming up, and just start writing stuff down. And if you're thinking of what your next level is, or what your threshold break is, or what can you not get crossed, you'll start getting the action items. Now, eventually you're going to need to go a little further and figure out what at the unconscious level is there, and what strategies are running. And like I said, this isn't good or bad. This is just what is, and once we understand that, then we can adjust the strategies to get us to the outcome that we want, and to make sure that we're aligned internally with what our beliefs internally are what we actually want in our life, so that our focus and what we see around us is actually all aligned.
Yeah, I think there was something I listened to these talks on my morning walk, and I was listening to Napoleon Hill. And and he's talking about, oftentimes we want to have certainty before we act. But if we act, then certainty actually comes as a result of our decisions to act towards the direction of our authenticity, or our soul's direction, or whatever you want to call it. And so, then obviously we're held in this pattern of never acting, because we're waiting for certainty.
Jeremy, that's brilliant. I want to add to it too. And I think Steve probably, a lot of people, whether they're mucky or cloudy, is the clarity.
Yeah.
Like I think I want, or I should want, or I have to want, instead of letting that, like working with someone, working with a coach, working with a mentor, working with an expert to really sit down and help. It's hard to get clarity if you're the only one in the room. Like it really takes that other person to ask the right question for you to go, oh my God, I never thought of it that way. And then start to clear up that vision, to really help you get excited and then motivated. And, you don't have to go out to get motivated. When you have that clarity, you wake up ready.
Well, that's such a great point. And Jeremy, you're exactly right. And momentum, I think, can be confused. Momentum can be both ways. Momentum doesn't mean that you're moving. You can have a stuck momentum, and that's what we're avoiding, what we're moving away from, hopefully. But a momentum is the idea of what you're going for there. And Misty, you're exactly right. That's the importance of the coach, is that you can't be conscious and unconscious at the same time. And if you're trying to change things at an unconscious level, you need somebody there to coach you. Hence the, as another plug for you, Dr. Kim, as tour guides, she likes to say, we're there to coach you along. We're there to ask the questions that you don't think to ask yourself, or to let you hear the answers that you wouldn't because you're overthinking yourself, or to, prompt like we said earlier, it's so much easier to see somebody else's path they could be on and stuff you can do to help them, and more importantly, being there as a coach, as a safe person and a safe place for them to access those thoughts and those feelings and those answers. That's a very intimate thing that they're working through with their unconscious, and that's a lot of trust that you are held responsible, I think, at an ethical level to keep them safe and make sure that they have the right experience while they're going through this transformation.
That's so powerful.
Well, Steve, thank you so much for being here and being a part of this expo that we're having here online and being a part of the Inner Circle. It's been very much a pleasure to meet you. I do see even Dr. Kim's on the wall behind you, Creatrix.
There we are. Yeah.
So wonderful having you, and thank you for the conversation.
Oh, thank you both. Thanks again for the opportunity and for hosting the event. This has been a great experience, and I can't wait to do it again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Great topic, Steve. Thank you.
Well, Misty, how are you feeling?
Oh my gosh. As Steve quoted Dr. Kim a lot, I'm going to be quoting Steve a lot.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
I think the specific things of the clarity, right, of understanding your vision, and then the motivation, having that, like, what that wears out. And what the last point, I don't know if you guys picked up on that, where he talked about just because you have momentum doesn't mean you have movement. Oh, that's so good.
I got to put that in chat. I think that's what somebody was asking for. Just because you have movement does not mean you have momentum, right?
Yeah, you could be running around in a circle.
That's true. Very true. Well, I think that's what we talked about earlier. You got one foot on the pedal and one foot on the gas. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So, we got a couple minutes before the next speaker coming up. Misty, we've been working with the Los Angeles Tribune for a while. What are some you're doing something I wasn't even aware of, LAT Leadership Academy. So is that what you were talking to me about the other night?
Yes, we are. We just finished some videos on leadership. We're doing definitely leadership in business, but what we're really excited about is leadership and entrepreneurial. Because sometimes entrepreneurials, as an entrepreneur, you're like, it's isolated, right? You're doing everything. You're running the business, you're running the books, and so we really wanted to look at what does leadership in your specific niche mean, and how do we get you branded? Because we work with a lot of coaches and speakers and experts, and if you're not branded and leading your niche, you're going to blend in with everyone else. And so a lot of these courses that we're creating are coming straight from the idea of psychology. My partner, Chris, she has a degree in marketing. She took a yoga company up to 6 figures. She, sold a business. And so I come more in from psychology and change. And so we're this great dynamic partnership of how do you, for the entrepreneurial, blend in everything from marketing to branding to even how you meet people. Networking. And so we wanted to take all these questions we've seen over all the years and just start to put bigger trainings together and then micro trainings together. So we're really hoping to have is this like academy online where members can just jump into the wormhole and click and then get what they need right away to help themselves, whether it might be a quiz, it might be a tool, it might be a strategy, it might be a template. We're going to have a lot of downloadable things. He'd be like, oh, I like that. Let me download it and make it my own. And then, of course, having that aspect of, well, okay, how do you have presence? How do we get you credibility? How do you have exposure? And that's all the things we're learning in the Los Angeles Tribune, right? That you need your credibility and exposure. We need to know who you are and why you're who you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that even kind of Steve was talking about. We're almost afraid to talk about who we are sometimes. And because we've been programmed to think that that's like egotistical or, that you shouldn't talk about yourself. But I'm like, if you don't explain who you are, then how are we going to know?
I love it. And everything we do is based in science. That's why we wanted to go with Academy. So we do a lot of things based on studies, and then we shout out the studies and kind of show you how it could apply to yourself.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I'm really loving how things are flowing today. and the topics and the subjects are coming together. And one of the things that some of the speakers have mentioned to me is that they weren't 100% sure that they would fit into the summit or the expo today, but the reality is that they are all coming together and blending together. And I think that just me just makes my heart sing when that happens. So
it's behind you. It's the yin and yang. Like one person's topic, it complements the other. You know what I'm really seeing today as a pattern? I'm really seeing science and I'm going to call it advanced science. Some people call it woo. But when you're looking at some of the principles with vibration, or you're looking at intuition or manifesting, like these are now being studied on how to be able to put the skills behind it to get there. So you have this like sort of intuition, you have the embodiment, and then you have science, right? But they're not separate. It's the yin and yang. Is they're both part of the bigger picture. And I think today is a beautiful blend of both worlds. You take that step back, it's one world. It's not coming from two different spectrums. It's really one big picture if you have that vantage point. That's why I appreciate Donna so much. I mean, someday she's explaining what do you call it? The physics. Yeah, the crazy physics, like the outside of the world, why everything works the way it does.
Quantum physics.
Quantum physics, yeah. One day she's explaining quantum physics to me, and the next day we're pulling cards on where our future is going to be.
Yeah, she just pulled cards for me and sent it to me 20 minutes ago. It was awesome. So,
but she'll explain it in a quantum physics sort of way.
She probably will. So, well, I just want to drop it in here since you guys are all these speakers, except for one that we're coming up here in a little bit, are all a part of the Speakers Inner Circle. And so I'm going to drop that link in the chat. So,
let me ask you a question about that, Jeremy.
Yeah.
What inspired you to bring together individuals on it? And it's tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah. So the answer to your question, what inspired me is that I've been training people, as you know, for almost 30 years, 28 years, really. And I've trained speakers and people in the spiritual world, and I've trained salespeople and leaders and everything else like that. And I just thought, a couple of years ago, I want to start helping develop people, not just for me, but people like you, Misty, who has come on and create an environment or a culture of a community of people growing together. And so, as you know, social learning is one of the biggest ways to learn. And so we bring people together and then they grow together. And so with that being said, it just inspired me. So when the idea of the Speakers Inner Circle came up, I didn't even hesitate to say yes. And so it was just one of those things. I was super excited because it blends my worlds together. Everything I've done for the past almost 30 years, I can learn. And our next speaker coming on has actually taught me quite a bit. And so that's one of the things. So even though I'm the one that's kind of guiding it, it doesn't mean I'm not learning. So I get the opportunity to learn as well. I mean, I did a podcast for 11 years, and I'm going to tell you what, I've learned so much from my guests that came on. And so it's just a great opportunity to really be inspired and fill my week with people that are out there doing it every week. They're coming on and speaking. Even if they're not the ones speaking, they're the ones there, and the energy we build together is building a community. And so, I mean, so to answer your question about what is the Speakers Inner Circle, well, it's a group of people that are come together. We have weekly trainings, and with that being said, we've had people like Misty come on and talk about the psychology of sales. I've talked about how to use learning. I've talked about Bloom's taxonomy and how to use that to create clients for life. The experiential learning model to build more engagement in your workshops. And we've had just this last week, Julianne Meyer, our director of leadership this week, and so he came on and talked about her building your presence in media. I mean, there's just a lot of topics. Plus, they come on and they speak on events like this, and then they also are going to be on Leadership Week here in the next month and a half, on top of other things, and they get the first chance at any type of events or things that we're going to be doing with the Los Angeles Tribune. So to me, it was a no-brainer. It just didn't even I didn't even bat an eye to start to be a part of it. So if you want to know more, you can definitely reach out on the website that I've put there. There's a chat function. You can actually chat me, and I will respond back. So,
well, you know, Bob Proctor always said, "Fly first class," and I think the Speakers Inner Circle is first class. I think it's a weekly flight to be able to be next to and learn from some of the best in what they specifically do every single day.
Yeah.
And the one thing I appreciate about the Speakers Inner Circle, that is the heart. The people I got to meet in there love people, and they want to make an impact in this world. And I think that that's such a great group to be a part of. So it doesn't feel like everyone's just trying to sell to me. It feels like everyone's influencing me to be a better version of myself.
Absolutely. Well, with that being said, I want to bring up our next speaker. So like I mentioned, she's taught me some things over the past few months. So I really appreciate her and her message. So Jean Andrus, I'm going to be bringing her up on the stage. She is a revenue architect for conscious coaches and healers with 20 plus years, Misty, in system designs and background in transformational work. She bridges structure and soul, helping leaders build ethical revenue systems that amplify impact without burnout. She's going to be talking about conscious revenue, why structure is the missing link in a spiritual business. So I'm going to bring her up on the virtual stage. How are you doing tonight, ma'am?
Oh my gosh,
I am just fabulous. I've been having such a great time listening to everybody else speak. And I find it interesting that you guys were talking about yin and yang right before I came up, because I'm going to be talking a little more yang today. Okay. I'm going to be talking a little more to the strength part of this. And I'm really excited to be talking about this topic today. And so I am talking for entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, business people who are running their own business online. And I'm going to talk a little bit about my own background first, because most of us started our businesses because we wanted some freedom in our lives. I know I certainly did. When I quit my job in corporate, I was working as an IT consultant. I was traveling 4 days a week. I was flying a couple thousand miles every week to get to my job site. And deadline system structures were everywhere and all about what I was about. I burned out. I burn out on structure. I burn out on working in corporate. I burn out on big computer systems. And when I left that job and started my coaching business, I rejected structure completely. Because in my mind, structure meant pressure. It meant discipline. It meant someone else or my business was controlling my life, and I was tired of bosses. What I wanted was freedom. Quick question. If you've started a business, did you start it at least partly because you wanted more freedom in your life? Well, they told me I could have it. Lifestyle business language. Work when you want. Serve who you love. Make good money. Live the dream. Did you hear that too? So I rejected everything that looked like structure. And I ignored the people studiously who talked about systems for coaches. And I floundered for years. Eventually, I realized something that changed everything for me. Structure is not the enemy of freedom. Structure is what creates freedom. There's another layer to this that we don't talk about very often in heart-centered spaces. You probably have heard a little bits and pieces today. Many healers, coaches, and empaths actually feel uncomfortable about speaking about their revenue. And it's not just the money stories. Some of us can even feel a little embarrassed about it because we came into this work to help people, not to talk about money, not to think about sales, not to focus on income. We did it to help. So there's often this quiet belief running underneath that focusing on revenue somehow makes the work less pure. Let me ask you something honestly. How many of you have ever felt a little uncomfortable about taking money for your work? The truth is, revenue is what allows the work to continue. In most spiritual and healing traditions, money is equivalent to energy. Energy flows in exchange for value. Energy allows healing work to exist in the world. Energy keeps lights on and doors open. And if that energy can't move, the work can't continue. And think about it. In the physical world, energy doesn't just magically appear when it's needed. It moves through systems, doesn't it? Electricity through power lines, water power through dams, fuel coming to us through pipelines. In every case, energy flows because somebody built a structure that directs it and a container that holds it. No structure, no container, and the energy simply dissipates. Imagine trying to run a hydroelectric dam with cracks in the walls. The water's there, the energy's there, but the container can't hold it. So if money is energy, structure is the channel that allows the energy to move. The not funny thing I discovered later is that I wasn't alone in rejecting structure and money for freedom and so-called purity. Way too many heart-centered entrepreneurs start exactly the same way. They come into business because they care deeply and they've got talent about helping the people. And frankly, they're burnt out on the masculine structures typical of the corporate world. So they have wisdom, compassion, powerful transformations. But they get told that story about the lifestyle-based business, where passion replaces systems and authenticity replaces structure, and things are just supposed to flow. Businesses don't run on passion alone. Businesses need structures that allow value to move through the world. And when those structures are missing, two things happen. Revenue becomes unpredictable because the containers that hold and direct that energy are leaking. And so your work reaches fewer people. And I know that's the opposite of what you want. Part of the reason that this gap exists, and part of the reason that I do the work I do, is that the systems our modern businesses run on were built by engineers. Engineers and empaths speak very different languages. So let me test something. How many of you know exactly what SPF, DKIM, and DMARC are? And I'm guessing that most of you don't. And that's exactly the point. Engineers speak in TLA, three-letter acronyms. TCP, API, DNS, SPF, even SMPT. Not all TLAs are three letters. When engineers talk about systems, they talk about protocols and authentication and infrastructure. Empaths, healers, and coaches talk about connection, energy, impact, transformation. Engineers talk about packets and servers. Empaths talk about people and feelings. Engineers build systems that move information. Empaths create the work that transforms lives. Conscious, heart-centered businesses need both. Quick funny moment. I once watched a brilliant coach open up an email about email deliverability and say, I feel like I just opened a physics textbook and I think I'm going to close it now. The funny thing is, the engineer who wrote that document probably felt exactly the same when someone explained intuition, energy work, past lives, and transformation. And this is where so many conscious businesses break down, because the infrastructure that allows their message to travel is wrapped in a language they were never taught. Let me give you one simple example of structure most coaches rely on every single day. You're either sending them or getting them, and that's email. Email is the backbone of most online businesses. But the way email works is actually a trust system among many engineers building many systems. Before your message ever reaches a human being, email providers, the people who let your email into the mailbox, the mailman, if you will, they evaluate your system. They ask questions like, has the sending identity successfully passed authentication protocols? Does the domain name maintain a trustworthy reputation signal across providers? Is there sufficient historical engagement to justify inbox placement? See, I told you it was a different language. That was engineer speak for 3 very human questions. Is the person sending this who they say they are? Have they been behaving well in the past? And do the people getting those messages actually want to receive them? Now, it's kind of funny to me that I can get 900 voicemail messages a day asking me for things that I don't want. And I can get a physical mailbox full of stuff I don't want. But the email providers, I guess it's those Nigerian princes that did this to us. They're very careful about who they let through. And they're not looking at your content. They're evaluating the structure of your message. And this is where we often get stuck, because we assume something very natural. If I send an email to someone who said they wanted it, they'll get it, right? But that's not the way the system works. The system asks, can we trust the infrastructure behind this message? And if you ask the coach or the business owner, they may not even know where it's controlled. I'll ask you, do you know how the infrastructure is controlled in your email box, in your email sending? And it's not because engineers love complexity. It's to prevent that spam stuff. So here's a way it translates into real life. So last week I took on a new client and I was helping her set up some email sequences. I ran a test on one and it showed up in my junk folder, even though I'd already whitelisted her, the default email for her system. I was perplexed and I reached out to her, and she had no idea whether her email was going to someone's inbox or their junk mail, or whether it might not even be getting sent out at all. Now I was on the hunt to fix this. I checked her infrastructure. Her SPF and DKIM were fine. Yeah, I know, those TLAs. But her DMARC record was sending messages to some tech support guy somewhere. And the system was masking the real sending address, which was not the right one. So most of her list never saw her message. Once those things were fixed, same email, sent it out again, and it was back in the inbox. And because we fixed the DMARC, We've been able to keep an eye on it ever since. The problem was never her message. The problem was the invisible structure carrying the message. How many of you have ever assumed that something in your business just wasn't the right message? Maybe people weren't showing up for a workshop, people ghosting a discovery call, only to find out maybe that you had the wrong link for the meeting room, or your confirmation emails weren't getting sent out properly. Have you spent hours debugging your messaging when it might actually be a structural problem? We come in with the best of intentions, great content you want to share. I think about it like a map, like navigation, especially back in the old days before you had your phone sitting there with its maps. Imagine getting in your car and telling your partner, I'm intending to drive to Chicago. Your intention might be sincere, but if all you have is longitude and latitude, your destination might be clear, precise even. But if you don't have a map or a GPS or a road system that works, you're probably not going to get there. Intention matters, but structure is what moves you from one place to the other. Businesses work the same way. Coaches often have tremendous intention, but the structures that carry their message, the systems, the infrastructure, the communication channels were never really built, which is why conscious revenue isn't just about the work you do. It's the yin and the yang. The yin is that brilliant work you do. The yang is the structures that carry it to where it needs to go.
Jean, I was just, you made me think about something. And when in business, a lot of times we don't want to put the structure in. We just want to jump right into it.
Okay.
And I don't know, it just made me think about something when you're thinking about, it goes with the theme of everything we're talking about today, right?
Yeah.
You have to have even when you consciously think about your email campaign, everything has, it's not necessarily to spend like years and years planning, but you do have to consider it before energetically and consciously put your energy into it before you do something. And I think that's kind of the nature of what you're speaking about. Am I correct?
Absolutely. So can I tell a tale on you here, Jeremy?
You can definitely tell a tale on me.
So when I first started in the inner circle, I wasn't getting emails. I would get one here and there, and I get them in my junk mail or my promotions. And it was a simple fix that we had to go out and fix these pieces of structure. And I told Jeremy, just let's get together and do this. Mm-hmm. And we fixed it, and then they made one more tweak, and that was really the one that brought things fully in. And it's so important to have that. And what I saw was that those first few weeks, people weren't showing up for when the Thursday evening meeting, and it's because we weren't seeing the emails.
Yeah. Well, and that really comes down to the technical knowledge. And that's when somebody like you comes in and helps you build the structure.
Exactly.
So that's when we're talking about consciousness, it's like, I think one of the speakers said earlier, it's okay to ask for help. And that's
exactly.
that's a part of being a conscious leader or a conscious person or a conscious coach or a conscious healer, is to be able to ask for help. And so often, don't you think, is that we're so afraid to ask for help because we're afraid it's going to make us look bad.
And
it's not true.
And it's exactly what I was saying before, is that we don't, as coaches, and I even fell into this myself when I was doing a lot of Reiki work and NLP and hypnosis, I would forget how the infrastructure really was supposed to be put together. And I've got almost 40 years of experience putting together those infrastructures. So we don't speak the same language as a coach as the person who is programming your system. And that's where I've found my very specific niche is that I speak coach and I speak system.
You know, next time I go in as a consultant into corporate America, I'm going to go up to the IT director and I'm going to be like, you know what? You need to put some Reiki into the computers. I'm just going to see what happens. And, I'm going to bring Donna with me, and just
and let her Reiki the computers. Yeah.
Well, she'll just mind whisper the computer.
Oh, good luck. Yeah. And don't ever let anybody tell you that Mercury retrograde isn't a real thing.
Oh, that's true too. Well, thank you so much.
Can I just let everyone know I have put a thing together on how to look through your email, and it's at simplyserenesystems.com/EM-audit, and Simply Serene Systems is all one word.
Wonderful.
EM-audit, and it's goes through 16 points that you should know whether or not your system is actually functioning correctly.
I love it. Thank you so much.
What a gift. Thank you.
And all your help and coming here and sharing your wisdom.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Mind-blowing.
Oh, I need to put us on the right camera. You know, got to hit those buttons where we're placed correctly. So, well, hello, Misty.
Hi, Jeremy. It really nailed it when the email wasn't going through, and she's like, "It's not the message, it's the system."
Yeah.
So for people who might be a little discouraged to have a great message, I hope that was very motivating and inspiring to like look at what systems need to change, but not the message.
Well, you know, Donna said something to me about a month ago, and so I have to kind of transfer some of my language because I've been in corporate for so long that I think of you have to put structure, like standard operating procedures in it. And she mentioned systems are how you build a business. And I had to be like, how do I relate that to my language? Oh, standard operating procedures is how you build and scale an organization. And so if you don't have them, you have no foundation to build on, which is like a system. And how many companies or groups or organizations don't have a system? And they were successful for a long time, but then they have issues. Like I worked for a group once, and I was consulting with them where they literally had they grew so fast that they didn't have a structure, so that their fulfillment couldn't keep up. So, and that's just one of those things.
The crazy, if you really think about that, they say usually 1 out of 2 businesses, right? Like, and the hard part of understanding that is it wasn't because they weren't successful. It's because they were successful too fast. Yeah. The systems are not in place to sustain the level of success that they reached at that fast. I think that's so crazy to me.
Well, and it happens because you get overeager. And this happens a lot of times with younger, higher up executives, people they get so excited, or a sales team gets so excited, like, oh, we're going to get this big deal. But they haven't checked to see if the fulfillment side can actually fulfill whatever the product is. And so, but that's a holistic approach to looking at business. It's no different than your life. And so, yeah,
so true.
So many things that, and when I think about the Los Angeles Tribune and where we were 6 years ago and to where we are now and the systems we have in place now, it just blows my mind away. I mean, I remember those first conversations, 6 years ago. And, well, I've grown in 6 years. Misty, you and I have grown just in the time that we've known each other. So
tremendously.
So
good.
And we're turning into Superman like you have right behind you.
My favorite.
So wonderful. So our next speaker is coming on, and I'm excited about her because another good friend and somebody that I've known for a while, but she has a lot of great information and a lot of great wisdom. And so I'm really excited about her coming against it's a topic I think we all should be learning more about. So let me tell you a little bit about Lisa Brewer, who is a business architect and AI operational strategist.
Ooh.
With 30 years of leadership experience and 5 years of hands-on AI integration across her own business platforms. She is as a founder of AI Coach Build and Prime Coach. By the way, she builds apps. She served more than 1,500 clients and generated 7 figures in revenue by helping expertise-driven professionals build the infrastructure. There's that word around systems, right? Infrastructure, and their growth actually requires. So she's going to be talking about conscious entrepreneurship in the AI age, and we're actually going to be interviewing her, Misty. So we're going to stay on stage here with her. So let me go ahead and bring Lisa up on the virtual stage. Hello there, ma'am.
Welcome, Lisa.
How are you all?
We are doing well. I'm just short of being fabulous. Well, I'm just right on the mark of being fabulous right now. So
It's been a great day. Like, I've been listening and having this on in the background while I've been doing some work. This has just been a fabulous, fabulous event. Just wonderful.
Well, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Or if you enjoyed it and now you're a part of it.
I know. I'm so excited.
Lisa, I love your title.
Thank you.
Business AI architect. Oof.
Yeah. That's come after a lot of years. It's come after a lot of years working with founders, with creators and consultants, and helping them to launch and structure and grow and scale their businesses, and including my own. And noticing something that was very interesting to me. Most of us we're so talented, right? We are great visionaries. We can see like into the future and maybe into the past. I'm not sure, but we can see it all, right? And we have this passion to help people. But what we tend to miss out on and not have is structure. And so from a young age, I've been like this kind of very interesting dual person. I mean, we all are, right? But I love like the woo and all this. You can see some of that in my background, and I'm an ordained charismatic minister and all that kind of great stuff. Like, that's great. And, you know, shaman and all that and a couple bucks will get you a cup of coffee at McDonald's. But I'm also very much into tech. I'm a STEM girly. Like, I majored in biochemistry at Northwestern University. Like, I'm a STEM girl. So I can see the vision and then create the structure to support that vision. And that's what I've realized over the last 5 years of doing this full time, is that it's not that we have a lack of vision. You know, I know the Bible says that my people perish for a lack of vision, but I'm going to say it's more so writing down the vision and making it plain and creating the structure upon which you can build that vision. So that's where I'm doing it right now.
I love it. I love it because you're going to be talking about conscious entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
So, and tell me what that actually means in practice. And
well, I will tell you, for me, it's not what we would think. To me, conscious entrepreneurship is not only being, you know, awakened and in this state where you kind of come outside of yourself, right? But it is also this concept of consciously and intentionally building the business, being an entrepreneur intentionally, so that, and I love how this feeds into everything we've all been talking about today. Because if you have no intention, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And that includes your business that's meant to reach the world, or whatever section of the world that is. Jeremy, you're going to reach people that I will never reach. Misty's going to reach people I'm never going to reach. But if we can reach our world and be intentional how we construct it so it doesn't burn us out. Because that whole threshold thing, and I was listening to that, I was like, oh my gosh, please say that again for the kids in the back of the room. Because, right, what we end up doing, the dirty little secret for the empath is we want to fix everybody else. We don't want to fix ourselves because it feels real good to fix everybody. So it feels real good to get out here. I'm going to coach, I'm going to this, I'm going to that, but I have no idea how I'm going to get my next lead. I have no idea how I'm going to deliver this so I don't get burned out. I have no idea how I'm going to structure my pricing so that I truly get my value, and how then I'm going to scale this beyond all the one-on-one. I'm always doing the readings, I'm always doing the healings, I'm always doing the one-on-one coachings and all that. So to me, it's consciously building, consciously being an entrepreneur, and not just throwing it against the wall and seeing what sticks.
Love it. So when you think about that, why does it matter more now with AI entering the picture?
I, for one, okay, I'm Gen X. Okay, so for all my Gen Xers out here that we grew up on Terminator, we saw the Matrix in the movie theaters, right?
So good.
You know, you just take your pick, right? Even I was thinking about iRobot the other day. I was like, oh God, we forgot about iRobot. Where did that leave off on? But anyway, so we have this thing, right, where I was not really hip and happening with AI. I was like, and I have been saying on one of my YouTube channels for a very long time that unless you really have discernment and can pick up on someone's human energy, we're gonna not know the difference. It is specifically intentional on how you build your business right now, because if you do not understand how to utilize AI as a partner and as a tool to help amplify and escalate and elevate your voice, elevate your delivery, bring it to market faster, bring it to market in a way that everyone's going to be able to interact with it, you will be left behind. We are in, and not the Tim LaHaye Left Behind. We are in, okay, our version of what was the Industrial Revolution at the beginning of the century, at the turn of the century. Yeah. We are literally living in that time period right now.
Wow.
And I'm excited for it now. But I'm telling you, if you don't know how to build it, and can I say just one more thing really quick about this, Jeremy? It's not just going into ChatGPT and typing the latest 5 or 6 chats that you happen to see. That's not going to cut it. Okay? Because the 5 or 6 chats that the prompts you're typing in that you got off of Threads or off of X or off of Instagram, wherever you got it from, those are the same 5 or 6 same prompts that thousands upon thousands of other people are putting in there. And you are also training ChatGPT as a global or whatever LLM you're using, take your pick, on how to talk, how to think, how to react. So your idea then gets put out for everybody else to be able to see even quicker than what was ever known before. So if we don't know how to do these things correctly and protect our own IP and EP or emotional or energetic property as well, we're going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is there's a whole movement right now on ethical standards or conscious standards on human interaction with AI. And I also think it's also comes down to this intelligence is here. How do we use it in a way where we work with it as opposed to unconsciously, and understand it on a greater scale than just having those 5 chats. So I think that there's a lot more to it that most people don't understand. I don't think people fully understand that AI is everywhere now. So,
and it's been everywhere. We've been using it for a very long time. We weren't chatting with it the same way. Yeah. We've been using it for forever, for a very, very long time.
I do have to just say, though, that it is not your spiritual guru or your therapist, just so you know.
Yeah. You can't. That's another discussion. We have to have
a whole other subject
on that one.
But I would like to know what excites you, because we hear a lot of fear, but you're coming from such a great vantage point of what it's going to do for us if we're in it on time, right? Like the revolution, right? Like I can't 20 years after be like, I should have opened a business. Like we're in it right now.
Yes.
What's exciting? What do you wake up for?
What excites me is the possibilities. What used to take me, I've been doing this now full time for 5 years. So those of you who are watching me now or later, whenever you're watching me, I just want to give you a couple really quick statistics. Most businesses don't last past 2 years. 50% of businesses close their doors after 2 years of opening, and only 11% of us last 5 years. So I think I know a little bit of something about a longevity and how to maintain it. And what excites me is that I get to now automate some things. I get to accelerate. I get to do market research and and positioning and marketing and all of these things so much faster for my clients or with the help of my clients. And I get to teach and empower my clients even more so on how they can develop their voice and their marketing, and they can do market research and begin to write programs and begin to get outlines and things. So you know what I get to do? I get to talk. I get to strategize. I get to do all of this wonderful stuff that I wouldn't have had as much time to do before. What used to take me weeks and months now takes me a matter of hours in order or minutes in order to help my clients grow, start, launch their businesses or scale them. Also, I can bring an idea that you have to market so much faster as an app. My superpower was already I talked to you for a little while and I let you talk, and then boom, oh, that's your thing. Let's do that. And then it goes to market and we make, you make good money at it, right? And you help a lot of people. Now I can listen to you and listen to you and listen to you. And then I can say, oh, you know what? We can create an app for that. And I can, within 6 to 8 weeks, depending upon the app, sometimes 10, have it ready to go to market. Because courses are not going to be where it's at, guys. Courses ain't where it's at. What the future is being able to do that course on your own app. The future is being able to to program the AI to help you help your clients so that you have more time for even the humanity, the human side of life. That's what excites me, what I get to do with it. It's fun.
Lisa, it's so funny you say that. Literally last week, I downloaded my favorite band's app. So
Wait, what?
My favorite band has an app now.
Well, first of all, who's your favorite band?
The Dirty Heads.
Oh, what?
They're called the Dirty Heads. They're like reggae rock.
Oh, I never heard of them.
Point being, Lisa's point is that if the music world, if each band now is moving towards past websites, they like you. If I'm your favorite, have my app.
Oh yeah.
And you have that niche. Your niche is going to have your app.
Yeah.
Your niche is going to be hungry for your app. How many apps are on your phone right now?
I'm not allowed to tell you. My children, I was an Android user and they forced me to go to iPhone, and I still have as many apps on my iPhone as I did on my Android. My kids are like, they're losing their minds, but yeah.
I think you nailed it. I think if I could access something easier, I'm going to do that first. I'm not going to go www. I'm not going to pick up a phone. I'm not going to, and these kids aren't either. These kids that are growing up and they're the new generation of consumers. They're already using apps at age 2, 3 years old.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the most powerful things you're saying there is that this, I just experienced this a few years ago. Probably, well, it's a little more than a few years ago. Probably like 2013 or 14. I had a friend of mine that put out a movie, and it was on DVD. And I remember somebody said, for the millennials and us, where can I find this to download? Right. Because they didn't want to have a DVD. And I'm like, and I was still in that part of, switching from, I'd had Netflix for a while and all that other kind of stuff. And, but now we're at this place where it's apps. Yeah. And, and if we don't, we've been doing it a different way for so long that apps are really going to be the way of thinking about it. And so, as an entrepreneur, thinking about a conscious entrepreneur, aren't you thinking way ahead? Like I just go back to companies that are no longer here. Like, the switch from DVDs to, streaming that's a big one. Yeah. And think about the businesses that are no longer here as a result of the change in industry.
Yep, absolutely. And we've seen this coming. Any of us had really been paying attention. We had kind of the boom and the boon, if you will, in 2020 and 2021, and maybe into 2022. But if you were really paying attention to the marketplace, you were realizing that there were certain things. There was this huge rise in the ultra high, or whatever high ticket coach, and then all these online courses. And listen, I have 150 hours in my AI coach build course, like that I have created myself with my own workbooks. It is my own IP, and I'm very proud of it, and we'll still use it, right? But now I need to make it in a way that is accessible to more people. Otherwise, you're going to you will be left behind. I can't stress that enough. You will be left behind because just the way cable is pretty much, I think, it's going to be non-existent within, I would say, 5 years.
Yep.
It will be non-existent within 5 years, right?
Cool. Landlines.
We stream everything. We do right? We literally stream everything. YouTube is the largest television streaming service now, free, but I mean, you get your news from here, you get your daytime TV, you get summits like this from here, you get everything from YouTube on the television, and then the rest of it you get from your phone. So you've got to be able to pivot, but you're not going to be able to pivot unless you understand your business, understand that old-fashioned niche, whatever you want to say. You need to understand how it's constructed, how you're delivering, what you're bringing, so that then someone like me can come along and coach you through and help you architect and create that next step.
I love that. It's almost like you could get into my head, help see my genius, but then come back with the product. Whereas I think many people try to I'll take a course on building an app. Don't do that. No, wrong. Wrong.
Please don't.
Find the expert.
You're gonna get frustrated. It's just the same way with all of the courses, right? We took all these free webinars and we did all these free downloads, only to find out you're trying to cobble together something, and now you got 50 million voices in your head. You just need one. We don't need all the, personalities, right, competing. We just need one, right? And we could take from everybody else. But there are people like myself that do this, and, we love to do it, and we can do it a lot more efficiently and effectively.
Yes.
And use the tools that are going to be easy for your end user, rather than trying to come up with something complex. I'm not building another YouTube. I mean, unless somebody pays me a large sum of money to do so. However, I can get you something that's really going to be a nice, easy interface. We'll maybe even do the AI avatar you. And I will tell you one other thing. It is not as expensive as most people think to be able to have an app that is customized to what you want.
Love it.
You made me think of something funny when you talked about streaming softwares and cable, because there was a YouTuber not too long ago who said he was talking to some young person, and they said, why can't we just have one thing where all the apps are in one area? And he's like, we had it. It was called cable. It was already there, and we paid one price for it. And you just made me laugh.
It's true. And then we had on demand. I mean, it was great.
On demand.
Good life. It was a good life.
Remember the what was the record, TiVo or whatever, record it, and you can pause live TV. So
yes, TiVo, Sling, absolutely.
So do you? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead, dear. I'm reminiscing.
I was just thinking about. Do you think that? Because there's all kinds of stuff out there. I mean, I see on social media every day some kind of advertisement that says, you could sit on the beach and have your business run itself, and I've been blah, 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 and they talk about AI. Do you think that people are rushing into AI too much, or do you think there's a fine line or a balance, or what do you think when it comes to that? We're thinking about being a conscious entrepreneur.
This is going to be maybe an unpopular opinion. I'm not trying to cause beef with anybody. Okay? I'm not beefing with y'all.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we have a business psychologist here on, so if there's any issues,
okay. All right. I don't think that it's necessarily a rush to AI, because AI changes. Like, I usually spend every morning. I spent this morning doing the same thing I always do every Saturday morning with my blueberry pancakes or blueberry waffles. And I sit and I watch a bunch of AI videos and figure out what's happened in the week. I think what the rush is, it is the rush to have it, the rush for quick and easy and the easy button. And we watch these things where you can sit on the beach and you can have your, and that's actually true. I could create something for you to do that. Or you can sit somewhere else and pay $27 and you'll, oh, here you go, a whole program ready to go, a whole course. It is the quality of it. So the problem is now we've got a bunch of AI slop out here. And we've had it for a little while. I'm not going to name any names, but we've had it for a little while. So my issue is that some of the very same people that have historically not really given the end user, the client enough to actually build and create and be profitable and be whole and healed, nothing missing, nothing broken. That's actually what the word peace means in the New Testament. The New Testament word peace means nothing missing, nothing broken. And so, in order for us to be prosperous in our purpose, a lot of times we spend all this money or maybe a little money and we think we're going to get a quick fix or we think it's justice or just that. And because they have a flashy name, then, oh, certainly we must be able to trust it. I'm going to say it's not a rush. It is I need you to have some discernment on, am I really getting my bang for my buck? There is no such thing as a business that was built in a day. There's no such thing as a profitable business. I can't tell you you're going to make 6-7 figures in 30 days. If I do, I'm lying to you. I'm sorry, guys. I'm lying. So we need to do it intentionally. Right. So that's what I believe.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Huge.
I know Misty's got something to say. I can feel it. I can just see it in her.
It's not so much, and I see this too, Lisa, and I wonder if you see it with some of your clients. Sometimes the business owners, unfortunately, they think from the term of what I think my customer wants and not from the terms of what my customer needs and wants.
Correct.
Like from the customer's point of view, right?
Correct.
So I think having someone like you be able to come in, you're able to not only hear what the owner is saying, but you're also able to bring that other lens of what the customer needs and wants. Where sometimes I think we're, as business owners, myself included, we sometimes are blindsided to that because we're just so excited and we run the business.
Yes. And it's the market research. It's the checking. It's the, I was a corporate sales and marketing professional for decades before I started my own business. Okay. So I am very accustomed to what's in it for me as far as from your perspective, from a client perspective. And when it becomes what's in it for me, then that doesn't work. So the beauty with AI, right, and the different LLMs and whatnot is I can quickly find out on a daily basis, hourly basis, if things are shifting in your niche market. And then if things do shift and all of a sudden there's a new search that's popped up, great. Now let's pivot and make sure that we take that new language is being used, but we apply it to your product. I think that's the other problem too. Just because we can create new products with AI in the matter of minutes doesn't mean that we should hold on to your product. Just if you're going to expand it for what the people need, but don't really leave your main goal, right? Your main service. You can find things deep within it. There's so much gold in there you can mine for, right, in what you do.
Oh, so good. That is so good.
Yeah.
So I have one last question, just to kind of,
yes,
get it out of the ballpark. There's a lot coming in with AI, and some of this might be overwhelming to some of the entrepreneurs out there. What are some things or a mindset shift they can do, or some things they could do to help them with that overwhelmed feeling?
Yeah. First of all, breathe. Take a deep breath. Second of all, realize that not me, not anybody else, not even Sam Altman, the chairman of OpenAI. No one is going to know everything about AI. We are not going to. It's just not. We're not. Okay. You don't have to master AI. The key to that, the overwhelm or reducing the overwhelm, is mastering the business. You need to understand your business. You need to really be clear about what's eating up all of your time. Evaluate whether or not it can be automated, evaluating whether or not it can be streamlined. How can you gain more you time and human time, right? And so that you can, that old saying about don't spend all your time working in the business rather than on the business, right? AI honestly can help you work on your business in a ways that you never thought were possible. And most people, they see the shiny objects and they get squirrel and they're like, oh, this is really cool. No, I don't need you to go out and learn every AI tool, because you will spend all your time, trust me, you will spend all your time learning the AI tools. So instead of asking which ones you should learn, it's more like, where am I spending time on work that can be streamlined? And I meant to have a QR code, and I'm so sorry, I forgot that I didn't have control of my own StreamYard. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put, if you don't mind, in the chat, I created a tool called My Business AI Scan. My Business AI Scan. And so I know I can't put it in the YouTube chat because I'm not a moderator. So I'm going to drop it here. My Business in our back chat. AIscan.com. If you go to mybusinessaiscan.com, what you're going to find is a quiz that I created. Okay. And that quiz is going to go through 6 areas of your business or the business you're thinking about. And then it's going to give you a score. And because I was working on a client thing, I didn't have a chance to finish. But within 24 hours, you're going to have from me a report. Okay, that's going to be a personalized report.
Wonderful.
And based on what the top 2 areas that you will need, that I think that you should be focused on. And then I'm going to be offering you the chance to have a quick chat with me, and let's just look at your business, look at where AI can help, and see what we can come up with.
Doing it tonight. Love it. Thank you so much, Lisa, for coming on and all your wisdom as usual, and very much appreciate it. So,
so good.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well,
so much to think about.
So much definitely to think about. This is great conversations as usual. And I'm not going to say what I've been saying all day long, because then I'll end up, in a therapist chair or something like that. So
the versatility, the each conversation is distinct to its own, but yet is threaded. This is such a brilliant showcase of that.
Well, I think that's when we're talking about consciousness. I mean, it goes all the way back to Terry Ann when she first started talking about the echoes of the soul. And, when we start getting into the ideas of consciousness, how we're all interconnected, and, those kind of subjects, and then even down to how to build the structure in your system, or, crossing through those thresholds. I mean, it's all really just comes into, the same conversation. So, yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. So I see that you have the moral compass behind you, by the way.
I do.
So you want to tell everybody about that, what the moral compass is?
I love it because I'm biased. I'm in it. So I think when you're part of a collaboration. So the moral compass, let me bring it a little closer here. Oh.
Don't knock over your bookshelf.
What? It is 28 Principles for Integrity-Driven Leadership. It's Mo Rock, Los Angeles Tribune. Dr. Joe Vitale put a little forward, little blessing on there. But what I appreciate with books like this, and Jeremy, you could attest to this as a trainer, is I'm always looking for things that I could connect for audiences, participants, students, whatever it is, especially in the business world where everything is changing. But in some instances, your principles and your morals need to stay through the storm. And so it's just a compilation of different authors, a lot of speakers are in here too. Um, and it is their sort of thing on mastering success, what they did, and there's stories. Some people give like specifics. Um, but what I appreciate about a book like this is I could refer back to it when I'm training or in a situation where I want to connect back to telling a story about it. And I'm excited. I got asked to speak at my high school that I graduated from 30 years ago. I get to be their honorary speaker for the class of 2026, which is 30 years to the day I graduated, or the year I graduated. And so me and Mo are going to make these cards, the Keys to Success cards, based a little upon the compass here. And I'm going to create some things that we wish we would have known the day we left high school. And we're going to then laminate them, and I'm going to give them to all the students. And then I'm going to talk about them during the talk.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I love it. I love it.
So excited.
I love it. I just kept on seeing it there, and I had to bring it up, and by the way, one of the things that we've been asking about what happens in the inner circle, that's one of the things they're going to be in, is a collaboration book with the Los Angeles Tribune. So it'll be a part of what they do in their membership this year.
Oh my gosh. And I love, one, I could promote myself, right? But two, as a business psychologist, if you're not an author yet and you want to be, it's such a great little skip into being an author and being able to, this is a product I could sell. It also edifies me. It puts me in different positions. I could put it up when I'm speaking. I have it at my back table, right? So just who I'm affiliated with. So what a great perk to be able to have part of the Inner Circle, plus getting wisdom from a lot of people that we've heard today.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of wisdom that's been shared.
I'm already buying one. I'm already in. Count me in.
I'm right there with you. So, where our next speaker is coming up, I've, through the Inner Circle, I've met her as well. And after that, we have a surprise speaker that's coming on. So I'm, well, not really a surprise. It's on the website, but
surprise, you already know.
Surprise, you already know. So, but it's our next speaker is coming up here in just about a minute or so. But I wanted to just tell you a little bit about her really quick. She is a coach and a writer, trained somatic therapist, and certified as a Hendricks coach. She masters as a Waldorf teacher, NLP, and intuitive and energy healing practitioner. That's a lot of training, and that means she's fantastic.
Neuro-linguistic programming is amazing. I cannot wait to hear.
I'm excited. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely fabulous. And so let me tell you about that's Shay Marie Lyon. She's coming up, and she's going to be speaking about decrease stress and increase consciousness through daily practice. I can't think of a better topic to talk about today than to bring consciousness in your daily practice. So let's bring up Shay Marie on, and
beautiful name.
Bring her up onto the virtual stage. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
How are you doing? Thank you so
much. What a beautiful name you have.
Oh, thank you, Misty. I like your name a lot too.
Thank you.
It's great to be here. Yes, and thank you for that introduction and the amazing work you both are doing, guiding all of these incredible speakers. I'm just honored to be here. Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you so much for being here, and we're going to let you have the virtual stage, and so and let you do your thing and show us all your magic.
Right. It's a mutual process. So I'm excited to be here, as I mentioned. In addition to the incredibly generous introduction, I also worked in biotechnology. I was a product manager for the DNA sequencer, and it was a great job. However, I knew that I wanted to help people through a lot of the problems I had had in my life, and I knew many people were struggling with, as well as many people today. And in addition, as a child, I was always called perceptive before I even knew what the word meant. So I'm, as you mentioned and introduced me, I'm Shay Marie Lyon.
I'm a coach and energy healer and writer. I do have lots of trainings, and I try to force myself to stop taking trainings because I'm so excited to learn and grow. Personal growth is one of my most favorite things, and I love working with people and helping people grow. What I'd like to do today is bring 2 tools as promised. And I'm going to start and jump right in with working with the breath. And I want to talk for a moment about why. So our breath is connected with the parasympathetic nervous system and the polyvagus nerve. It's the parasympathetic nervous system is the part of the nervous system that calms us and relaxes us. So it's a really good thing to work with. Our sympathetic nervous system is more of the reactivity. And what we want to do when we build consciousness and calmness is engage that parasympathetic. This breathing practice will take 2 minutes. And the reason it takes 2 minutes is it takes that long to get that nervous system online. The polyvagus nerve, just to mention, some of you have heard of polyvagal theory, is a nerve that goes through the heart into most all of our organs and speaks or sends neurons up to our brain. So it's this beautiful heart-brain connection, which is a really exciting part of science over the last several decades, is this concept of how the heart emits a larger field of magnetic frequency than our mind. So it's really exciting to be part of heart-centered leadership conversations and developments. And our hearts really, I think, are powerful to tune into when we lead and when we work with each other and when we follow. And so this practice will help that too. So if you're driving, please wait and do this later. So what this is called is a 4-part breathing practice. We're going to notice the breath, and there will be 4 parts to the breath. There's the in, which is part 1, the pause, which is part 2, the out, which is part 3, and the pause, which is part 4. So you think of your breath usually as in and out, but if you start to create an awareness of the pause, you can start slowing down your breath and being kind of giving it more focus. It's a great practice for meditation. It's great to do at night. So it's a really quick tool to do when you're wanting to relax. So I'm going to go ahead and check the time. We are going to start now. I'm going to count. So we're going to go in, and I'm going to invite you to go ahead and start breathing and count. So it's 1, in, 2, pause, 3, out, 4, pause. I'm inviting you to go at your own pace. I'm going to watch the time so you don't need to. And as you're breathing, notice where the breath might want to go. There might be parts of your body that are wanting more attention.
Back, everybody, and I'm super excited to introduce our
There might be parts of your, you might want to move a little bit as you do this breath. And you're almost at 2 minutes. So as you take the last breaths, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, you can let the pause just rest a little longer, just a bit. That's going to give you more relaxation. So you can use this later in your practice and try that. And the last few breaths, I want to invite you to breathe in a sense of health, abundance, calm, whatever you want. Imagine it filling in the air, moving into every cell of your body and filling you up. Go ahead and let that happen. So that's the first practice I'm providing today. It's a breathing practice. You can use it anytime. What I gave at the end was a little bit of an intention, which is also helpful in lining the neural pathways up for what you want to create. So it's just a gentle offer, which you can add to your practice. So when I was in the biotech company, something really unusual happened for those days, and that is that the organizers really wanted the developers to be creative. So what did they do? They let the engineers do whatever they wanted. They left them with huge amounts of space. You can come and go as you want. You can join, you can wear what you want. So we would see developers there at midnight. We would just, who knows what they'd be eating and when. They'd show up at meetings in their pajamas. And this was a way to create creativity. So my second practice today is about how do we offer more creativity and relaxation and consciousness into our lives. And I'm going to work with you on what I'm calling a space consciousness. So the way that this works is that we just created space in the body. We breathe into our hearts, we breathe into our bodies, and that creates space. Yes, Ho'oponopono. I love Ho'oponopono. Thank you. Absolutely. I'm seeing people in the chat say that. I love the engagement. Thank you. So what I want to do with this practice, it's a space practice, and it's a little bit of an invitation to you. So you create space in your body. You can create space around your body. So just imagine for a moment space around your body. And imagine it being a color. And in seconds, you can bring more space around your presence. And that is one way to work with space around the body. I also want to offer you space, thinking about space in your environment. So think about in your environment, where do you have space where you can go on a regular basis, maybe every day, and do the breath practice? So if you have something, that's really great. If you don't, you might want to create that. A place where you can go and have a candle or a plant and just really relax and breathe. The next space concept is a big leap because it's asking you to make big steps. And it was developed by Gay and Katie Hendricks, who Gay wrote The Big Leap, which is an awesome book. And this big leap is to actually have the kind of forward step to create a space in your life, in your calendar every week. Every week, what I'm proposing is you consider creating an entire day of no meetings, no social media, and no appointments. So you'd call it your creative day. They call it the Alpha Day in the Hendricks coaching organization, where it's called also the Foundation for Conscious Living. So it ties right into what we're doing. They have so many tools, highly recommended. And this practice, what you do is you have that day be your day where you flow. You might bring art materials, you might bring play, you might be in nature, but have in alignment, what is in alignment with my truth right now? Maybe it's developing your business in a deeper, more authentic way. Maybe it's bringing more consciousness to how you are in your family or how you run your business. But giving yourself that day every week is incredibly powerful. And what it ends up happening is your other days become your days where you make appointments and create, things, do your social media, etc. But I really recommend creating this space in your life. As you create this space, another practice that I want to offer that's very powerful in working with kind of resistance. Sometimes as humans, we get excited about something and then we're not excited and we work on it. And we've talked a lot today about how to work with that. And I want to offer you another tool around consciousness. And this tool is by Hale Dwoskin, and he didn't develop it, but he brings it now to people. It's called the Sedona method. And what it is hundreds of questions you can ask to affect the neural pathways in your brain. And what I'm going to offer you today is a few questions just to gently bring into your space if you'd like. So think about these questions right now as I bring them and see what happens in your nervous system, which means, how do you feel? What happens? And I think consciousness is an embodied process. Our consciousness doesn't just live in our brain, it lives in our arms and the energy around our body, which we have, it lives all around us. So just notice, I want to invite you to notice in your body how this lands. What if this is already enough? That which is already happening. You can focus on thoughts, feelings, memories, whatever is in this space you're probably aware of. And what if this is already wholeness? Whatever comes up, feeling agreement, feelings, or resistance, what if even that is already wholeness, is already love? So this is an offer for all of you. The Sedona questions really help us kind of reframe. And anytime we reframe and build new neural pathways, we can be in more alignment with what's present. These two practices I provided today are about being present. And when we're more present, we can actually have more impact. We can also be able to be more aware of what's going on around us. We can listen to people better. We can collaborate better. So I really want to offer that, that practice. One question you might want to wonder is, how have I used any of these practices and how they helped me? And I would say that the hardest one for me was setting aside a day, a week to be creative, because I love to work and I work a lot and I get pretty busy. I think a lot of us do. And it's part of our culture. So for me to set aside a day to be in my alpha mode, so to speak, in my mode of creativity was really a powerful shift. And what it led to is that I really changed. I kind of changed what I was doing and ended up going to becoming a digital nomad for 9 months and going to Southeast Asia and Europe. And through that, joining a creative performance-based program in Chiang Dao, Thailand, on a UNESCO preserved site. It was an incredibly enriching experience, and I've written about it. And I've also been developing my writing more from this, which I absolutely love to do. So I can say that it's been really helpful for me. As a matter of fact, in writing, what I've started doing is writing inspirational poetry every week that I provide to readers at no charge. I absolutely love writing. I love writing poetry. It kind of comes right through my intuition. And I even have a master's in Waldorf education and use writing poetry and how it impacts the teacher, because I was a science teacher in a Waldorf school for a while. How does that impact the teacher in providing and understanding the students? And I also, in that process, created and pioneered with collaborators a program for students. Waldorf education is about consciousness, and we were working together, the physicist, the biology teacher, and the physics teacher. I was the biology teacher. And we created a science curriculum that we pioneered, and it was all focused on how do you think a thought you've never thought? So it was a year-long program, and I can say that it was a real success. We had one student who was non-math science pretty much, ended up wanting to become an astrophysicist and went into college with that focus. So it was I think my take home is creativity, I think, comes through creating space and intuition. And I'd like to say, as part of, as well as consciousness, that this is what I would love to see leading our world, which is why I'm so excited and so grateful to be here with the Los Angeles Tribune. I am so grateful for Jeremy and Donna and Mo and all of you have done to create this, and Tiffany Cano, who's brought me here. So thank you, Tiffany. And shout out to everybody else here too. And may these tools help you. I really hope they do. I think I want to also say that healthcare, getting rest, eating well, having the social that you need, being in nature are all really powerful too. And just to end with, I do want to share a snippet of one of my poems. What is it within you wanting to be born? What do you love to do and to be? Can you give that more attention, care, and time?
I love it. I love it. And you had me at Digital Nomad. I just thought I'd let you know because I've was a Digital Nomad twice now. So it's
Yay! Really? Where did you go?
Well, my first time was as my first book. I went to around 22 states, and couch surfing and just doing a book tour. And I did that for 6 months. And then my second time was for about 7 months, and I went to Mount Shasta and just wherever I felt like going, the Cahokia Mountains and the Mayan ruins, and then this last time I did it for about 1.5 years, and now I'm like 52. I like my bed.
Yeah, it's not comfortable. I mean, it sounds so glamorous, and it is in so many ways, and it's also challenging, isn't it? Yeah. But you really learn a lot. That sounds incredible. I'd love to hear more.
Well, I think one of the things I love about what you're saying is just, to me, it feels like we're just tapping into our soul, so to speak, and really getting honest with who we are. And correct me if I'm wrong, even the poetry that comes out of you is the sounds of your soul speaking. So
I so love that you caught that. And it's true. The poetry just comes right through. It's so easy for me to write, and I love sharing it. It's called inspired poetry. It's my passion. And yeah, I believe that if we all are empowered, if we all are able to be empowered in our lives more, that we will have a much healthier world, which is why I'm so excited about this, what you're doing.
Yeah, very much so. And the more we can empower people in the world to live their lives however way they feel it, and their soul, I had somebody that loved to be a mechanic. It doesn't matter how it makes them happy, as long as it's their soul working through them. That, to be honest with you, that's, as long as we're doing that and we're inspiring people to do that, I'm game.
Yeah, it's so lovely that you're saying that, and I think we experience joy, and we're meant to. We actually are meant to experience joy. It's okay to let joy flow through us, and a few people have talked about allowing, and letting that happen. And I think if that could occur, and if we could release those kind of patterned thoughts or old thoughts, which can get in our way, and we can be with them, but move through them hopefully quicker as we learn from all these amazing teachers you brought today and speakers. It's we can give more to each other, and then build more of a community, and not a world community. And that's, I think, what you guys are doing here. So I am so grateful.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for coming and sharing your wisdom with us today.
Thank you. It's been great.
Very much appreciate it, and much love.
Thank you. Much love to you too. Bye.
Well, wow, everybody. Well, there's Donna. She just pops up. She's magically there. She's on mute, though.
Of course, I've been back here backstage. It's been amazing today listening to all of the speakers, and I'm just incredibly thankful.
Wow, and we got more speakers. We're getting close to wrapping up, but I mean, we've got some more speakers coming up, and our next speaker we'll just chat about here in a second. But Donna, so far, what do you feel? What do you think?
It has been an invigorating day, and I'm going to say this last week has been sort of a little bit of a longer week for me. And today it's just been uplifting and inspiring, so all of the great things that, we aspire to do here at the Tribune. So yes, this is a great space to be in today.
I did have to say it, though. Earlier, somebody was talking about the easy button, and it just flashed me back to Thursday night where Tiffany hit the easy button on our inner circle meeting. And I thought, you know what, where's Tiffany and her easy button?
Exactly.
But yeah, it's been a very busy week. But you know what? When we're doing our work, the things that make us excited, the things that drive us, things that make us happy, or joy, as we've been speaking about today. It's not work. Now, does that mean that you don't get tired? Well, you're still in a body, as Dr. Kim was saying earlier. We still have a physical body, and that needs rest. But the reality is your mind and body and soul feels fulfilled, and that's a different way of looking at it. So Tiffany's got her button right there. So,
cute.
So with that being said, our next speaker we chatted with the other night, and just because of their schedule and the things that they go through, it is a recording. They are our guest keynote speaker tonight, and somebody I've known for many, many, many years. And so I'm excited about featuring them here today. They actually Donna and I've actually worked with him previously.
Yeah.
And so what I like about his work, it's spanned across 50 or 60 years. And it's basically Dr. Raymond Moody. And some of you may know who he is, but he's worked with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross and many of the greats when it comes to the idea of consciousness. Now, he explores the idea of out-of-body experiences, the near-death experience, and what he helped me with is what's called a shared death experience, where I actually experienced leaving my body when a family member of mine was transitioning to the other side. So,
wow.
As you're going to hear in one of the stories that he talks about, he's experienced this himself. And so, but he just got fascinated because he's got 2 doctorates. He's got one in philosophy and one is an MD in psychiatry as well. So, and Donna, I know you just discovered something about him really recently, and we actually brought it up to him on the interviews.
I did.
So
all of these little wisdom nuggets.
So with that being said,
Yes.
we do have our special guest coming up here, but I think that Donna has something that she wants to show us before
we have our short commercial break. So hold on just a moment.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And now we're going to bring up our interview with Dr. Raymond Moody. Back, everybody, and I'm super excited to introduce our next guest here, our next speaker here, and somebody that I've known for quite some time and has helped me a lot in my life. And so I'm going to first introduce our partner in crime here throughout the expo, and that's Donna Campbell. And Donna, what do you think about all the speakers today?
It has been truly magnificent and wonderful. Everybody is so vastly different, but yet there's always that common thread that you always find with everyone.
Yeah, that's just been absolutely great. And I think what our next speaker here, our guest, is going to be Dr. Raymond Moody. A lot of you know, and he's going to really just help us hit this home as far as the topics for the day. So Dr. Moody, thanks for being here with us. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk about your work with us.
Well, thank you, Jeremy and Donna. I mean, I just really appreciate the opportunity.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, I'm going to just jump right into it because I think we got a lot to talk about in a kind of a short amount of time. So let's just go ahead and jump right into the questions. So I think the first thing I want to ask is, how did you get into the studies of the near-death experience, and what made you interested in that topic?
Well, it's a really interesting thing because the reason I got interested in life after death was that I was not from a religious family. My dad was a World War II veteran who had been in the Japanese theater as a medic. And I kind of, it never made, I didn't think of it as a kid, but in retrospect, see, that generation didn't talk. But my memories of childhood is my dad was very sarcastic about religion. And my grandmother Waddleton, it was her favorite topic of gentle humor. So I did not grow up realizing that anybody took the notion of an afterlife seriously. I thought it was a Jack Benny movie premise or a cartoon. I honestly didn't realize that anybody took it seriously. So, as a fanatical astronomer, I went at the age of 18 to the University of Virginia to study astronomy. But I'd gotten very interested in philosophy in high school, so I took a philosophy course. And in early September of '62, I read Plato's Republic, and I was hooked from the first few lines. Matter of fact, I read the Republic straight through, stayed up all night to do it. I was just blown away. And the first thing that really blew me away about it was that just within the first few lines of this dialogue, Plato was immediately my hero. Who is this guy, right? And so I quickly realized that Plato thought that the question of an afterlife was the most important question. And that it just was a revelation to me. So anyway, the Republic talks about three different ways of getting to the afterlife that the Greeks had. But the culminating picture in this Republic is a story of a warrior, who was believed dead on the battlefield. And during his funeral, he sat up and to the astonishment of his fellow soldiers, and he talked about getting out of his body and going through a passageway and seeing all these things, seeing people's entire lives portrayed on them in a life review and so on. And I was intrigued by that. And I said, Professor Hammond was our professor. And I said, Professor Hammond, what is all this? And he said, yeah, these early Greek philosophers knew of very rare cases in which people who had been believed dead and appeared dead nonetheless revived. And Professor Hammond said there was three streams of thought. Plato took these experiences seriously as indicators of an afterlife. But just a little bit before Plato, just a few decades, in another Greek philosopher, Democritus, had figured out that, contrary to our sense experience, things are made up of tiny little bits that you can't see. Very clever how he figured it out. He knew there's an infinite number of points on a line, right? He also knew that two things can touch. So therefore, there has to be a smallest part. But then once he realized that, then they could tell, because if you look at that statue over there, that statue is several hundred years old, obviously the sculptor made it very fine grained when he produced it, but you can tell that over the years it's worn down. And so they reasoned, there have to be tiny little particles coming off that we can't see. And so his view of these near-death experiences was, he said, there's no such thing as a moment of birth. He said that what these experiences represent is the invisible biological activity that's still going on the atomic level, which is invisible to the eyes, but it's still happening. And isn't it interesting that 2,500 years later, we still have that same debate, right? That's what, it's like, some say it's evidence of an afterlife, and now they say it's oxygen deprivation to the brain, which is essentially Democritus's argument, but supplemented by Lavoisier's discovery of oxygen. So anyway, do you know that my favorite story of history is the history of Greek philosophy. Nobody can believe it, when you first learn about it. It's preoccupied me since I was 18 years old. So anyway, that was a very impressive thing to me, but it never occurred to me that it might still be going on. 3 years later, in February of 1965, one of my philosophy professors told me that right there in Charlottesville was Dr. George Ritchie, who had had a profound near-death experience at Camp Barkley, Texas in December 1943 when he had going for his basic training. He developed double lobar pneumonia and was pronounced dead for at least, Dr. Francie said, at least 9 minutes. They don't know how long he was apparently dead before they found his body. But anyway, so I took the opportunity to hear Dr. Ritchie. He was a professor of psychiatry at that time at University of Virginia. So anyway, by the way, that was the event that got my interest started. And that was in 1965. 10 years later, 9 years later, I wrote my book, Life After Life. And it was published a year later in November of 75. And at that time, I was finishing up my medical degree at the Medical College of Georgia. And so I decided I wanted to go back to Charlottesville to do my psychiatry residency. So after graduating medical school in March of 76, went up to Charlottesville to do my interviews for my residency. While I was there, just made contact with Dr. Ritchie. How you doing? And invited us over for dinner. That was the only contact I'd had with him in over 10 years. Okay. Now, went back home to Macon, Georgia, where my parents were taking care of my kids the next day, and casually mentioned to my dad that the night before I'd been with this Dr. Ritchie, who it was the first person I knew who got my interest in this started. And so my dad by then had heard a tape of Dr. George Ritchie's experience. And I swear to God, the following thing happened. My dad said, George Ritchie, Camp Barkley, Texas, December 1943. I was there, and so were you. My mom and dad had moved to Camp Barkley in early September so that my dad could go to his officer's candidate school. I was conceived in late September, and my mom and dad and me, as it turned out, moved away from Camp Barkley on December 29th, 1943. So I was there in utero when this event happened that changed my life. Now, subsequently, I have interviewed thousands and thousands of people from all over the world who've had this experience. And that my book, Life After Life, published in 1975, was the book where I initially spilled that out. But that's how I got interested in it, Jeremy.
Wow.
And it's been a continuing source of fascination for me. I've interviewed literally thousands of people who've had near-death experiences.
Wow, that is truly, truly amazing, Dr. Moody there. And the whole history behind it, because it really ignited, I'm going to say, an actual movement of a lot more people doing research in this area because of the interest and the curiosity that you had. My question for you is
well, now that's right.
Uh-huh.
That's right. And it does, it makes me sound like a hero for that, right?
Well,
and
you are.
Let me explain. Well, but this is what happened. This had always been going on. There have always been near-death experiences. However, if you think about it, they were extraordinarily rare because very, very few people came to death and revived. Now, the difference that brought about Raymond Moody was the advent of CPR, because in the late 60s and into the 70s, suddenly this technology developed that was enabled us to bring people back from a state that previously was called death. And so it's the reason I came in at that time was this. I knew about the phenomenon, and when I started hearing about it from my philosophy students and my fellow professors when I was a philosophy professor at East Carolina University, I quickly realized that, hey, this is going on. And so and another thing I hear all the time, oh, poor Dr. Moody, he was persecuted by the medical community. They thought he was crazy, tried to drum him out of the medical profession. And it's a great story because it makes me sound like a hero, right? But it never happened. By the time I went to medical school at Augusta, Georgia, in September of '72, I'd been studying this for 10 years, and I was already known for it. And since some of my friends were ahead of me in medical school I'd grown up with, they spread word among the faculty. And within the 2 weeks after I arrived at a medical college in Georgia, 8 of my professors had called up and said, Dr. Moody, thank you for investigating this. And about half of them had had the experience themselves, and the rest of them had heard it from their patients. So that's, that's the real way it came about.
Absolutely fantastic. Jeremy?
Well, I think it was just something I know Donna was thinking about asking, but it was when we're thinking about the near-death experience, how do you think that relates into the ideas of consciousness in that theme?
Consciousness is the big deal, right? And that is, the whole way that people investigate near-death experiences is based on their particular view of consciousness. And, on the one hand, there's the wing who's trying to find some particular brain structure or electrochemical reaction or structure in the brain that they would imagine that generates these near-death experiences. And another wing is in devising these so-called experiments where they put things up in a resuscitation area on a shelf above where anybody could see from the down below. And their conjecture is that if somebody has a near-death is resuscitated, this is the room where they resuscitate people, right? So if somebody resuscitated has a near-death experiences and rises up above, and they see this item on the shelf that's hidden, then that would be evidence that consciousness persists after death. Now, listen, I don't believe either one of them because, consciousness to me is the real deal. It's like I've never been able to become a physicalist. Like to me, consciousness is the immediate reality that I experience. And I realized when I was a very young kid that you can't make an inference to the existence of an independent physical world. When I went on my walk this morning, my Diet Coke was here. When I got back from my walk, my Diet Coke was here. Many people make the outrageous judgment that therefore there's something out there that stays independently of me. It just doesn't follow. So what I'm getting at is that consciousness is the real question that lies behind the question of life after death. And where I am on consciousness is that I think consciousness is a narrative phenomenon. Because think about it, whenever anything new happens to you, your mind, your conscious mind automatically integrates that into your continuing life story. And I think, David Hume was the great skeptic, right? And he said, by the mere light of reason, it seems difficult to prove the immortality of the soul. Some new species of logic is requisite for that purpose, and some new faculties of the mind that they may enable us to comprehend that logic. And he was the ultimate skeptic. But he actually said the only kind of afterlife that he thought that a philosophical person or a thinker could entertain would be reincarnation. And I suspect that might have been behind his thinking, because, you know, historians, they understand the role of narrative in human affairs. So he would understand that what human consciousness is all about really is story. Unless you want to be you know, there's this timeless state of consciousness. I've had a experience.
Wow. Absolutely true there. Continuing this part with consciousness, Dr. Moody, when you have studied near-death experiences, how do you think this really changes someone's perspective on life?
Well, one of the aspects of near-death experiences is a very common element of it is a holographic life review. People say they get out of their body, they can see their body down below, they pass through a passageway, they may meet deceased relatives and friends who seem to be there to meet them. And also they describe that suddenly time stands still and everything else disappears, and they find that they are surrounded by a panorama, and they see everything they have ever done in their lives, not just from the perspective they had when they did the action, but they actually see in this panorama, when you see each action of your life, then when the action occurs, then you are empathically embedded in the consciousness of the person with whom you've interacted. So if you see yourself doing something unkind to somebody, then you are empathically identified and you feel the bad feelings. Or if you see yourself doing a loving action, it's the reverse, right? And so what people say there's a being of light, a being of complete compassion, who kind of helps them through this through this review, and to understand its meaning. And they say that there are no words in this, but if you had to put it into words, that what this being says is, what have you done to show me, or how have you learned to love? Because what this review is all about is love. And so when people come back, they take that very seriously. It's like my friend George Ritchie, who was the finest person I ever knew. He was also about the most loving person I ever knew. And one day in 1976 or 1977, George came by my house very urgently and said, "Ray, this experience makes your humanity even more of a burden in a way." And it took me for a long time to understand what George was getting at. But what he meant was, let's face it, it's very hard to get through the average day without wanting to choke at least one person, right? And so that doesn't dissolve, right? You still have those urges, and but it does put people on a life path. And it does change people, that whatever they were chasing before them to love. And also people say that when this being sees aspects of this review in which you've been learning something, the being may slow down, and the comment comes, not in words, but that even after you come over here permanently, this process of knowledge goes on. And George Ritchie said to me one time, he said, "This process of learning," he said, "I gather it goes on quite literally for eternity." And this is something I've heard from hundreds of people who've been to the brink of death.
Wonderful. I don't know, Dr. Moody, I don't know if you know who Dan Brown is, but he mentions you in your work, in your very first book, in his last book. And he's the writer of the Da Vinci Code. And so I just thought it was Donna had called me up
Yes.
recently, and she said, "By the way, Dr. Moody's work is mentioned in Dan
In The
Brown's
Secret of
recent-"
Secrets.
Oh my!
And
Well, how
yes,
nice of him.
there was like 3
Thank you.
pages of your research from that book in The Secret of Secrets with Dan Brown, and I was so surprised. So how does it feel knowing that your research and work have impacted millions through all of the different people who have utilized it? How does that feel?
Well, I'm just so grateful to Mr. Brown that he read my book and he commented on it. And you know something, it's I like to say, look, I try to keep my self-esteem as low as possible. And I can say that I'm pretty much finished with ego, which sounds itself like an egotistical statement, right? Which it would be if I said, well, I don't have an ego anymore because I burned the incense and I climbed the holy mountain and I laid on the bed of nails and I walked through the coals of fire. That would be an egotistical state. Ego is that I almost killed myself with it. My particular one was jealousy. And but once you're finished with one ego trip is enough, is what I'm saying. And over the years I've lectured in different parts of the world, and I use a simple equation: ego equals pain. If you think about it, whenever your ego is involved, but I mean, I try to keep my self-esteem as low as possible. And you will see yourselves at age 81. I'm finished with myself, right? I got these 2 wonderful kids still at home, 27 and 25, and my wonderful wife. So what I'm dedicating my life now is to get things ready for them. And, like I have a new book, actually, which just got published, Swan Song. And so that's where I am in the process. Is I'm really happy about my new book, which took a long time to finish.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, Dr. Moody, I wanted to thank you for being here, but also I want to just kind of tell you about something really quick, kind of a surprise. And Donna, do you want to chat about it or what we're going to show?
Yeah, no, you go for it here because I'm all excited for you to do this.
Well, Dr. Moody, because you've helped so many people in your life and with all the work that you've done over the past, 50, 60 years, and with all the research and everybody that you've spoken to and all the books that you put out, the Los Angeles Tribune would like to give you the Lifetime Achievement Award, the Los Angeles Tribune Lifetime Achievement Award.
Oh,
and
thank
so,
you so much.
So I'm going to put that up here on screen really quick and just to kind of show everybody, but and then we'll get you the actual award, but that's just here, just showing you.
Thank you so.
It says this Los Angeles Tribune certifies that Raymond Moody is officially presented the Los Angeles Tribune Lifetime Achievement Award, signed by our CEO, Mo Rock, and of course, Donna Campbell, our Executive Vice President. So I just wanted to thank you for all the work that you've done for humanity. So I think, did we lose him?
I don't know. There we go.
Hello, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Well, thank you so much
Well,
for your
thank
work.
you
We
so
just wanted to
much.
and I'll make sure you get the actual certificate. We just wanted to show it here. It helps. What do you say?
Yes, it's always been a pleasure to talk to Dr. Raymond Moody. I know he's getting up there. He does not have that many more interviews in him. So his information, his knowledge, his research has really been life-changing for a lot of people. So it was truly an honor to have that moment with him.
Yeah, many people don't realize that him and Elizabeth Kubler-Ross are one of the reasons why the modern day hospice is what it is. So they revolutionized that in that type of care for people at that stage of their life. So yeah, so
absolutely.
Wonderful. So that was a great interview, and I think we want to bring up our our leader here in just a second, Mr. Mo Rock, and bring him up on the virtual stage with us. And,
well, thank you so much, Jeremy. Such a pleasure and privilege to be here. And one of the great things about this ecosystem is everybody's the leader. Everybody's a leader in their own right, and so it's a pleasure to be here. I just wanted to come because that the work of Dr. Moody has been something very inspirational for me personally. For many years, I've been interested in his research and his work, and that was a very special opportunity for us. So I just wanted to come here to let Mr. Moody and his team and staff know how appreciated it was for us to get him on here. There was quite a bit of coordination that had to go into place. There was quite a bit of things behind the scenes that had to happen. And to have him spend some time here really does my heart glad. So I just wanted to come to give a special thanks, and Jeremy, Donna, the two of you worked so hard behind the scenes to make that happen. Truly is a legend. And for Dan Brown to be talking about him and him not even knowing that, just tells you, he really is as humble as he claims he is. I kind of liked what he said about the ego. He said, "I don't have an ego," but that in and of itself is an egotistical statement. It was kind of a fascinating and intriguing way that he went about it. So I just wanted to thank him and thank his team, because a lot went into making that possible. There was a lot of work that went into making that possible. So I just wanted to take a second to personally thank him and his team. And Jeremy, Donna, congratulations. What a successful day. Today, there were so many wonderful speakers who came. I'm so proud of all of those speakers. Those are the speakers that have been working for months leading up to today, working diligently with Jeremy and Donna to develop, to craft their story and to present their story today. Months of work goes into these programs. I mean, today was a culmination of months of training, months of work with the speakers. So I don't think people realize that these programs require sometimes dozens of people and months of work to pull off, such as today. So congratulations to all the speakers. It's the first of many for the Inner Circle Speakers Bureau in terms of opportunities. And one of the great things about what we're doing here on the virtual stage is we have our annual Leadership Week coming up, May 1st to May 7th. And for individuals that are going to be interested in either attending or potentially applying to speak, they can go to latribunesummit.com, latribunesummit.com, and there's a couple of simple buttons. Traditionally, we've had the biggest names you can think of in leadership, all the way from C-level executives of Apple to last year we had Mark Zuckerberg's father to Microsoft's VPs. I can go on and on from the corporate side, from the marketing side, Dan Kennedy and Russell Brunson, and from the self-help personal development side, Jack Canfield and Michael Beckwith, and all of the biggest names, all of the individuals that have been our inspiration as entrepreneurs, as leaders, as business owners, as humans. And so we're going to continue that, and we're going to have speakers cover all 5 of the subject matters of the pillars of power this year. So you'll hear leadership on finance, on spirituality, on psychology, on health, and on relationships. And so latribunesummit.com to find out more about that. And again, I just wanted to thank Dr. Moody's team, because they really went above and beyond to help accommodate that. And with that being said, congratulations, Donna. Congratulations, Jeremy. What an exciting day. And back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mo, for coming on. And we actually have a few more speakers coming out. We're done just a little bit early with Dr. Moody, but that's okay, because that gives us some time to chat about a couple of things. And our next speaker will be up here very shortly. So I'm just, we'll just wait for him to come on. But Donna, as usual, one of the things I found was really cool about today, and we mentioned it several times, about how the energy just kind of flowed together. And, it always just kind of works out that way, which I think
always does. It always does. And Jeremy, you and I have been on many, many virtual stages together over the years. Ones we've hosted, ones here through the Tribune, and we can have the most eclectic group of speakers, but yet there's always that common theme, common thread every single time.
Yeah, and the phone calls I got from the speakers, it was funny because they were like, well, I'm not sure. Are you sure? But I'm like, it's going to be great. You are going to be absolutely fantastic. And sure enough, they've all shown up. And yeah, so absolutely. So.
All right. And speaking of speakers here, I am going to play one more time our Mo Rock on the TEDx stage to share, and also because he is a speaker as well, and this is a speakers forum. So here we go.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.
Always, always, always a great message there.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's a great message, and I was so excited when I saw him being on TEDx. I just thought it was just a cool experience. And so, absolutely. So thanks for playing that again, because I think it's very inspiring. So
It is. It is. Well, we have a couple more speakers here, Jeremy. I'm super excited for both of them.
I definitely am, because part of the fun of this community is getting to know new friends too. And Art is somebody that just joined the inner circle fairly recently, actually. And I'm excited about him being here. But let me tell you a little bit about Art Geyser. He's the creator of Energetic NLP. Uses remote energy to clear your unconscious, energetic, and spiritual blocks. He then unlocks your miraculous abilities to use transformative energies in your daily life. Art is a joyful, compassionate teacher and a master of remote energy. So that's right, goes right along with everything we've been talking about.
Yes.
So Art's going to be talking about what if the reason you still feel limited despite all your inner work is because you've only been working with a fraction of your energy field. Donna, that's right in our area. That's right in
the area. I want to know.
So pretty excited about bringing up Art on the stage. And so let's go ahead and bring him up and introduce him to everybody. Hi, Art. How are you?
I'm great. Really excited to be here. And I'm so happy you're doing this event today. So many great speakers. It's really a privilege to be part of it.
Absolutely. Thanks, Art. Thanks for Art for being here. Really appreciate you. And we're gonna give you over the virtual stage, and let you do your magic, as we say, so to speak.
Great. Well, I'm looking forward to it. And hi, everybody. And the fact that you're here means that at this Conscious Evolution Expo means that you're probably a lot like me. You've done a lot of work on yourself personally and spiritually. You've gotten benefits, but we're kind of like flowers. We're always going, how do I blossom more? How do I grow to the light? How do I blossom more? And so I've spent the last 41 years looking at different ways to keep expanding personally and spiritually, and using NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. And I've been a trainer in that field since 1985. And you don't have to put in the comments that you weren't born yet, or you were 5, or whatever. And I combine that, though, with spiritual principles, transformative energy work, particularly remote energy work. So I want to say right now, if you're listening to this and you're driving, either pull over or turn this off, because pretty soon we're going to start having some really powerful energies. They're designed to get you to go inward, where you can make deep changes and really blossom and transform, not how you want to be when you're driving. So I used to make CDs, and people go, yeah, I was playing them while I was driving. And I go like, eek, please don't do that. So we're all looking for what's next. And I want to talk today about something that you may have heard of. Most people haven't, but most people haven't really delved into it. And the 7 planes of transformation. We're going to tap into 2 of those planes during our work today. And I'd like you to relax about thinking hard and trying to understand what the planes of transformation are. The more you get into spirituality and these higher concepts and principles, the less it fits into neat little analytical boxes. I know it's human nature. And by the way, I managed a medical research lab for the University of California Medical School in San Francisco for 11 years. I'm very analytical. And I'm very mystical. And I want you to bring out your mystical part today, but bring out your playful mystic. If you were 5 years old and I said, okay, fill up the room you're in with sparkling gold energy, you would giggle and I would have to put sunglasses on. It would be that bright. So it's not about effort. It's about intention, flow, playfulness. I believe that transformation can be easy and fun. You do actually have to do things, but they can be easy. They can be fun. You don't have to analyze things like a little hamster running in a wheel. So today I really invite you to connect with what I'm talking about more from your spirit, more from your energy field, more from your inner knowing. And so I will explain things, but don't worry about those. Just really relax into it, because your spirit will understand this in a way that your conscious mind never can. And in a little while, we're going to create something we call your miraculous self in energetic NLP, and I'll describe what that is. And once you have your miraculous self, we're going to bring in and really connect you to two of the planes of consciousness. So it'll be easy and fun. So what are the planes of consciousness? You're very, very familiar with at least the first one and maybe the first three. The first one is the physical realm, the physical area of consciousness. And by the way, your body has a lot of intelligence. It's built into it. One of my teachers used to say, imagine what your body could do if you weren't in it. And if you play any sports or music or sing, sometimes your mind kind of goes blank and you just do extraordinary things. So there's the physical plane. The next plane of transformation is the etheric plane. So that's the first level of your non-physical self. And a lot of you are at least somewhat familiar with that. Beyond that's the astral plane, which is the plane of dreams and emotions and much more than that. But think of emotions, dreams. Above that's the mental plane. And the mental plane is the plane of thoughts and beliefs that control your life. Above that's the causal plane. And that's where you start getting into soul causes, karma, and other soul purposes, why you incarnated, how you fit into the whole vast unfolding of life. And by the way, there are no extra people on the planet. If you're here, you are part of the unfolding of life on this planet. You're part of the unfolding of the universe. And we may never know what our part is, but all of us are part of some intricate web of whatever the heck we're doing here. Above the causal plane is what people call the Buddhic plane. And it doesn't necessarily have to have anything to do with Buddha. People call it that because it's what we associate with the Buddha. It's compassion, it's wisdom, it's awareness that we're connected to everything. The Atmic plane is the plane above that, and that's the plane of divine will, true selfhood. People talk about it as being the ultimate expression of your individuality. So you're very connected to everything that is, but you're still an individual too. And it's one of the highest levels of spiritual development. Above that is what's known as the monadic plane. And I believe it's a Greek word, monad, which means one. So when you go above the Atmic plane to the monadic plane, you're in the plane of unity. You're one with everything. You're no longer your individual self. And there's one more plane above that, the Adi plane. And that transforms all form and concepts. It's pure potential. It's pure miracle energy is the way I like to think of it. So today, what I'd like to do is have you connect with the Buddhic plane and the Adi plane. So we're going to bring in miracle energies, and we're going to bring in compassion, wisdom, and the experience of connection to everything. So hopefully that sounds good. If you like the idea, you can put a little Y in the chat. And take a couple easy deep breaths. Now, in energetic NLP, we do processes that I call energy spas. And my students actually call them that. They go, well, we love the training programs you do, because I do training programs and teaching people how to do energetic NLP and how to develop their abilities to work with energy, psychic abilities, healing abilities, and much more. And working with karma and spiritual contracts and a lot of really fascinating things. And they go, but we like it sometimes when you do these like processes where it's like going to the spa. You don't have to think. All you do is set your intention, give permission, and then just enjoy it. So in these processes, think of it like going to a spa. So if you go to a spa, let's say you want a massage, you have to have that intention. You have to give them permission to do it. And then you have to relax and receive. So in these processes, you're going to put your wisdom and spirit in charge. So I invite you to let your conscious mind take a break. Your conscious mind will set the intention. It'll give permission to receive. And we could spend days talking about permission. People talk about intention all the time. That doesn't mean there's permission to receive, which is one of the reasons intention often doesn't work. So you'll set your intention, you'll give permission to receive, then you'll put what we call your miraculous self in charge, and then your job is just to relax. And it will be the most powerful if you imagine it's working. You don't need to believe it's working. a whole symphony of energies is going to come into your space. Your miraculous self will decide which energies it wants to use and what it wants them to do and how it wants them to do it. If you just imagine all these wonderful energies coming in, what happens is you open up the gates for your unconscious mind and your miraculous self to do magic. So again, it's not even believing. I'll go back to what I said about a 5-year-old. If I had a 5-year-old doing this, they'd just giggle and do it. They wouldn't go, am I doing it right? You know, what does this mean? They just giggle and do it. So first, we're going to create your miraculous self. And this is a unique concept to energetic NLP. And what I would invite you to do is keep it as a separate concept from your high self. Your high self is something different. Your high self just exists. And the truth is, we talk about the high self, though, if you had 50 people talking about the high self, they mean at least 40 different things. But just let that be its own concept. Years ago, in working with people, I realized that their spirit, their soul, and their conscious mind, unconscious mind, and their body weren't necessarily aligned in manifesting what they want. And so what we started doing is having a person's spirit connect with their deep inner human wisdom. And the reason for that, well, I should back up. The way I'm using the word spirit, because people use it to mean different things, what I mean by it are the higher frequencies of your non-physical self. The higher frequencies of your non-physical self. And when you get into those frequencies of the beautiful, vast, multidimensional being that you are, it's kind of like the perfect parent. Your spirit gives you permission to have life experiences. And it sees how all life experiences can be part of your spiritual path, including the life experiences that you don't want to have as a human being. You also have a deep inner human wisdom. It's very wise, and it's very connected to your minute by minute, day by day life. So when your spirit with its vast perspective and your deep inner human wisdom with its very human perspective come together, they'll guide you, they'll nurture you, they'll heal you, they'll help you manifest in a way that develops you spiritually and gives you a life that's more and more satisfying, abundant, profoundly satisfying, where there's much more spiritual development. And creating your miraculous self could not be simpler. And we're going to do that in a moment. Some of you who are very analytical are going to try to make this hard. It's so simple, a lot of you will try to make it hard. So try to make it simple. Just see what happens. Let's first imagine a giant gold ball of energy and that all of us are inside of it. Everybody watching this now and everybody watches the recordings later. We're in this gold ball of energy. You know, this LA Tribune energetic NLP space. And energy follows your thoughts and intentions. It really is that easy. Energy follows your thoughts and intentions. So just imagine inside this gold ball are all kinds of healing, wonderful, nurturing energies, all kinds of guidance from wherever you think guidance comes from. There's infinite divine love, there's joy, there's energies that can just dissolve limiting beliefs, unconscious programming, energetic programming. It can release past life influences. So there's all these wonderful energies that can just dissolve what limits you. And at the same time, while it's going on, your miraculous self will be downloading into you wisdom and knowledge and concepts, skills, abilities, attitudes, and behaviors from your miraculous self. And in this case, we're also going to be bringing energies in from the Buddhic plane, again, love, compassion, wisdom, and energies from the Adi plane, which is pure potential, pure miracle energy. So if you want a miraculous self, and I hope you do, right now, just set your intention that your spirit and your deep inner human wisdom right now are forming your miraculous self. And then give 100% permission to receive that, to receive the benefits. And then just imagine it's happening. Outside of your awareness, all this magic's happening. Your spirit, your inner wisdom are coming together and they're forming your miraculous self. And then just imagine, pretend that you have one. Because you do, it really is that simple. So now set your intention, and you can reword this however you want. set your intention right now that what we're doing is going to make your life more miraculous, more abundant, more loving, more whatever else you want. So just set your intentions. And they can have to do with mental, emotional, spiritual healing. They can be about manifesting what you want. And take a couple easy deep breaths. And now add the words "or better." That gives your miraculous self permission to do something even better than what you had in mind. You've all had experiences where you wanted something and something better showed up. So set your intention, add "or better." And then this is super important. Give 100% permission to receive those benefits. And give 100% permission for your miraculous self to be in charge of how this happens. And then imagine a whole symphony of energies are coming into your body and your energy field. So all the layers of your aura, your energy channels, your cells, your DNA, your mitochondria, your organs, into all of your chakras. And you have more than 7 chakras. You have chakras going above your head, above the crown. And your miraculous self knows all about them. And they're hugely important, and most people don't even work with them. So the energy is working with all of your chakras, the ones above your head, the ones in your body, and there's a lot more than 7 in your body, and the ones that are below your feet in your energy field that connect you to the earth, to plant life, to all animal life, that really help you reach a unity with life on earth and the earth itself. So energies are coming into clear blocks to receiving the benefits of the Buddhic plane energy and the Adi plane energy. And just let your miraculous self figure it out. Is there karma that needs to be released? Spiritual contracts that need to change? Let the energy start clearing and healing all of your chakras and energy channels. And during this process, as the old gets cleared out, your miraculous self replaces it. It's always really important to replace things. A lot of people just clear energies. You need to replace. So give your miraculous self permission while this is going on to be giving you downloads of wisdom and knowledge and concepts, skills, abilities, attitudes, behaviors, emotions, and energies from your miraculous self. And imagine it's just being downloaded into you and being integrated and installed into your mind, your emotions, your body, and your energy field. And just let your miraculous self figure all that out. And now let's start bringing in energies from the Buddhic plane. And as this huge multidimensional being you really are, part of you is in the Buddhic plane always. So let the larger you open up and bring in wonderful energies of love, compassion, wisdom, connection to all that is. Easy deep breaths, no effort. It's just intention, permission, and imagination. And if you're watching this as a recording, if you imagine it's happening right now while you're watching it, while you're listening to it, you will access the energies. The energies exist outside of linear time and space. So just imagine it's happening right now. And along with the Buddhic energy, now Adi energies are coming in. And again, the Adi is pure potential. It's beyond unity. It's just pure formlessness, pure potential. And allow your miraculous self to bring in pure Adi energy coming in, making your life more and more miraculous, magical, miraculous, synchronistic. And this can be a tough one. Give 100% permission for the Adi energy to do what isn't supposed to be possible, according to mainstream reality. Give it permission to do its thing. And it's working with your miraculous self. So what it does is whatever's right for you. And particularly, it looks like there can be a lot of healing of our heart chakras. I mean, it's working with all the chakras, but I'm getting to point out the heart chakra, your third chakra, your solar plexus. Has a lot to do with your personal power. It's working with all the higher chakras, your crown and the ones above that, including the creative rings, 8th, 9th, 10th, etc. chakras. Let the Adi energy infuse your cells and your DNA and your mitochondria in the cells. Let your cells be more miraculous. And let the Adi energy come into all your organs. All your body systems. Your immune system, your nervous system. Into your eyes and ears, your hair and skin, your muscles, tendons, bones, your glands, your sexual organs, your digestive system, respiratory system, your lymph system. Let it work miraculously with the systems that give you balance and proprioception, ability for your body to move well in space. And for extra credit, since time isn't really linear, you can let some of the healing go into your past. The more you healed in the past, the more you can heal in the present, heal and transform. So let the energy work with you in the past, you in the present, and you in the future. And particularly the Buddhic energies of love, compassion, wisdom, connection to all that is, the Adi energies of pure potential, miraculousness. Let it go into your past. Let it go into your past lives. Let it be in your present. Let it be in your future. And let's now let that energy start to taper off. And imagine energies are coming in that will help you process and integrate the benefits. Set your intention to give permission that if you're doing anything after the expo today, if you're doing anything that requires safety, that your miraculous self and your unconscious mind will make sure that you're grounded, safe, and alert, grounded, safe, and alert, grounded, safe, and alert. Set your intention and give permission that tonight and for the next 7 nights, part of the time when you're sleeping, your unconscious mind will review this energetic NLP energy spa. When your unconscious mind reviews it, your miraculous self is going to infuse it with wisdom and knowledge and concepts, skills, abilities, attitudes, behaviors, emotions, and energies from your miraculous self. And that'll cause the benefits to become deeper, richer, and wider. It'll make the benefits be higher and more multidimensional. And it will cause the benefits to be integrated into your mind, emotions, body, energy field, and personality. So that while you sleep soundly, deeply, wake up feeling refreshed in the morning, while you're sleeping, the benefits will automatically be integrated into your mind, emotions, body, energy field, and personality. And that can happen easily, naturally, while you sleep soundly, deeply, and wake up in the morning refreshed, grateful, and eager to start a new day.
Love it, Art. Love
Okay.
it.
So let me just say, let's dissolve our gold ball, and everybody retrieve your energy from everybody else's space, send our energies back, fill up, and thank you so much for being part of this.
Art, wonderful. Thank you so much. That was powerful energy, and you could definitely feel the energy flowing from everybody watching, and and the clearing, I guess, is the best way to put it. So, yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Art.
Thank you both.
You said something interesting. Was I just thought it was interesting. You said all of our etc. chakras. I just said, I was like,
billions of them that we have.
I'm like, etc. chakras. I'm going to use that from now on.
Well, I wanted to just come in here because it's nice to see you, Art. Art and I, we once, along with Michael Silvers, the VP of the LA Tribune, we went to In-N-Out and had a nice cheeseburger together. You remember that, Art?
Yep. That was a lot of fun.
It's about time that we go back and have a nice cheeseburger. And, these things are so fascinating. These concepts are so fascinating to me. These explorations are so fascinating for us, for our audience. And the Los Angeles Tribune is a free speech platform where we explore all ideas. It's one of the things about this platform that makes us so unique is that we don't censor. And of course, nothing that we ever say on any of our programs is medical advice. We ask everyone, check with your doctor, check with your attorney, check with your therapist, check with everybody. But with that being said, we do believe in the power of exploration of ideas. And we don't believe ideas should have any restraints. And that's why the Pillars of Power film series is so vital in today's world, because it explores unique ideas, ideas financially, relationally, physically, mentally, and spiritually. In fact, our spiritual film of the Pillars of Power, our cast is announced next week, the first round of our casting. And Michael Beckwith is now officially part of the Pillars of Power spiritual series. So very exciting times ahead. So I just want to remind folks to keep an eye out for the Pillars of Power films. They will be in theaters all around the world. So we're going to have a multiple city distribution for the Pillars of Power films. And I just wanted to bring that up. And I want to just say, Art, it's time to have a cheeseburger soon.
Yes. and by the way, I love what you said. I was a medical researcher for 11 years. I don't believe in, it's only alternative or only Western. One of my teachers used to say that doctors are God's light workers too.
Absolutely. Isn't that the truth? Thank you. God bless.
Wonderful.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Art.
Yes. What fun. And Art, it's always a pleasure. And I just love when you're sharing and you're doing some of the group healing. Your voice is so soothing and relaxing.
Wonderful.
All right, Jeremy, we have a few more things today.
Yeah, we have one more speaker. We're just waiting for him to come on, and then while we're waiting for him, we've got so many cool things. I mean, happening here, but today has just been powerful, right?
It has.
The world is full of information, but information alone doesn't change the world. Stories do. For generations, media measured itself by circulation, demographics, and yesterday's definitions of influence. But the world has changed. Today, the most powerful currency in media is inspiration. At the Los Angeles Tribune, storytelling is not just journalism, it's art. We are a Grammy-nominated storytelling company, shaping narratives that reach across industries, cultures, and generations. Through documentary films, podcasts, audiobooks, virtual summits, global journals, and stages that bring leaders together, we share stories that uplift, empower, and move people forward. We blend the legacy of a historic newspaper brand with the creative power of modern media. Because the future of media isn't just about reporting what happened, It's about inspiring what's possible. We are the Los Angeles Tribune, a Grammy-nominated storytelling company, challenging the status quo of media.
Always so good there. And, there is such a universal truth about what we do as a media company and really what we're wanting to do in making that huge change in the world, because we can have a lot more positive news media as well as conscious media. And conscious media is, being radically responsible for the intake of media that you have. And today has been truly uplifting, Jeremy. So share with us some of your favorite moments of today.
There's so many. I think that I've mentioned it several times, is the flow of how everything happened, and the different topics and they're all in the realm of consciousness, but the different types of speakers, about from finance to healing, to talking about the soul, to talking about the near-death experience, to talking about AI and how that integrates as a conscious entrepreneur. There's just so many moments where, you just stop and think about how it all just blends together. And, I think that's just really, to me, the most profound, big part of today. And that to me, if you ask me my favorite moment, it was all of it. I just really, really thoroughly enjoyed it. And one of the things I love about hosting events is seeing how it all unfolds.
Mm-hmm.
And, it just gets me excited. So I don't know. What about you, Miss Donna?
I think it was fascinating with some of the different topics. And I know we generally talk a lot about leadership and leadership principles here at the Los Angeles Tribune. And today we had a wide variety of different topics, especially in the metaphysical world, but it also blended with some of those that we're talking about. You know what? We got to look at the email system. We need to look at how maybe our hands as leaders might reflect certain markers for billionaire CEOs to make decisions. So we've had such a variety of different things, but it all always comes back to that self. So speaking of that, I see our next speaker here waiting in the green room. Would you like to do his introduction, Jeremy?
Absolutely. Let me introduce Sean Stewart, who is a high-ticket enrollment and event expert with 16 plus years of helping coaches and entrepreneurs build profitable businesses aligned with their gifts. Trained by Tony Robbins and a lifelong performer, he's helped industry icons generate millions from live and virtual events. Sean is going to be speaking about the monthly client engine, how experts are creating predictable client enrollment every month in 2026. So let's go ahead and bring Sean up on the stage. And hi, Sean. How's it going?
Good. Great to be with you guys.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here with us. And so we're just going to let you have the virtual stage. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely grateful, and amazing lineup. I had friends with many people who spoke today, and I just want to share that, I really am committed to sharing something today that I hope moves the needle, just like the previous speakers have, and really give you something tangible. And so I just want to ask a question. I speak all the time, and I'm going to act like I've got a crowd in front of me, because I know I do virtually, but I don't actually see you guys. But I just want to ask you, raise your hand if you know that you got a message that if you could share with more people, you could make a greater impact in the world. I'm going to raise my hand, right? And put your hand up as well, or share in the comments if you know that speaking is one of the greatest, most effective strategies that you could use to get your message out and to grow your business if you're a business owner. So if you got a yes to those questions, then I just want to share that you are definitely in the right place. And I want to share with you today what I call book to speak, how to create a monthly client engine, how to actually put yourself on stage more consistently, or just get yourself on stage and consistently keep rocking that stage if that's something that you are wanting to do. I speak to entrepreneurs in all kinds of industries, and there isn't a single entrepreneur or even a visionary or a person with a conscious desire to change the world that doesn't have the ability to be more effective with their goals by leveraging speaking. Okay. And I'm going to share with you something that has absolutely changed the game for my business. Now, I want to take you back a little bit to just understand who I am. And then I'm going to give you some keys to how you can create this monthly recurring speaking opportunities. But in 2010, I started my business. I got trained by Tony Robbins, as Jeremy said. I got the skills to coach, but I didn't know how to get any clients. But I had a person that was in my coach training that was my accountability partner. And he started speaking. He started getting out in front of like just small places. It was a small college gig here, or he would do like little small gigs, and they started getting bigger. And I started noticing how quickly he started growing his business. And so I was in Hawaii at the time, in Oahu. And I started to do the exact same thing. I would go everywhere I could to speak. Like I would speak anywhere that somebody would give me an opportunity. I once spoke in front of 5 people at a Chinese food restaurant. And I stood up. There was all these other tables there. I stood up and I did a whole presentation there. You know, it was brief, but it was powerful. But, you know, this went on to doing events for, 50, 60, 70 people in Hawaii by connecting with people in the community and building relationships and getting myself booked. And it was the thing that actually shot me out to create my coaching career. And I went on to really use speaking a lot. But there came a point in 2023 where I was speaking, but I was doing a lot of other marketing strategies. And I don't know if you are an entrepreneur, if you are a person who has a business, you might have tried a lot of these other things, right? Like social media or networking or email marketing, or name a marketing strategy, funnels and ads, or some way to get yourself visible. And so I was doing a bunch of those things because I wanted to be successful. I wanted to do whatever it took. So I was dabbling in email marketing. I was dabbling in Facebook groups. I was dabbling in all kinds of social media. I was learning Facebook ads. And on the surface, it looked like my business was very successful. I was over 6 figures. I had a large group of clients that I was working with. I was able to invest in masterminds. I was able to take my family on vacations. But behind the scenes, I was actually always worried that I wouldn't have enough clients coming in that month or the following month to keep the lights on. And I have a family. I have 2 little boys. My wife. She has a business, but she doesn't generate. I'm the breadwinner in the family, right? And so I have a lot of pressure in my corner to be the one to keep things going. And so I was always worried. I was always concerned, and it was like this roller coaster. And anybody who's ever been on that roller coaster, like it's scary. It's treacherous when you don't have a job and you're relying on yourself. So worst thing happened, in that time, I actually had a couple months that slowed down, and I freaked out, and I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. And I did what, any responsible person does. I went ahead and I got a job. And luckily for me, because I have a background in the coaching space, I have sales skills. I was able to work for another coach as a closer. And it was a blessing. But the truth is that I was feeling really, really like stuck because I wanted to grow the business. I was now I had made a lot of progress, but I was taking steps back, and now I've got to follow this other coach's timeline, and I had no space for my business, and I was not making enough money, and I was just kind of really feeling stuck. And so I did a speaking gig at that time, and I had a few speaking gigs coming up. And this speaking gig, I remember that standing on stage, and I remember thinking to myself, why can't I just get more of these? How could I make this so consistent that I knew that it's speaking always worked. So why couldn't I just continue to get on more stages? What was actually in the way? And I had a conversation with this woman around that time, and she was a speaker trainer. And I went ahead and I asked her, I'm like, how do you get speaking gigs? And she said, well, actually, I don't wait to get booked. I look at the calendar and I decide when I'm going to speak. I literally popped in, let's say right here, we're in March, and looked at April. She says, I'm going to speak on April 18th. I'm going to speak on, whatever, I'm going to speak on June, July, August. I'm going to put these dates arbitrarily down. And then she went ahead and she would say she would reach out to meeting planners and she would book herself on these stages. So like, think about it like you got these check boxes, and she already knew when she was speaking. Now it's just a question of who was going to book her on which day. So she might be there in March, and she would talk to somebody and they would say, yeah, I can put you on stage here in October. So she'd cross that one off and she'd work on the next one, right? And she would work on that, and every year she would fill her calendar up. And I was like, that's crazy, because my whole career, I always thought I needed permission from somebody. I always thought somebody had to come in and give me a stage. And so that's when everything shifted, because I decided to do something really unique. I decided that I was going to speak every month, and I was going to start with virtual speaking opportunities, and I was going to host my own virtual speaking opportunity, and that I was going to leverage other people who I knew in my industry to actually promote this, because I didn't want to just do just to my audience. I wanted to do a tour. I wanted to go on tour. I wanted to speak to different audiences, right? And so I did that. And the very first event that I did, it was a huge success. I generated 60,000, and then I ended up generating more than 100,000 from that one speaking gig. And it got me out of my job, and I got back in business, and I decided to double down on this strategy. And so this is what we call the monthly client engine. And this is what I want to share with you in the brief time that I have with you today, whether it's in person or virtual. If you want to speak, then you have an opportunity to do so. I'm going to share with you how to do that. Also, if you are getting value and you want to actually get a really cool, valuable gift from me, you see it right there on the screen. It's www.go.rockyourgift.com/stage ready audit. And that will give you 101 places to find speaking opportunities. This works no matter where you are. These are organizations, associations, these are conferences, these are people who are looking for speakers, 101 different places. So go ahead and grab that free gift either now or at the end, but that's my gift for you guys. And that's really the main thing I want to offer you guys today. But I want to give you these 3 keys, okay? So the first thing is what we call having the authority advantage. The authority advantage is the key number 1. If you ever felt like you don't know how to get enough speaking opportunities, you don't know why some people seem to be getting on stage all the time, but you don't, and how do you increase the frequency, and how do you finally get yourself to create a business that has speaking as its engine? Well, the authority advantage is the important idea to understand that there is no marketing strategy more effective than speaking. Because when you're on stage, you have the opportunity to be seen as an authority. You know, in today's marketplace, there's so much oversaturation. There's all these billions of coaches. There's all these billions of entrepreneurs. You're in a huge red ocean, no matter what industry that you are in. And what's happening because of that is what we call the trust recession. People don't believe people's messages. Like, you might share on social media, you might share in, some kind of online way. And people are like, they've seen it, they've heard it, right? If you guys were here, they'd be like, raise your hand. You're kind of tired of all the promises, right? People are sick of it. So there's this trust recession. People don't trust people. And so they don't trust marketers. They don't trust entrepreneurs who are marketing, right? And so when you use speaking as that primary engine, you have the ability to cut through the noise, because they say that, and they used to say that it took 12 touch points in order for you to close a client. You follow up, you follow up, you follow up. But now they say it's 17, because there's this trust recession. People just need a long tail of follow-up. However, when you get people in front of you in an audience, you might have 20, 50, whatever, how many people it is. You have 30 minutes, you have 45 minutes, you have 15 minutes, right? You have the ability in that short time period to create know, like, and trust that accelerates the belief in that person that you're the right person for them. Plus, there's just this sense of this person must be somebody because they're on stage. A lot of times there's a person who invited that person to stage. So you get to have that halo effect of the presenter or the organizer who has put you on center. And they're like, this person must be somebody. So you cut through all the noise, and it gives you an opportunity to have an advantage. Look, some of us will never be celebrities. Matthew McConaughey is a great example. He decided to write a book, and it was a New York Times bestseller right out the gates. He decided to do a speaking opportunity, right? He did an event, had 2.3 million people watching live. That's the authority advantage, right? He has his authority, boom, best-selling book, 2.3 million people watching live. That's what authority does. Now, we're not going to be famous like Matthew McConaughey, likely, but that's the secret is leveraging stages. Okay. So the first thing here is really the question. I'll put this into the chat for those of you guys here. Like, right, I'm watching in Facebook too. Like, I want to know if you're committed to actually making speaking a primary strategy in 2026. Go ahead and put into the chat, I'm committed to making speaking a primary strategy. Like, actually commit to it, because it's actually a decision that you have to make. So that's the first thing that I want to share with you guys. Go ahead and put that into the chat if you guys are committed to that, because this is a moment that can hopefully move the needle for you. It starts with the decision, okay? Key number 2 is where we are talking about your talk, right? It's not enough just to get on stage. You have to actually be able to communicate effectively when you get on stage. And the problem that I see for most people, speakers or entrepreneurs or anybody who gets on stage, is that they usually have their talk structured incorrectly. And they usually are thinking that what they think is value to the prospects, to the people on the other side who are watching, they think value is one thing, but it's not what it is. Like, they have a skewed idea of what value is. I'll tell you what people think value is. They think if I share the stuff that's my deepest stuff, the stuff that people pay me for, then they're going to see how great I am. And they're going to say, if this guy's so good when he shares this stuff, then he's probably amazing when I get to work with him. They don't think like that. That is not value. So what happens when you share too much of your deep stuff is that people get overwhelmed and people feel like they need to like digest what you shared. So I'm going to share with you in a few moments how you can share in your talks in a way that creates real value, but also causes people to want to move forward and take you up on your invitation, right? Now, I do want to make a quick distinction before I go further, and that is there are 2 types of speakers, 2 types of speaking models, and you might be in one of these categories, okay? But I just want you to understand there's 2. Number 1 speaking category is what we call the keynote speaker, okay? You might know somebody named Les Brown. Les Brown and I have a relationship. He was on a bunch of my stages, amazing man. Les, if you're out there, I miss you, brother. Let's talk. But Les is a keynote speaker, and he gets paid to go around the world and speak to organizations. He gets paid a lot of money. He's at the top of the game, right? A lot of people think, I want to get paid to speak. But if you're a business owner, if you actually have a business and you already have clientele and you already are like in business, you have a website, you have an avatar, you're not really going to want to focus on being a keynote speaker, because it's a separate business. It's something nobody talks about. It's literally a separate business. You would have a different target market. You have a different revenue engine. You would be traveling, doing something completely different while somebody has to watch your business if you're going to try to do that. And that's because people are caught up in, I want to get paid to speak. The second type of speaker is what we call the business growth speaker. This is somebody like myself or like many of you out there who have a business, like Art, who said he's committed, Tiffany, who said she's committed, right? These are people out there who I know and who are great entrepreneurs. They have a business and they just want to use speaking to get more clientele, okay? That's the type of speaking that I'm talking about right now. So going back to teaching point number 2, how do we create talks that are going to convert and get more people to say yes to our invitations? This is what I call the conversion principle. This is teaching point number 2. And here's how you create talks that convert. The first thing is, if you have an offer, like you provide a service, you provide some kind of outcome that your clients come to you with, the first place to look on how do you design your talk is to ask yourself, what is the end goal? I want to invite them into this offer, right? It could be in any industry, not just coaching industry. I've worked with people in every industry. You have some kind of offer, okay? And if you were to describe that offer in 3 pillars, right? As a coach, as an example, you might say, attract, I help people attract leads, right? Convert, I help people close sales, and deliver. I help people with the delivery with their clients, right? What are the 3 pillars of your offer, okay? Whatever the 3 things you do are, that when people come to see you, that is going to help you define your teaching points, because your teaching points in your talk are breadcrumbs that lead to your offer. I like to say your offer is the movie and your talk is the preview. So you would never create a preview to a movie, like a trailer, if the movie hadn't already been made, right? Because the movie has already been made. You can do an edit of the movie and take the best clips and make the preview. So your talk is the best clips of your offer. It's like breadcrumbs that lead them to that. So that's the first clue in how you create talks to convert. The second thing is that instead of teaching information like most people think and giving so much value that you think, oh, I'm just going to overwhelm them with value, guess what? Everybody has information at their fingertips in 2026. There's nothing that amazing about having a ton of information. We can all go to YouTube and binge watch for thousands of hours on information. So people don't actually want more information. They think they do. But the reality is when somebody comes to watch you from stage, the thing that is really happening is that they actually are not bought in yet to what you're talking about. They're going, this is interesting. They might have liked the title. They might be like, I like what he's talking about, but they're not bought in. They're not sold. They're not committed, which your paid clients are. That's why your deeper stuff works. So you have to teach content that actually does something different in your talks. Instead of teaching content that just gives a ton of information, you want to teach content that shifts beliefs. You want to teach content that shifts beliefs. This is why it's called the conversion principle. Key number 2, because your whole focus in your talks is to help the participants, the attendees, to get whatever the beliefs are in their head out of the way that are in the way from doing the thing that you help them with. Like, for instance, with me as a speaker, right? Some of you are interested in speaking, but you're not committed to it. I want to inspire you to believe that you can do it. I want you to know, like I did in my first share or teaching point, that you actually have this authority advantage. And if you stop putting all your focus on like old school marketing or like online and get yourself on stage, you're going to accelerate. That moves a belief over. I can do this is what hopefully you're starting to believe. So that's what great content does. It helps you shift beliefs. Okay. So that's teaching point number 2. The conversion principle. Again, just to recap, I was saying that you want to define what your offer is and reverse engineer that to come up with your 3 teaching points. That's the breadcrumbs to that offer. That's your core talk teaching points. And then the second piece of it is you want to, in your teaching points, you don't want to teach heavy information because it makes them overwhelmed. You want to actually shift beliefs. Okay. And then teaching point number 3, this is where I help you get stages, okay? So this is for you if you feel like getting on stage is hard, or you don't have a name, or you know what, you're not sure what you would talk about, or you need to get connected with meeting planners. Like, how do you find meeting planners who are going to put you on stage? By the way, if you ever wonder what a meeting planner is, people who help people with speakers, they talk about meeting planners. What is a meeting planner? A meeting planner is anybody who has access to a stage. Did you know that there's not a single person that goes around and says, I'm a meeting planner? Nobody actually calls themselves a meeting planner. A meeting planner is what we, the people who want speaking gigs, call the person who might have one. It's just a way to consolidate them into one thing. So I am a meeting planner because I host events and I have stages and I have places I can put people on stage. And if you have places that you can put people on stage, you are a meeting planner. So what a lot of people get stuck on is like, how do I find the meeting planners, right? How do I get on stage? How do I find these stages? Like, where are they? So I'm going to share with you how to do that right now. And the very first thing I want to share with you is something that goes back to what I said early in my story, which was that I met this woman, and this woman told me that in order to get herself booked, she would look at her calendar and she would arbitrarily choose dates on her calendar. And then she would reach out to meeting planners to book those dates. So she wouldn't wait to get booked. She would choose the dates. Now I'm going to share, I did a little bit of a revision on that concept, but the very first step for you right now, if you really want to take what I've shared with you so far and make it not just information, but transformation, is actually look at your calendar and define when your next speaking gig is. I believe that the greatest breakthrough that is so in front of everyone that they don't realize is the breakthrough of setting a date. Setting a date on your calendar is literally a game changer. So I have a question for those of you out there. When is your next speaking gig? Give yourself 30 days, give yourself 6 weeks, pop a date on and watch what happens. I was at a speaking gig recently and I asked this question to this audience of 80, and I had people who raised their hands saying that they were telling the dates. And I said, okay, what's your date? And she said this date. And I just realized that there's this conference that I know this guy on. And so I'm going to call him. Just because she set that date, she realized that there was a stage possibility. So setting the date is the first thing. And I'm going to keep going. But Jeremy, did you want to interject or have a question or anything?
Oh, no, I was just, I was just checking in with you and loving what you were saying. By the way, my next date is next Thursday. So.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I bet you. Yeah. Well, you are a veteran, so I get it. I get it. Yeah. So I love seeing people set those dates because it just makes it real. So I would think that a virtual event like on Zoom is the easiest first thing that you can do. And the thing that we do, this is the second piece, because a lot of people are saying, well, how do I actually get people to my event, right? So if I set that date, how do I get people to it? And by the way, setting your own events is a stage, right? So there's 3 different types of stages, okay? There's basically having your own event stage, right? Then there's being able to have your step onto someone else's stage, which we call other people's stages. And then to me, the third stage is really what I would call like these virtual stages, like podcasts and summits, okay? But to me, the top 2 is like you host an event or you get on somebody else's. And so those all count. But basically, the way that we fill our events is that we utilize a process, something that I learned early in my career. It's called collaborative compounding, okay? Right now, you might already have an email list. You might already have a following on social media. Awesome. It's easy for you to fill events. Many of you out there may not. But there's people around you that have audiences of your people. And in our industry, we call them joint venture partners or affiliates. But really what it is collaborating and compounding those audiences. Maybe this person has 100 people. Maybe this person has 500 people. Why not set a call with them and have a relationship where you're willing to do something for them in return for them sharing about your event? That's how every single month I do a tour. And whether it's in person or virtually, I am going from stage to stage. It's really from my home office, just like this, speaking on stage and being able to bring that one signature talk to new audiences. Now, as a last piece of this, if you want to get on in-person stages, there's a simple thing that we call the 5 and 5 method. The 5 and 5 method is this. There's a lot of ways to find out about speaking gigs, okay? If you go to Google, you can simply look up what is the area that you live in, what is the type of event, and who is the avatar, right? So you might say like the best networking events for coaches in Houston, right? The best podcasts or the most downloaded podcasts for mom entrepreneurs in somewhere else, right? So you can look up that as a trigger in Google or in AI in ChatGPT, and it'll pull up conferences and opportunities that are in your network, whatever the thing is that you're looking for. We also have tip sheets. There's companies that provide sheets that give you speaking opportunities. So when I talk about the 5 and 5, what I'm talking about is outreaching 5 cold stages per month. And you send them an email and you ask them if they have a spot or if you could be on their stage. When we have these tip sheets, it gives you all their contact information. So 5 cold stage outreach a month. And then what we call advocates. There's people in your network, people like Jeremy, people that I know, people who know people, right, who have a good network. And you should outreach 5 of those people every month and ask them if they know about a stage. There's people right around you who can connect you to stages. So if you do 5 cold outreaches a month and then you do 5 connections with these advocates or super connectors and you ask, one of the biggest breakthroughs here is asking, and you will find that opportunities emerge. So this is just a taste of what I do on a regular. I work with my clients, helping them leverage speaking and events to grow their business. And again, I have a gift for you. If you have been resonating and you know that speaking is what you want to do, just go ahead and go to go.rockyourgift.com/stage ready audit. And I would love to have you in my community, and you'll get a lot of value from it. That's pretty much what I got for you. I'm happy to go any further, Jeremy, but that's the essence of what I wanted to share.
Well, the hard part is that StreamYard gives us a hard stop at 8 hours, so we're getting close to it. But Sean, excellent work. I mean, and you know, one of the things I think you're talking about too is in sales, you got to put in effort. That five outreaches a month will definitely get you on stages, and you know, the effort is something that you know, not people forget about, so to speak. So yeah,
totally.
Thank you, Sean, for coming on and sharing your wisdom and all your work. I really do appreciate it.
yeah, thanks for putting me on. I know it was a little last minute, but I'm grateful to you, and I hope you guys had a great event. And thank you so much. I look forward to connecting with you guys further.
Sounds good. All right, Sean. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Donna.
It's been fantastic.
It's been fantastic, and as we've talked about throughout the week, the week.
Feels like a week.
It feels like a week.
We talk every day during the week.
We do talk every day during the week. So, if you guys are interested, I know some people have already been messaging me about the Inner Circle. We've actually had people sign up for the Inner Circle today, Donna, while we were speaking. If you want to be part of the community, check it out. latinnercircle.com. I just put it in the comments as well. And I just want to say thank you to all the speakers for all your wisdom and doing such an incredible job. I'm proud of each one of you, and it's been an amazing journey today.
Yes, it has. All right, and we are going to close out on these parting words.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.